Welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, to NFL Draft Day 1. It is here, folks. We have made it. All of the weeks and months of prognosticating, and it all comes down to this. Whose mocks are right? And more likely, everyone's mock being wrong. And I know what you're saying to yourself, and I know you want to post it in the comment section, but you've restrained yourself because of that trust that me and Dave have built with you over the past, year or so. Where's Rico? I know that's what you're asking yourself right now. And I will tell you right now, Rico is on his way. We're not quite sure where he's at, but he will be joining us within the hour to join Judge Kuiper and Tilt McShay. So we are here, ladies and gentlemen, to bring you the entire first round of the NFL draft. We'll be joined by Rico. We will be joined by Kevin. We will be joined by all the great guests or all the great pundits here at BF to take you through the entire evening. And funny story, I said to Dave a couple of weeks ago, I was like, hey, let's both do our best, Mel Kiper and Todd McShay impressions. And sure enough, I show up here with a suit on and you're just rocking the Sean McDermott. You just wanted to show off the pecs. Don't lie.
I had to wear the Sean McDermott shirt tonight, but also you also said you were going to shave, which you didn't do. So
okay, well, the fiance literally would have cut my balls off. So let's start with.
Okay, fair enough.
I trimmed it. That's about. But Josh coming in saying Air Raid's been getting us through that pre-draft process. Appreciate y'all. Hey man, we appreciate you. Andy wants to know why he sees Trey Wingo on the screen or Mike Greenberg on the screen. That's because ESPN legit fired Trey Wingo or his contract ran out or whatever. So Mike Greenberg. So if you're sick of listening to Mike Greenberg, the New York Jets fan, tell your friends to tune on into Buffalo Fanatics. We got the brews, we got the suits.
We got the pecs. We also have. I was in the middle of creating a meme where it was like death with like his scepter like pointing, and in the where what he was pointing to was mock drafts, and because it's like Pierre had a great tweet earlier today because he was talking about how it's like I'm tired of the mock. Like I'm paraphrasing, but he's basically like no more mock drafts, like no more. It's the real thing. We love mock drafts, but we all have mock draft fatigue right now. It's time for the real thing. We're just over 50 minutes until the actual draft starts. We've got our setups here going on. We've got our streams going on of ESPN, NFL Network. We've got all the stuff ready in the background for you. Kendall's producing, and we'll have some special guests for you tonight. So it's going to be a marathon night and weekend, but we put in the work, and so we're hoping you all enjoy the company here with us because we know there are a lot of options that you have to check coverage. So we really do appreciate everyone who's in here supporting us. So before we even get started, let's give a quick shout out to the people who are here and who came in early. We got Jason Humber.
Before we do, wait. The pick is in. The pick is in, and the best commenters the Buffalo Fanatics have to offer, the real MVP of this show tonight. The pick is in. I just had to get that noise in there. All right, who's in the chat? Our number one picks are in the chat.
Our number one picks are in the chat. We've got Ryan Horton, Andy Kozlowski, Brody Brown, Mai Didden, Riley King 2. Bobby's in the chat, of course. We've got Zachary Tobisky, Andrew Miller is in the chat, Jay Davis, who's a regular of ours, is in the chat. Josh Clark, Dante the Goat, Noah Bruno, Bro Magic, Dorian Backus. Wow, we have a lot of people in the chat tonight that I recognize. Elliot's in the chat, Eisler, Matthew Bills fan. And guess what? There are a lot of new faces as well in the chat. So I want to just say, thank you for tuning in. I hope that we see your comments coming through and up on the screen, and appreciate you tuning in, share, subscribe with your friends, and make sure that, like Steve just put it up there, supportbf.com. And, I hope we bring you something a little bit different than what you're going to get from the national coverage. So obviously we're going to have Bills centric type coverage. And, like I said, we put in the work, so hopefully you enjoy it.
Yeah. Subscribe, share, become a member of the Bing Squad. Like I just showed you in that graphic. And, BF has got you covered literally on every platform. You can go over, you can follow Buffalo Fanatics on Twitter at BFLO Fanatics, Instagram. Bobby's going to be working the Instagram tonight at the Buffalo Fanatics. You can listen to Nap Knows Buffalo be out first thing tomorrow morning. They're recording after the first round. You got the 585 reports going to be recording after the second round. So you'll have all the up-to-date analysis on the Pod Network, supportbf.com to get the links to the Pod Network. We even got TikTok. We got Flick Chat. And you can head on over to Facebook for some of your information as well and search up the Buffalo Fanatics on Facebook. So we got you covered, as well as the BuffaloFanatics.com with the writers. So literally every angle, we have you covered. Jack said the best, though. Jack said the best. He said Instagram, the Instagram story is where it's at. Bobby, he knows what he's doing over there on the Instagram. So he's got you covered. Literally every platform. I'm looking at the thing. It says 48-44. We are almost there. We are almost to that first round, that first pick, which will be coming from Trevor Lawrence's living room.
Yeah, and guess what? They're still going to take the full 10 minutes. So, and I have to give a special shout out to Ombre Lob. He has been with us for the last several weeks and months, really supporting us and putting out that Tyler Shelvin vibe, as we know. And he is now in the chat as well. So thanks for joining, Ombre Lob. You're a good one, man.
Yeah. And it's one of the things that I want to say too is, like, I told Ombre Lob, if we draft Tyler Shelvin, I'm getting him a Tyler Shelvin Bills jersey. Randy Hartman, if we draft a South Carolina guy, I'm going to get him whatever player that is. I'm going to get him their jersey. So there have been a couple of people in the comment section. Andrew Miller's been on the Lamont Wade train and the Chubba Hubbard train. So there are some people in the chat section where if the Bills draft a certain player that I know someone in the comment section has been repping hard, I'm talking about in the chat every single night, I'm probably gonna hook them up with a Bills jersey with that player's name on it. So I'm just letting you know that right now. We've already got a new member. Dorian Back is joining, a new member to the Buffalo Fanatics. Welcome to the Bing Squad. We wish Rico was here to give you that bing, bingity bing, and I'm sure he'll be here shortly. And we'll make sure you get it, even if it isn't in real time. So Andrew Miller, he's in here. My dude, I'll get you. People will be confused whether it's a Christian Wade jersey or Lamont Wade jersey, but we won't be confused.
Lamont Wade going to come in and take Christian Wade's number.
Let's start off with the quarterback craziness, right? So Aaron Rodgers is putting his hat into the madness. Deshaun Watson is obviously still floating around in the background. You have no idea what San Francisco is going to do with pick number 3. I think there's a legitimate shot that 5 quarterbacks are off the board before the Buffalo Bills.
Yep.
I mean, I shouldn't say there's a shot. There are going to be 5 quarterbacks off the board before the Buffalo Bills pick. And honestly, I was talking about this in the pregame show. There's a scenario where, in the pregame show, there's a scenario where if Lawrence, Wilson, Lance, Jones, and Fields are off the board by 20, Chicago is run by some very incompetent people. That Chicago Bears franchise, between Ryan Pace and Matt Nagy, there's not a lot of IQ points that go around in the Windy City in Chicago. They are desperate. And I am pretty sure that if they got to pick 20 and those top 5 guys are off the board, it would not shock me if Chicago dropped a bomb on us and took Davis Mills. David Mills. Thank you. Got the S's confused there. Davis Mills at pick number 20. It would not shock me. And if 6 quarterbacks go before the Buffalo Bills get to pick 30, to me, that screams a player is going to be there at pick 30 that the Bills are not going to be willing to trade back from. What do you think? If 6 quarterbacks go, there's no way the Bills trade back from 30, right?
I mean, probably not, but I could see a situation where maybe there's a position that, I mean, not really any positions off the board for the Bills, but let's just say hypothetically, like a receiver drops and the Bills really aren't content on taking a receiver at pick 30, but there's a team behind them that really didn't think that guy was going to get there. They want to jump up and get that 5th-year option on that guy. It could actually work in the Bills' favor in the sense that they may be able to squeeze a little bit more out of a trade with someone if there's someone like that falls that that's not necessarily their guy. Now, if it's their guy, they're just going to take him. So in either situation, it's advantageous for the Bills because they're either getting a guy that fell that was really highly ranked on their board, or they're probably going to be able to squeeze a little bit more out of a trade with someone to trade down for someone who really wants to jump up and get that guy that falls.
And it always seems like in the early 20s, someone does something outlandish. Like every year, usually it's like a DB or something, but like something always outlandish happens in the 20s. Jay Davis coming in saying there's always going to be like a Damon Arnett, a Cleveland Farrell, like a reach in the draft that there's a high chance that someone drops. If Mills goes at 20 and then a bomb is dropped, like today, I heard the Indianapolis Colts could be zeroing in on Liam Eichenberg as a plan B if one of the guys that they don't want is there. So a Liam Eichenberg could go before the Bills pick, which could slide players. Adam Schefter or Ian Rappaport, one of them today, talked about your boy Peyton Turner as a possible guy who could go in the first round. He's fast rising. Wow. Talk about Peyton Turner a little bit. And if he goes before the Bills, like BPA all the way. If Eichenberg, Peyton Turner, and 6 quarterbacks are off the board, you pick 30. Like we're hitting the real sweet spot there.
Yeah, I mean, Peyton Turner was a guy I started checking out back in February because obviously he's from Houston, and we know that the Bills went with Ed Oliver from Houston a couple years ago. So I was looking into, Peyton Turner because initially when I was kind of checking out his profile, I was like, wow, this guy's got some size. So let me look into him some more because he seems like he'd be really a good fit as a 4-3 end. The dude's massive, strong hands. Houston only played 5 games last year. I think he had 10.5 TFL and 5 sacks in only 5 games. He really kind of came on in that shortened season. And he's a guy that has pass rush moves and can slide to the interior on third downs if you really need him to. So he has a little bit of flex, exterior, interior, and he's really got that good upper body strength and strong hands. The one thing that's the knock on him is that lower body strength. So you wonder about if he were to kind of bulk up, his lower, would he lose some of that burst? Again, there's very little to not like about Peyton Turner's game. If you want to knock him for playing at Houston, like you would have to say the same thing about Ed Oliver. So Peyton Turner's a guy that I'm really fond of. I would be a little surprised if he went in the first round, but I certainly wouldn't be surprised if he was, early second round or maybe even late first round. But he's definitely a guy I've had my eye on for a while.
Who knows? Maybe he's in play for the Bills at 30 because Kendall just came in saying he confirmed with Justin Mello of TDN that Turner has met with the Bills back in March. He obviously already met with 30 other teams. We had someone mention Kellen Mond. I think by chance mentioned Kellen Mond. He thinks Kellen Mond goes higher than Davis. I don't know if Kellen Mond goes to Chicago because I haven't seen Kellen Mond linked to Chicago at all. The 2 names I've seen linked to Chicago are Mac Jones and Davis Mills. However, once we get to pick 30, if Kellen Mond is still on the board, one of the perks of a first round pick is that 5th-year option that you get on a contract. And Ryan Talbot,
and for a quarterback, that's huge.
Yeah, Ryan Talbot tweeted today. I believe it was a question that Matt Beauvais asked Brandon Beane at a conference call earlier this morning. And Brandon Beane has said, listen, we don't expect anything crazy. We've had some talks about trading up a couple of spots. Don't expect anything monumental. We've had more conversations about trading down.
Yep. And I love that.
If Atlanta goes Kyle Pitts at 4, now we're in business. Now we're talking about a team like Atlanta who could possibly be trying to move up to 30 to get a 5th-year option on a quarterback like Kellen Mond. And I don't want to throw out crazy comps or anything like that, but I would say that Kellen Mond kind of has some Ryan Tannehill to his game where he's an athletic guy. And who's the head coach in Atlanta? Arthur Smith, a guy who just refurbished the career of Ryan Tannehill. So a guy like Kellen Mond could make a ton of sense to the Atlanta Falcons. They could look up to trade to 30. The Buffalo Bills could pick up a 1st and a 3rd.
I think so.
Only have to move back.
I believe on the trade value chart, it's at least a 4th we would need to get to move down 5 spots. That comes out to somewhat even. You're right about Mond though.
When someone's desperate for that quarterback, I think they'll go with a little bit. Yeah.
It just depends, right? If Atlanta wants to move up there, if someone like a Detroit wants to move up, someone like the Saints want to move up. The Saints, we know, have a lot of picks in this draft. Detroit, they may want to move up and just get a guy that they can maybe groom behind Goff for a little bit and get him in. Atlanta seems like the most likely. Denver now is a little bit of a wild card. We thought maybe they could be a trade-up candidate, but now with trading for Teddy B, we'll see how interested they still might be in a quarterback. I know Teddy B's contract it's up after this year, so Denver is possibly still in the market for a quarterback. But if I'm Denver, do I really want to trade up and then get a guy that maybe is kind of on the same level as a Drew Lock would be, year one? If you're Denver, you're probably going all in on a quarterback, or maybe you're waiting. So Atlanta seems like a good possible trade-up candidate with the Bills. Detroit and the Saints, I would say, are also candidates. I like Mond a lot. I think when I was watching him, it kind of reminded me of Dak Prescott a little bit, was kind of who I thought of. But Tannehill's a great comp as well. Teams will get desperate for that quarterback, and they want that 5th-year option. It's really important. And, you talked about 5-6 quarterbacks getting picked before the Bills pick at 30. That makes that pick even more valuable for someone to trade up. And that's why I'm saying, the Bills can squeeze more value. So maybe if the value chart says they could get a 4th, they may be, like you said, they may be able to get that 3rd because of that value of that 5th-year option. So I like that. Who knows, man? I mean, it would be kind of funny to go through the entire night and the Bills not have a pick. But honestly, I'm kind of more open to the team trade down than I was. I'd like to add a 4th. I wouldn't mind team trade down and then trade back up at some point. Scott comes in with a super chat. Scott's been with us for a long time, following us. So thank you, Scott. He says, I'd rather them trade back, stay where they are at 30. If they trade, they're going to lose some valuable draft picks. That's my opinion. Yeah. And this is a conversation we've had multiple times, right? Around if you trade up, like the logic there is like, you're going to get someone you really want. How many guys are really going to make this roster that you draft? Kendall laid out a great plan the other night as to how 7 guys could make this team. But just because they trade back doesn't necessarily they're going to mean they're going to have more than 7 picks. They could still trade up later, right? They could use those 2 5ths they had to maybe move back up and get an extra 3rd or a 4th. So we'll see how it plays out. We know Bean has never traded down before in the draft. He's only traded up. So, but like you said, that report from Talbot and Beauvais sounds like they've had more calls about trading down than they are about moving up. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, and folks, this is what it's all about this evening. You guys control the conversation. So whether it's a super chat or just something in the comment section that sparks our interest, you guys control the conversation this evening. So always remember the power that you guys have, the voice that you guys have in that comment section this evening. And by chance, I have a horrible feeling that we take Levi O in the first round.
That was your predictive pick.
I woke up this morning and I had a premonition, folks. I was just. Maybe it's the husky I saw when I was walking my dogs last night. I don't know what it was, but I woke up this morning thinking the Buffalo Bills are going to add a Washington Husky in the first round of this draft, whether it is Elijah Molden, who's my personal favorite, who everyone hates, so I'm just going to ignore him for now, or Joe Tryon, or Levi Onwuzurike. I have a feeling that Brandon Beane has made this comment on multiple occasions. Pierre's giving me the thumbs down. Pierre's giving me the thumbs down from the producer section in our weight room, and he
this is funny.
I appreciate you guys hosting. Zach says, who's this Judge Kuiper?
That's a reference back to the Colts video. Yeah.
But Brandon Beane has said on multiple occasions that their draft board is set in January, and that the Senior Bowl and the Combine are just things that they use to move guys around a little bit. So I put a lot of weight on the fact that who are the first guys that were leaked that the Buffalo Bills met with? It was Joe Tryon, it was Elijah Molden, and it was Levi Onwuzurike. That tells me from the very beginning of this process, the Buffalo Bills have been infatuated with those 3 guys and that defense that Jimmy Lake had out there in the Pac-12. So whether it's one of those 3 guys, I really think the Bills are pursuing it. I don't agree with Levi Onwuzurike. I think every scouting report you read of Levi Onwuzurike screams at Oliver. It was, okay, this guy's a 3-tech. He was misused in Washington. They had so many 3 defensive line fronts. Like, they were doing this guy a disservice by not putting like a big fat guy next to him, all these different things. That's pretty much every scouting report on Levi Onwuzurike. I just don't know if the Buffalo Bills are vibing the same way we and Bills Mafia are vibing. I don't know how much that they really appreciate that big fat guy. Yes, they have Star Lotulelei, but they made no effort to replace Star Lotulelei. They have no backup one technique to Star Lotulelei that looks like Star Lotulelei. To me, that screams the Bills just want one big fat guy in their rotation. And whether if he gets hurt, they're just going to try to fill the spot and replace the spot. And if he stays healthy, that's great. But I don't think they want 2 big fat guys. So that makes me think that as much as I want a one technique, as much as I want a Tyler Shelvin, or as much as I want like a Tedderell Slayton, as much as I want those guys, I don't know if that's what the Buffalo Bills are feeling. I don't know how that's the Buffalo Bills are vibing. So Levi Onwuzurike to me is a guy that we've made this joke countless times. Like, how are we going to react if the Bills take this dude? And I've like refused to talk about him for the longest time. And sure enough, I woke up this morning. I'm like, I'm just going to piss some people off. Like, that's just what I'm going to do this morning.
Oh, you did give a fair warning that it was a trigger alert on the tweet you sent out. So
we got Silas Whittle coming in saying, why aren't we prioritizing defensive line Pass rush is the best thing we can do for our secondary.
Rico would agree with you.
Rico would agree with you. And it's not that we disagree. I think it's just that I think we both feel, and I'm speaking for you here. So maybe you could tell me if I'm wrong and to shove it, but I think maybe the both of us both come from sort of like the Buffalo Bills maybe feel like, rushing for guys. I don't know. What are your thoughts on bulking up this defensive line? There are a lot of names and a lot of bodies on this defensive line. We could not add a single guy this weekend, and technically we'd be okay. Would I be disappointed? Heck yeah. But we'd be okay if we didn't add a single body, whether it's on the interior or the edge.
Yeah, it's hard to get clues right now because obviously it's like it's smoke season. Nothing's getting like leaked other than rumors. So what I tend to do is I go and I look at the roster and I say like, well, where is the roster thin from a numbers standpoint? And I know Trent Murphy's gone, and I know Quentin Jefferson is gone, but you brought in Obata. You still have Epinesa. You still have Hughes. You still have Vernon Butler, Phillips, obviously Ed Oliver. So to me, from a numbers standpoint, like I'd love to add a guy to that group, but there are other positions on the roster, notably the secondary, maybe the offensive line, where I feel like it's thin, man. Like it's thin. Like if you really want to go in with Dane Jackson and Levi Wallace competing for your CB2 spot, that's fine. But you need to add someone else to the mix. Like, is it going to be Cam Phillips? Like, there's got to be someone else added to the mix. Now, if you go out and you add a Joe Tryon on day one, or you add, someone like that, like a Peyton Turner, let's just say, okay, so what does that leave you? That leaves you with, Epinesa, Hughes, Addison, Peyton Turner. Like, you have now 4 defensive ends. And while I'm not saying that's a bad thing, a problem, my question would be, what is the immediate impact that someone like that's going to have when you have kept all these other guys around? So in my heart, I would love a dynamic pass rusher. There's no doubt about it, but I just don't know from a numbers standpoint, like, does it make sense for you to go all in on someone like that in the first round? I will say, like, it's probably my number 2 position that I would want. So I'm not saying I don't want, an edge rusher. I just think for me, it screams secondary, it screams offensive line. Silas says Christian Barmore, the guy, so we have our best average on the inside, CB2 can be addressed. And this is the philosophy, right? Like, where do you find the most value? Comment section, let us know. Like, this is what we've struggled with doing these mock drafts and doing these reviews, like over the last couple months. Is like, what's the sweet spot for where you pick what position, right? Where's the value for each position? And when there are a lot of corners in this draft, don't get me wrong, but there's, there's also some good defensive tackles. There's some good edge players. Like, it's a struggle for me to figure out exactly like the best value combination.
And Silas has a point. So Christian Barmore, we had in the pre-show, we had Randy Harbin on, one of the people who's usually a regular in the comment section, but I know he's out at a draft party tonight. He said, like, hey, before Marcel Darius got his second contract and got lazy, how many of y'all loved Marcel Darius? And we were all like, yeah, we love the dude. Well, that's what Christian Barmore is. So Christian Barmore athletically compares, like a very tree trunk type of guy to a Marcel Darius, a guy who can be a 3 tech, but also could be a 1 tech, a guy who could be a great running mate for Ed Oliver, put a bigger, more physical, more aggressive guy next to Ed Oliver, who's more of a finesse guy. So to me, those two guys seem like a perfect marriage, but then you have the reports leaking, people calling him uncoachable, things of that nature. You have people who have knocked this defensive tackle class as a whole. I think if 2 things were different this year, number 1, there were better defensive tackles in this class. And number 2, there were no COVID restrictions. I think that we'd be having a much bigger conversation about defensive tackle, because I think you would have seen the Bills linked to just about every single defensive tackle. Because I really do think in the Bills' mind, a running mate for Ed Oliver, a guy who can be next to Ed Oliver for the next 5-10 years, a guy who can take the pressure off of Ed Oliver, but also be an effective rusher in his own right, not Starr, who's more of just a clogger. That type of player, I think, is something that the Bills covet and something that the Bills want. So I think if it wasn't a COVID year, this might be a bigger conversation. But between the COVID year and the lack of depth position where Christian Barmore is, who knows? Maybe all of that anonymous scout stuff is just smokescreen bullshit. Maybe he's even off the board before the Bills pick at 30. Maybe the Bills have to try to trade up. if they want to get their hands on a Christian Barmore. And that's kind of why I went with Levi Onwuzurike when I did my mock this morning.
But if it's me and I'm the Bills and I'm thinking like I like a Barmore type, then I'm probably content in going after a McNeil or a Marvin Wilson, maybe in the second or third round. Like, I know Barmore's, the man, but to me, like, I don't see as big of a drop off maybe as some others do between Barmore and guys like McNeil and Marvin Wilson. So that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah.
But I mean, that type of player, and that's why Levi O, I don't really understand, because to me, that's a pair of 3 techs, and that's kind of the issue we struggled with in 2020. Like, we had all 3 techs on that defensive line without Star.
And we got the Instagram god in the comment section, ladies and gentlemen. Bobby Ray coming in saying, let's go. Remember, if you want to see the fruits of Bobby's labor, head on over to Instagram. Download the app if you're not young and hip. Download that app, get yourself an Instagram, and go to @the Buffalo Fanatics and follow the Buffalo Fanatics on Instagram. So even if you got to leave at some point, whether it's day 1, day 2, you got to get up, you got to go. Like me, I'm missing day 2 of this draft. Sadly, it's my fiance's birthday. We're going out. I'm gonna miss day 2 of the draft. You know how I'm gonna get my fix. I'm gonna be on Instagram scrolling through all of Bobby's stories under the table at dinner. That's how I'm gonna understand. That's how I'm gonna know who the Buffalo Bills are taking in the second and the third round. So head on over to that Instagram. Yeah. Bobby's got you covered over there.
You got to strategically find a dinner table where there's like a mirror, so that like there would be a TV behind you, so you could just look straight ahead. And there's
so it's Friday and Saturday night, and I decided to wait until Saturday night to go to the bougie expensive restaurant, because I knew the bougie expensive restaurant wouldn't have the game on, or wouldn't have the draft on. So I know we're staying at like a resort, and I know like the bar restaurant at the resort will have the draft on. So
there you go.
That's where we're eating dinner on the first night. And by the end of the night, she's gonna be like, man, you went to the bathroom a ton. Like, I don't. That's what she's gonna say. Like, is your bladder okay? Should we?
Oh my God. For those asking, segue. The draft starts at 8 Eastern.
Yeah.
I think there's been a few people asking what time does it actually start. It's supposed to start at 8, which means Goodell will come out there and do his dog and pony show for 5-10 minutes. It probably won't actually start till like 8:05 or 8:10.
Introducing the prospects right now.
Yeah. So that was a funny graphic that actually just came across on NFL Network. The Patriots' last 6 drafts have drafted 53 guys. Only one of them has made the Pro Bowl in the last 6 drafts, which I like that. I like that a lot. Anyway,
right, so Stephen Murray coming in saying he's scared the Patriots are going to make a big move in Miami sneaky. So a couple other questions I asked on the pre-show. I want to run some of them by you.
Okay.
Number 1, how afraid are you that the New England Patriots are going to get their hands on Justin Fields? Like, what level of concern do you have for that? Do you have any level of concern?
I have a low level of concern for that, and this is my logic for it. I don't think Belichick wants to start over with a rookie QB. That's my. I think he thinks he has a good enough defense right now. He's probably feeling like, hey, we just went out and got, Aguilar, Kendrick Bourne, these 2 tight ends, Smith and Henry. Like, do I really want to start with a rookie QB and try to make a Super Bowl run with a rookie QB with all these investments I just made? I think the answer is no. Now, this could blow up in my face and he could end up going with Fields, but I think that it's more likely that the Pats end up with someone like Jimmy G through a trade after the Niners take a quarterback 3rd overall. We'll see which one that is. Than it is that the Patriots draft the QB. Now, in that scenario, I actually think I like the move for the Pats, as sad as it is for me to say that. I think them getting Jimmy G back in the building, there was the whole stories that came out a couple years back where it was like, Belichick wanted to go with Jimmy G, but Kraft wanted to stick with Brady. And like, there was all that, we don't really know what's true. So my level of concern about the Pats getting Fields is actually kind of low. I think I don't want to call it a concern, but my hunch would be that they would go after a guy like Jimmy G in a trade with the Niners after the Niners pick a quarterback. And that to me makes more sense for a guy like Belichick, who probably doesn't want to start completely over with a rookie.
And I'm trying to think of, because I know that Carolina and New England have been in talks, and I'm trying to wrap my head around what that would look like. And if Carolina has a guy that they know will be there in like the 15 range, and just wants to move back, like I can picture, despite the fact that like most people would call it a loss for them. Do you think Stephon Gilmore would be enough to get it done to go from 15 to 8 to drop Carolina back? So 15 and Stephon Gilmore to move up to 8, but then New England drafts Stephon Gilmore's replacement in JC Horn ahead of Dallas.
I think that's enough. I think that's enough. I mean, Stephon Gilmore is an elite cornerback in the league. Whatever you want to say about him, like he would be like the defensive equivalent of a first round pick, like we got with Stephon Diggs last year. With the 22nd pick, like he is one of the elite players at his position. He's a top 5 corner in the NFL. We can argue who the best corner is in the NFL, but to keep it generic, I would easily say he's a top 5 corner in the NFL. However you feel about him. And, to go from 8 to 15, if I'm the Panthers, I think that's fine because you've got Darnold. So the only reason the Panthers wouldn't do that is if there was somebody that they absolutely just had to have at 8, whether they wanted to go with like a Waddle or somebody or a Devonta Smith and get Darnold, a new toy. I could see that being a move that would make sense for the Panthers, although they have invested quite a bit in the secondary in their last couple drafts. So maybe they don't want to do that, but I think from a value standpoint, I would be okay with that if I was a Panthers fan.
Yeah, Dustin Lyons asks, are you guys going to be live for the whole first round or just a pre-draft? Dustin, we're going to be live for 3 straight days. We are going to be live first round. We are going to be live all day 2. We're going to be. We
might have to take a few bathroom breaks in there.
But there might be a few bathroom breaks in here, but Rico will be joining us soon as well. Kevin Guerard will be joining us as well. And we've got you covered. And we're going to give ESPN and NFL Network a run for their money. I've seen some of the videos that our man Clay Troya has put together. Pierre has put some videos together. You have been working like crazy to get these graphics together. This is going to be a top notch, despite the fact that the guy leading the charge right now looks like a homeless Mel Kiper. This is going to be a professional outfit this weekend, and we are going to do everything we can to make you not need to listen to Mike Greenberg talk about the Jets for 3 hours. We are here to have you covered. If you're looking for a Buffalo specific draft coverage, we are your place to be. Rounds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. We'll probably end up doing like a UDFA Sunday show for all we know. That's how much we like to do it there. So it's as we move on, the next point I wanted to talk to you about was Miami.
Yeah.
I was having this conversation with Kendall and Randy. Kyle Pitts or Jaylen Waddle. Who would you rather see them end up with?
Would I rather see them end up with?
My guess is they're going to get one of the two. If they don't, let's throw a parade.
Well, we know the Bills haven't been great at defending tight ends, so I would rather them not get Kyle Pitts, honestly. Like, Jaylen Waddle has every look of a receiver that is going to be really successful in the league, but we've seen receivers of that mold, struggle early on. Like Ruggs was that kind of guy last year. Didn't necessarily blow things up with the Raiders last year. Now I know they're different players, but like Pitts, man, he is unique. And we know the Bills have struggled against tight ends. Then you're talking about going against a combo of Henry and Smith with New England. And you're talking about going up against a combo of Gesicki and Pitts with Miami. I also think that's a good fit for Tua. I think that would be a better weapon for him to utilize, at least now going into his second year, at least right now, than it would be a Waddle. So if I'm the Bills, if I'm a Bills fan, I don't want to see Pitts in Miami. That's just my thought on it. But I don't really want to see either of them, but it's probably inevitable.
And they have. I'm watching. So I have ESPN in the background just to give me like a visual of what's going on, and they just showed. I think they're doing the Star Spangled Banner right now.
They are. Yep.
They just showed the Arizona Cardinals contingent, and my question to ESPN is, how much did they have to pay actors to wear Arizona Cardinals jerseys in Cleveland? Some of these teams, I can't picture them actually having representatives at this draft. So,
I mean, Richard comes in and says Pitt's going to be long gone. I think he could make it to 6. I mean, if the first 4 pick,
there are a couple of situations where he could make it to 10 at Dallas.
Yeah,
there are a couple, very rare, but like there are a couple ways you can convince yourself to get him down to 10 at Dallas. Thomas Burke coming in saying, will Bean trade up for JOK? I beg you, say yes.
I don't want him to do that. Honestly, I really don't. I love JOK.
That, and it also comes down to like, what are you willing to give up? So Thomas, let us know in the comment section what you're willing to give up, because we've been crunching the numbers here, right? If we want to get into the Chicago range or the Indianapolis range, it's going to cost us our first and our third, and probably even more than that. something next year, like a next year's 5th or something. If we wanted to get up into like Jacksonville, Cleveland territory, we're talking a 1st, a 5th, and a 4th next year.
Yep.
So you have to ask yourself if you are willing to give up a 1st, a 5th, and a 4th round pick next year. And we all know how much not having a 4th round pick this year pains us. Whether you're willing to give that up for JOK. I'd rather wait until 30 and just hope that the fact that he's sort of a positionless player. And I think Isaiah Simmons is going to help our case if we want him to drop to us at 30, because Isaiah Simmons last year was very much a positionless player. And while he did start to creep up a little late in the season, Arizona still has no idea what the heck to do with Isaiah Simmons. And they're talking about maybe adding a Zaven Collins or a Jamin Davis or a Micah Parsons, because Isaiah Simmons needs a bigger body guy next to him. But they do run a 34 defense there.
Yep.
In Arizona, but Isaiah Simmons didn't exactly light up the world last year. JOK is getting similar comps to the fact that he's positionless. I'm not calling them the same players. Simmons was a top 10 pick. Maybe that.
Well, I mean, think about it.
Maybe that gets him to 30.
You look at Arizona's depth chart right now. They do run the 3-4, like you said. So they got Chandler Jones on one side. They got Marcus Golden on the other as their outside guys. They got Simmons in the middle and Jordan Hicks. So if you get a Zaven Collins or a Parsons to pair with Isaiah Simmons in the middle there, to me, that's a nice move if you're Arizona. I mean, I think probably Zaven would be more of a fit, because I feel like Micah is more of a true 4-3 Mike, but I mean, Micah could play inside in a 3-4 as well. So I think that move makes a lot of sense for the Cardinals.
And Thomas Burke says JOK changes our team. And this is where this really tests Brandon Beane's sort of what he says before the draft, right? Because, what did he say in his pre-draft stuff? He's like, listen, guys, this Buffalo nickel, this positionless player, this jack of all trades, it's all bullshit. Like, it's completely overhyped, all this stuff. But yet JOK at his pro day, when asked about the Buffalo Bills, said, like, dude, like, I vibed with them. It was great. I've had extensive conversations with them, this, and that. So to me, it's like, who's right? Is it JOK or was it Brandon Beane? Like, who's lying? Who's telling the lie? Maybe the Buffalo Bills, maybe it's not BS. Maybe Brandon Beane is trying to BS the rest of the league, because he really does see JOK as this truly positionless defender that they can move around, use like Shaq Thompson in Carolina, be that like, so if you look at it, Matt Milano is now your Thomas Davis, Tremaine Edmonds is your Luke Kuechly, and JOK is your Shaq Thompson. You could also look at it as, hey, the league has evolved, things have gotten different. Now we just want to go more nickel. So there's from every different angle, there's a different take or a different narrative you can have. It's going to be really interesting to see how this all plays out.
Yeah, I've seen this comment from a few people, actually. They're like, who is JOK? And Steven says, I look him up and see, oh, that's why people say JOK. Yeah. Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa is how you say his name. And I feel good about being able to say his name correctly. Now, I don't think I can say Levi O's name correctly. You are the master of that. Onwuzurike. Okay, not too bad.
I learned it this morning, so don't worry.
Okay, nice. I like that.
All right, so we were playing this game in the.
Well, what about the Jets? Should we round out the AFC East?
Oh yeah, let's round out
the Jets.
Zach Wilson. Do you think the Jets are making the right decision taking Zach Wilson over Justin Fields or Trey Lance? I think they're making a mistake. I think it should be. Honestly, I think Trey Lance is the second best quarterback in this draft. But I think Justin Fields. I
responded to Damon's tweet the other day, because Damon from NFL Draft Diamonds put out like, "Hey, here's a tweet. Who are your top 5 quarterbacks?" And honestly, I had Lance number 2. If I was the Jets, I would probably take Lance or Fields. I wouldn't take Wilson. I think Wilson. Me personally, I think Wilson needs to be in a situation where there's already a decent team around him. That's why I think like, if Atlanta wanted to get a Zach Wilson, that makes a lot of sense to me. If Atlanta wanted to get a Trey Lance, that makes a lot of sense to me. I think for the Jets, the best fit is Justin Fields, just from being sort of like ready, played in the spotlight, plenty in college. I know there really has never been a good Ohio State quarterback in the NFL, but you can't look at the helmet. You've got to look at the player. For me, if I was the Jets, I would be taking Fields. And then, Wilson or Lance need to go, to me, in a situation where they can not have to necessarily be the guy from day one. So I would go with Fields if I was the Jets. I'm not hating on Wilson. I still like him, but I don't know that that's going to be such an easy task for Wilson there in New York.
We got Mazdaholic coming in saying Judge still can't pronounce Star's name though. Isn't it Star Lodolele? Am I saying that wrong?
I think you're right. I mean, that
Star
sounds right to me. They're showing they're showing Trey Lance highlights right now on NFL Network.
He looks good. If I said Star's name wrong, first of all, I don't care.
Latulele? Is that how you say it?
Latulele?
I don't know. Someone tell me.
I probably said it wrong. It's probably Latulele. I think I've been saying it wrong. But what about pick 23?
Pierre gave the thumbs up on Latulele. So there we go.
Okay, so I've been saying it wrong.
23, yeah. 23. I mean,
I'm seeing from the Jets fans that I know, they want Creed Humphrey. I'm seeing Etienne. I'm seeing a whole bunch of names. Where do you think the Jets go with the second pick?
If you're the Jets, why Etienne?
It's got to be Najee, right? It's got to.
Well, you went down this route trying to get a stud running. Like, you didn't draft him, but you went down this route trying to get a Le'Veon Bell, or you signed a Le'Veon Bell, and it didn't work out for you. Are you ready? Like, if you're the Jets, are you ready to say one of the most important things we need is a running back right now? Like, I'm not so sure. I would go a different direction if I was the Jets. I wouldn't take a running back. I would take, a Creed Humphrey. I would take someone to play opposite of Carl Lawson. I would take someone in the secondary. I would maybe even take a receiver. I know they got Denzel Mims last year. And Chris Herndon's kind of been a tight end for them that we keep hearing has all this potential, and he's never really lived up to it. So maybe a guy like, who knows, maybe a guy like a Pat Freiermuth would go early enough to the Jets. I don't think so. I would go with probably Humphrey if I was them, or someone else on the offensive line, like maybe a Tevin Jenkins if I was them. But to me, I don't think running back makes a lot of sense strategically for the Jets to kind of set them up for sustained success. But that's just me.
If Aaron Rodgers goes to the Jets, cool, fine. I'd rather them draft. I'd rather them have a 38-year-old quarterback like with 1 or 2 years left in him, even if they're 1 or 2 really good years, than a guy who could be good for the next decade. So fine, have that Aaron Rodgers. Now, if he goes to the Jets or if he goes to the Patriots, fuck that, because I just don't want them to ever be good again. But
don't even say it, man.
When did Mike Greenberg get a beard?
I don't know, man.
I had no idea the man was rocking a beard.
I don't watch Get Up, so I don't even know what he looks like these days.
This is the first time I've turned on.
Hey, sports. Bucky Brooks has Caden Stearns as his number 5 safety. I like that.
This is the first time I think I've turned on ESPN, and honestly, since the last draft, like I don't watch a lot of like all the ESPN I see nowadays is like the random clips that people post on YouTube, like or on Twitter. That's all I see of ESPN. I haven't watched other than live sports. I don't think I've watched an ESPN show in forever, which is crazy because I used to come home every day and watch Around the Horn. I used to be obsessed, but not so much anymore. Yeah, they're not what they used to be. No sports channel really is. But anyway, back to the draft. We were playing this game called This or That earlier in the pre-show, and I wanted to get your take, and I want people in the comment section to throw out what they think as well. I want you guys to throw out 2 prospects at the same position, and actually, it doesn't even have to be the same position anymore. Take 2 prospects that are like relatively ranked in your mind for the Bills, and go with a this or that. Like, so my first this or that was like Christian Barmore or Levi Onwuzurike. Which one would you rather draft if you were the Buffalo Bills, or which one would you rather have the Buffalo Bills draft? And you guys can throw out similar scenarios in the chat, and we'll sort of take a stab at who we'd rather have the Bills draft. But let's start. Levi Onwuzurike, the 3-tech, or Christian Barmore, the 1-tech/3-tech, who might have some character concerns.
I would take Barmore. I mean, he's just the better player in my mind. He's beefier than Levi O. He would, to me, fill that role like I've been talking about, like the Aleem McNeil, the Marvin Wilson combo, 1-tech, 3-tech. I'm way more comfortable if you're going to go interior defensive line, going with someone like that who gives you some options rather than going with the pure 3-tech of Levi O. So give me Christian Barmore in the this or that.
All right, we got a couple more. Greg Newsome or ASJ?
Wow. I've been talking up ASJ a lot, and he would be my pick at 30, and that was all under the guise of Greg Newsome not being available. If both are available, I have to go with Greg Newsome in that situation. I know ASJ gives you a little more flexibility, play inside and out, but Newsome I think is just a better is a better player. I think I would go with Newsome. I mean, I had my notes on Newsome. He had the fewest yards per target allowed of any corner in the class. So
yeah, Newsome's my guy there. Manny coming in, breaking some news. He says Rodgers to Broncos could be done. That's crazy.
Is that true? Let me fire up the old Twitter machine and see.
By chance says this is one I like. Away or Tryon? I'd take Joe Tryon.
Tryon.
I think he
would take Tryon.
I think he fits the archetype of what the Bills are looking for in that position. I think he's got more pass rush upside. So for me, I'd go with Joe Tryon over Away. Even though if the Bills took Away, I'd be cautiously optimistic.
Damon's also now saying Schlereth is saying the Broncos are close to landing Aaron Rodgers.
That's unbelievable to me. That's who would have freaking thought that would be the biggest thing to happen on draft night.
I mean, the Broncos, man, they get Peyton Manning in his twilight. They're going to get Aaron Rodgers. I mean, you got to hand it to Elway. He doesn't give a fuck about drafting quarterbacks.
But he's not even the GM.
I know he's not, but he's still there. But you got it. The organization does not care about developing quarterbacks. They really don't.
So to me, what does it mean? The Packers pick at 9. That changes everything. The Packers. I don't even know.
I got to text my Broncos fan.
9. Elijah Molden or Richie Grant? Everyone knows my answer here. It's Elijah Molden. I think Elijah Molden is going to come into the National Football League and completely take over. If he ends up in the right situation, I think you're looking at the next
That's a good one.
Matthew. I think you're looking at the next Tyrann Mathieu and Elijah Molden. I love Richie Grant, and Richie Grant is honestly more versatile. He's more versatile. But I just think Elijah Molden, the football player, there are just some things about that guy that you just can't teach. The way he can react in that secondary, his awareness. Even though Richie Grant's the better athlete and more versatile, I'm going with Elijah Molden, the football, because I think he's just more of a football player.
I'm going to agree with you on this as much as I like Richie Grant. We know that he did not have a great interview, as Dean reported. I do think that, to me, a Molden just screams more of a fit in our locker room and on our team organizationally than Richie Grant does. I think, as a football player, as a character guy, as a guy who will come in and just really do anything that's asked of him and play balls to the wall every single play, I think Molden is a better fit for the team. Although I think Richie Grant is supremely talented, and I think whoever drafts him is going to get a very good player.
There are some other good ones in here. Let me pull some up.
There's a good one. AVT or Jenkins from Josh Clark.
So I'm losing things.
I'll get it up.
There you go.
Oops. Here we go. AV. Man,
I'm going with Tevin Jenkins. I like the mean streak of Tevin. Don't get me wrong. AVT is a very technically refined football player, and honestly, he's really good. He's really good pass blocking. And if the Bills do plan on just passing the ball all the time and not being a running team, I'm team AVT. And AVT is Elijah Vera Tucker from USC, by the way. Guard, left tackle at USC. He's probably going to kick into guard in the National Football League, but some people still think he might have that tackle flex to his game. But Tevin Jenkins, to me, is just a mauler. He's a guy who can be a really good guard or a really good tackle on the right side. And if you're looking for somebody to improve your running game, if you're looking for someone to get your running game off the ground, I think Tevin Jenkins is the better of the two.
I think you're right about that, but I'm going to go with the definite blue chipper in AVT in that scenario. I think that for me, I want a guy who's going to come in and there's not going to be any doubt in my mind where he's, where he ranks in the pecking order from day one on that front. So it's close. I will say it's very close. And I could see in the actual draft, one team having preference over Jenkins and another team having preference over Vera Tucker. So, maybe I'll just save Vera Tucker just for difference sake.
We got Dante the Goat saying, I like this because these guys are two projects here. Jason Owe could probably be thrown in this conversation as well. Kwity Paye or Gregory Rousseau? Who are you going with?
I'm going with Kwity in this one. Rousseau may have the higher ceiling. We've only seen 1 year of production from him, and he did have a monster year. But we know he didn't do so hot in that pro day in Miami. That was well documented. He's still a very promising player. Kwity just has it all, man. I mean, I put out my edge rankings first for any of the positions I put out, and Kwity was my number one edge in this class. Now, I don't necessarily think the top end of this edge class is necessarily that great, because you would see in years past, if you have a premier edge player, they're going to get picked in the top 10, no doubt. And we may not have an edge player picked, potentially not even in the top 15 this year. So while, that may look top to bottom that the top end of the edge class isn't as good. I think Kwity is still a very good player, and I would, he's my number 1 ranked edge, so I'm going Kwity.
Yeah, we got. I'm going with Kwity too, and mostly because it's the way the Bills want to generate a pass rush. Kwity Paye is the one who's got that first step, right? He's got that burst off the line of scrimmage. So, that's the person who I'm going to lean towards every time. All right, we got Mike Lisinski coming in with a super chat. He said, "What's up, fellas? This guy, that guy, the other guy, whatever. Go Bills, baby! I love it. I love it. This is the mindset we need because if the Buffalo Bills draft Travis Etienne, Bills Mafia, Bills Twitter, Bills social media, Bills everything might explode. Do we have the Travis Etienne conversation right now? Like, do we do it or do we save that for Rico? Like, what?
Let's save it for Rico because we know Rico is the former running back, and he's the one that will say running backs matter. But Rico in his founders mock took Jason away, so it'll be interesting to see like how he can explain himself on that. Like he's all about the running backs making the difference, but then he didn't take Etienne in the founders mock, so he's going to have some explaining to do on that one, I think. So we'll wait for him to come in. I'm not taking a shot at him, but I just
having a good time with that one.
I just want to know why. I just want to know why.
Umber Love wants to know Shi Smith or Cornell Powell, and this is a tough one.
Shi Smith for me.
I'm going Shi Smith as well, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like Shi. I think Shi Smith's a little more refined at this point. Not that Cornell Powell doesn't have the potential, but Shi Smith played more. Cornell kind of came on late there with Clemson. Does have ability, obviously, but Shi Smith, you watch him. He's a gamer, man. He will play through the whistle, play every play hard. He knows that he's not the biggest guy out there or the fastest, but he's definitely, you can tell that Shi Smith learned a few things from Deebo Samuel in his time at South Carolina and the way he plays. So give me Shi Smith in that one.
Yeah, I'm with you. To me, like Cornell Powell, I mean, you see him and Eric Schmidt, he's the one who sent the picture of Kings of Leon playing.
Yeah.
That's a shot in Cleveland. That's just something that took me aback a little bit. You'd think they'd have someone else than Kings of Leon, but he had Eric Schmidt posted a picture of Cornell Powell, and he's like, "Hey guys, who's this look like?" And we're all like, "Is that DK Metcalf?" No, it was Cornell Powell, and Cornell Powell is definitely a tempting player to draft, especially because he was buried behind so many guys at Clemson. Then he finally started to blow up. So you think like, okay, now he's just hitting his peak. This is a guy who everyone's going to say like, well, his production didn't come until later because he was buried behind all these guys. So we're not going to draft him because he couldn't separate himself from these other guys. Okay, cool. So now you can get this guy in the 4th, 5th, 6th round. In reality, he's just hitting his peak. But I just like Shi Smith's competitive nature.
Yep.
The 4.340 really cemented it and sealed it for me. Randy's right when he says he sees a lot of like Stephon Diggs in a Shi Smith. I think that Shi Smith has an opportunity to pop once he gets to the National Football League. Andrew Miller coming in with a really good one. He says Janorius Robinson or Joseph Osai. I'm gonna go.
I'll go first. I'll take Robinson. Take Robinson. I think Osai is linked to the Bills. Obviously, Dan Morgan was at the Texas Pro Day. To me, look, these are guys you're talking about taking in the 2nd or 3rd round, right? So we know, and I went through it earlier, like the edge guy, if you draft an edge guy, like day 1, he's not going to come in and play like 100% of the snaps. Like 1, the Bills don't do that anyway. They have a rotation. And 2, like you still have Epinesa, Hughes, and Addison there. So if I'm going to take a guy, give me the guy with the higher ceiling in that instance. And I think it's Robinson, honestly, from a ceiling standpoint. Osai is a very good football player. And I would not be mad at all if the Bills took Osai because I do like him. And I think that he would be a fit. Obviously, that was discussed as well, whether or not he's actually a fit. Janarius from day 1 is a better fit as well. Like Osai, he stood up, he had his hand in the dirt. It was a little mixed bag for him. So Robinson was hand in the dirt, tools, he has all the tools. So give me Robinson in that one.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm going to lean Janarius Robinson over a Joseph Osai in that situation. Like I said, I just think he meets more the archetype of the Buffalo Bills. Joseph Osai, to me, I really hope a 34 team drafts him because I think that's where he's going to play his best football.
I agree.
Now, the role that we had this conversation with John Todd of Sports Information Solution, like what kind of role is he going to fill here? Most people would say he comes to Buffalo, he's transitioning to the 43 and he's going to be hand in the ground, whatever. John Todd said, like, listen, this is the kind of guy who can play the Lorenzo Alexander role. So he can do a little bit of both and be versatile. How versatile the Bills would want him to be. Maybe early on he's versatile and then he turns into just a hand in the ground player. But, we've seen it with Cody Ford. The Bills have moved Cody Ford all around the offensive line in his 2 years, and it stunted his growth. He stunted his development. So that's not something you might want to do with a guy like Joseph Ossai. So if Janarius Robinson is on the board, he probably meets more of the archetype. Jay Davis with the good one. Yeah, you already clicked it before I did. I was right on that.
It is time for Goodell to get booed, and it is 8:00.
Yeah. So draft day 1 says Travis Net coming to the super chat. I always appreciate you, Travis. Says draft day 1 marks 1 year since I discovered BF. Just showing some love. Go Bills. Yeah. I was talking last show about how far we have come in a year. This is going to be, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be putting on a show for you tonight. We've already got Mitch Brodeur from the 585 report and the BF staff writer. We've already got him in the waiting room. Rico will be joining us within the next 5-6 minutes as well. And we're going to get this thing going. So we're going to have a great time tonight. We're going to give ESPN a run for its money. It's not going to be last year. It's just going to be me and Kevin yelling back and forth at each other. There's going to be some professionality to it. There will still be the vintage yelling. The vintage yelling and bickering back and forth.
We got to have that. Yeah. I mean, we got to have that.
I like this one with Jay Davis. Quinn Meinerz or Wyatt Davis?
Ooh. Okay, well, this is tough because Meinerz gives you that center option, right? And Wyatt Davis is purely guard only. Now, I've said multiple times on this show that I will take a stud over a guy with position flexibility. However, Meinerz is also a stud. So I think if I'm really true to kind of what my heart would say, I would take Meinerz, even though I've been a Wyatt Davis fan this entire process.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think Meinerz center flex is really what does it for me. Wyatt Davis is very much right guard only. I don't know how much the Buffalo Bills are going to have an interest in that, so it should be really interesting. All right, so ESPN is running its promo, and then the Jacksonville Jaguars on the clock, even though everyone knows that they're going to take. It's going to be a 10-minute process to start this draft. So it's about to get interesting, folks. We've got Aaron Rodgers on the trade block. Rumor has it that he could be a Denver Bronco within the hour. What a crazy story, by the way. So before we kick it off and get into our official draft coverage, let's just break down the craziness that has been the Aaron Rodgers news today. So, some reports came out this morning.
This is funny.
Some reports came out this morning. How about one more? No. Reports came out this morning. Yeah, reports came out this morning that San Francisco offered like the 3rd overall pick and then some to Green Bay for Aaron Rodgers. They declined. Then reports came out that Aaron Rodgers wants no part of returning to Green Bay. Everyone jumped all over Aaron Rodgers, calling him the next, Brett Favre, and like, how could he do this? Blah, 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 blah. But then Trey Wingo drops another bomb saying Green Bay promised to trade him this offseason and refused and went back on their word. And the relationship has just broken apart. Adam Schefter was on Twitter Live earlier talking about how they've flown out there to California and they've been talking with him all off season. They can't convince him. They can't change his mind. How all of this didn't leak until the morning of the draft, I don't know. Maybe that was planned. maybe the NFL was like, hey, let's keep this hush hush. No one open your damn mouths. We want to save this for the draft day to add the intrigue to draft day. I mean, imagine the ratings for the draft on ESPN and NFL Network if Aaron Rodgers gets traded in the first hour of this thing. It's going to be absolutely insane. So that's where we're at in the draft scenario here. We got Andrew Miller coming to the super chat. I always appreciate Andrew. He says, with us rotating D-line so often, wouldn't you get more production from a first round DB since there is a possibility of them playing 80-90% of the snaps? I feel like the first rounder should be on the field. And that's a great point. Damon Talbot, Draft Diamonds. I found a tweet of his from a couple of months ago, early on in the process. He said, listen, it's not a coincidence that the Buffalo Bills were at South Carolina's pro day. JC Horn was there. It's not a coincidence that the Bills were at Alabama's pro day. Patrick Surtain was there. It's not a coincidence that the Buffalo Bills were at Florida State's pro day. Asante Samuel Jr. was there. The Buffalo Bills have their eyes on some of the biggest DBs in this draft. Now, when they were originally interested in JC Horn, I think there was maybe an assumption that JC Horn wouldn't be as high of a draft pick as he is now. Early on in the process, there were some rumors and rumblings that Surtain could slip. I really haven't seen his stock drop all that much.
Hasn't dripped either.
Yeah. So the wild card in this really is Caleb Farley with his back injury.
Mm-hmm.
Bills haven't really, to my knowledge, been linked to Caleb Farley at all. They, for some reason, haven't really shown any interest, at least shown it. They could have interest, but not have shown it in Greg Newsome. So yeah, it comes down to guys like ASJ. They met with Elijah Molden. It should be really interesting to see where this goes here. So
well, that also, yeah, I mean, I'm with Andrew on this as well. Like my heart wants ASJ at 30. Like I've said that multiple times online. And that's under the presumption that guys like Newsome aren't there. And it would be very difficult. It would be a very difficult debate in my head. And people are going to say I'm crazy, but if it's Farley and ASJ, I still might take ASJ. I really would. I think I really would. Just knowing the concern about the medicals, I just don't want to mess with that this year. And now Pierre's going to hate me for that because Dickerson falls into that category too. But again, that might not be a guy you have to put on the field day one. Whereas if you draft Farley, the expectation is he's on the field day one.
Here's something to consider. What if the Bills could trade back into round 2?
Yep.
Pick up that extra pick. Does that soften the blow if they take a risk on Caleb Farley in the second round?
I do. I think, like, let's say they trade with Atlanta and they pick at 35, like, and they end up getting an extra third, right? Then in that case, I'm kind of, it does lessen the blow. Like in that case, if like, let's say Farley and Samuel are both there at 35 and they decide they want to go with Farley, I'm not going to be upset. Like, I think like there is a risk to making that pick, but there's also a very high reward in a situation where under normal circumstances, a guy like Caleb Farley is probably a top 10 player. I'm not saying he's a top 10 pick, but he's a top 10 talent, top 10 player in the draft and likely to be a top 15, 20 pick. Back before all this, back stuff started coming up. I mean, there were so many mocks that had him going in the top 10, like to 9 to Denver and things like that. So it would soften the blow for me if, we did pick up that extra third or fourth and we drafted him. But then I also kind of think to myself, well, with that extra third, could you get like probably not Melifonwu at that point, but like there's a lot of corners I like in that second, third round range. So it's kind of like an internal battle I would constantly have with myself, but it would definitely soften the blow, I would say.
Yeah. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick 30-second break, and we come back. We will be live with Mitch Broder, the staff writer from Buffalo Fanatics, thebuffalofanatics.com. And you can find all of his work right over here, the writer's room, thebuffalofanatics.com. And you can also listen to his podcast, The 585 Report, on the Buffalo Fanatics Podcasting Network. You can find all the links to all the different podcasting platforms that we are on at supportbf.com. So in 30 seconds, we will be back with Mitch Broder. Welcome in, Mitch. How you doing this evening?
Good, guys. How you guys doing?
Somebody in the comment section were like, "Oh, it's time for a pee break." No, there are no people. We got bottles here. We got bottles. There are no people.
Can we just pause for 1 second because I feel bad. Truth to Hearts is a loyal viewer of ours, and he asked a question, and I'm trying to find the question he asked. So, Truth to Hearts, if you want to put that question in there again, just put in there. We'll read your question. I know that you wanted us to check that out, so put it in there. We'll read it once you put it in there.
Yeah, sorry, man. They're coming in hot and heavy, so every once in a while we do miss some questions. But Mitch, how you doing this evening? First of all, like, You wearing the Penn State football hat? Is that a sign?
I do have the Bills shirt on. I'm kind of sad that Kevin isn't here. I got the Squish the Fish shirt on just to kind of rub that in a little bit, but he's not here, so I guess I'll have to wait. But I do have to support my knitting lines tonight. So shout out to Micah Parsons and maybe Jason Oweh. We'll see.
Yeah, Bill's Mafia comes in and says, we need Rico and Kevin. Last year's stream was hilarious. They will be here. They will be here shortly. Don't you worry. So within the next couple of minutes, they should be trickling in as well. But Jason Oweh, like, is he your guy? Is he a Penn State homer? Like, you willing to take that risk?
What I've said with him is athletically, he's a freak. And I think early second round is where he could shine. But first round, I have my concerns about him. I mean, listen, I've watched him for 3 years, and the fact he didn't have a sack this past season with those tools, with those skills, I mean, it is concerning. I know he does get the pressure rates and whatnot, but I feel like that's kind of been a theme with Bills, DNs is pressure rates. But I want to see some guys finally finish and get to the passer and get some sacks. So personally, if the Bills trade back in the early second round and take Oweh, I'd be okay with it. But I'm not so sure I want Oweh at 30.
Yeah, this is an odd amount of Kings of Leon on ESPN right now.
Is Jacksonville
I was
even
thinking
on the
that
clock
too.
yet? Are they even on the clock yet? Like I don't even see the.
I get
the
it.
timer.
Like, you want a band or like, it's fine, but like, this is like the third song they played, and we are like 10 minutes in. This is a little weird. But Truth to Hearts came in and said, if we draft ASJ at 30 and Caleb slips in the second, do we double dip at corner? Not for those two, in my opinion. Are they like, to me, as much as I think Asante can play inside, that screams to me to boundary corner. Maybe they're so good that it doesn't matter. What do you think, Mitch?
I mean, Farley's medicals are so concerning. I mean, of course, we don't know. Obviously, I don't really think the Bills know at this point what to do with him. So, in my opinion, if you're taking ASJ at 30, you're probably not double dipping at corner with the next pick. You're not trading up to take another one. So, I'll say if they go corner at 30, I don't think they're going to take a corner until probably day 3. So, I don't know if I agree with that.
If he's there at 61, they might take him.
if he's there at 61, you might have to take him, but I don't think I'd trade up in the second to get him.
No, I'm with you there. I think you're right on that.
So Roger Goodell has taken Joe Thomas out there, I think, to soften the blow a little bit.
Yeah,
but I think the recliner from his basement where they held the draft last year is also on the stage. I think I see his recliner.
I heard they brought it to the stage this year.
Is that Jarvis Landry that's up there too? Who is that?
No,
looks like it.
Is that Jarvis Landry? Or is that?
Yeah, it's definitely. I think that is Jarvis Landry.
I don't have the sound on my broadcast. I'm going.
They got Jarvis and Bernie. Bernie Kosar is the other one up there.
Oh, so they got the Cleveland guys. That's why.
Yep, Bernie's got to look out, or Jarvis Landry's going to hit him in the head when he's not looking.
Can they just freaking put Jacksonville on the clock already? I mean, for goodness sake, just get them on the clock. Anyway, So, Mitch, we were talking about Oweh, right? And you were saying, we were concerned about the pressures not translating. And Rico, I'm sure you saw it in the Founders Mock. He picked Oweh with his first pick, and he seems to be a polarizing figure right now in the Bills community, with a lot of people saying they love the tools, they love the RAS score was obviously very good. It's not fair to compare him to Aaron Maben, which is totally justified. He's not Aaron Maben. But there's still concern that given those skills and given that athleticism, he didn't get home. Now, I think Pierre made this point. I could be wrong. It might have been Rico. So Pierre, give me the thumbs up or thumbs down if this was you. There's a point where he comes into the NFL and the coaching's better. He's around better players. He's around vets, and that environment may actually, that wasn't Pierre. That must have been Rico that said that environment would actually help him in that translation to actually getting to the quarterback. Do you buy into that?
I don't know. I mean, I just think here's the thing with Oweh, and
I don't, for what it's worth. I don't buy into it.
I'm not so sure if I buy into it either. I just think with Oweh, like when you look at him, right? Like again, he's got all the tools, and a lot of it is just him putting it together and learning. Because And honestly, even and maybe I'm moderately embarrassed to say this, but as a Penn Stater, but I mean, I found out recently. I mean, he hasn't played football for all that long, so for him, he still has to learn how to play football. As weird as that does sound for a guy that we're talking about could be a first round pick, but again, as I've kind of harped on, like I just think the Bills have had year after year having a top pressure rate in the league, but the sack numbers haven't necessarily been there. So I don't know. I just think that for me, at least personally, and of course, I don't know what Brandon Beane's thinking. I don't know what Sean McDermott's thinking. I would like to see a guy who I know can at least, because listen, pressures are great, but sacking the quarterback can kind of change the game. And like I said, I've watched Oweh play.
I mean,
exactly. You can even get those strip sacks potentially. Like again, I've watched Oweh for 3 years, and he's flashed once in a while, but for him, it just hasn't been consistent. I just don't think he's got a lot of moves. And it's just a matter of can you develop this guy? Can you teach him, or is he just kind of the next guy who's freaky, who's got the tools that just kind of never puts together? And that's kind of the gamble I think he is at 30. Now, Brandon Beane did mention that they're willing to kind of draft for the future, and Oweh is certainly drafting for the future, because I just don't think you're going to get a lot of production out of him in year one. I think he's going to have to kind of marinate, learn behind Addison and Hughes for a year or so before he can be potentially a starter. So again, I kind of have mixed feelings about Oweh. Of course, again, as the Nittany line in me wants him to go to the Bills, be great, but my brain's also telling me that he is a risk.
Well, I'm an NC State guy, and I didn't want TJ Graham to go to the Bills, so you don't have to root for your guys to go to the teams if you don't like them.
I have some updates on the Aaron Rodgers situation.
Okay, let's hear it.
Jay Glazer on Fox Sports Radio says Aaron Rodgers is not going to San Francisco. He also, in the same interview,
he said he was going to Denver.
Yeah, well, it's not official yet. So this is Jay Glazer, not Benjamin Albright. But then Glazer also, so that also would confirm that maybe Denver is the front runner. Glazer also says in the same interview that the Packers front office did not even tell Matt LaFleur that they were taking Jordan Love last year.
Wow. Wait, so you're telling me that Matt LaFleur he wasn't in the war room? What does that mean?
I think I don't know.
That's weird.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Like the head coach is always in the war room, man. Like whether or not he's got the final say, that's like the organization decides.
We're not talking about some schlub though. We're talking about Jay Glazer. Like,
right. No, that's what I'm saying. It's
odd. Jay's got his connections. He knows what he's talking about. So that's crazy.
Whew. That's kind of a bombshell, man. I mean, the Packers still made it to the NFC Championship game again for the second year in a row. So, wow, that's wild. So, what about any news on the Rodgers to Denver thing? That's still kind of TBD. Oh my God, the Jags are actually on the clock now. Oh, they have been.
There we go.
Like hey, Mel Kiper is trending on Twitter. So,
well, I don't know if you guys saw earlier. Mel Kiper was saying that he didn't think that Jordan Love pick was a bad pick for the Packers. This is today, before the draft started, and I couldn't disagree with that more, because I think the Jordan Love pick caused all this that we're seeing, over the last year kind of unfold. Yeah. So
I don't know about that. I just don't know.
Really?
Like, I understand that could contribute to it, but you got to remember, like, Aaron Rodgers is a guy who, like, clearly they've plateaued there in Green Bay. Like, every time it looks like they're going to, since they've won the Super Bowl, every time it looks like they're going to get close, something gets in their way. This is a guy who's now coming towards the tail end of his career. He's engaged to a Hollywood actress. He's from California. To me, this screams like a guy who just wants to get on the West Coast. Like, this is a guy. Who are the 3 teams that he wants to go to? San Francisco, Denver, and Las Vegas were the 3 teams I think that, according to Benjamin Albright, he is asking to go to. So, this screams to me like the Chris Paul situation. When Chris Paul was leaving Oklahoma City after being traded from the Clippers. Older, towards the tail end of his career, all of his family was in Los Angeles from his time with the Clippers. He was like, listen, I want to be near California. So when you trade me Oklahoma City, don't you dare trade me anywhere on the East Coast. I want to get as close to Los Angeles as possible. And he ended up in Phoenix. So this screams to me like this is something maybe that Aaron Rodgers is trying to pull. Obviously, Justin Herbert and Matt Stafford are set in Los Angeles. He's not going to get to Los Angeles, Hollywood, but whether you can get to San Francisco, he can get to Denver, he can get to Las Vegas. He's at least on the same coast, and he's within a relatively short move or short travel distance to, the Los Angeles area.
I mean, I suppose, I guess, but I don't know. I just think that also, like, the Packers have used picks that haven't necessarily helped him. I think the reason why the Packers haven't gotten over that hump, haven't gotten to the Super Bowl, is that outside of Devontae, Adams, they haven't really given him a lot of, weapons, except for maybe, I guess, Aaron Jones. But again, that was a 5th-round pick. Kind of got lucky with him. So as much as I do agree with you in the sense of I think he is ultimately deep down a West Coast guy, I think if the Packers gave him weapons, gave him O-line help, I think he would be okay and happy to stay in Green Bay. But you can't necessarily lie. They have neglected the skill position players on the offensive side of the ball for so many years. And for a guy that's coming off an MVP season, it's just, you would think that they would really invest to kind of put them over the top. Because look at Tampa Bay. I mean, they had weapons galore for Brady. Anyone Brady wanted, they got. And I think for Rodgers, that had to be frustrating to see that.
Yeah.
Well, Tampa Bay already had Godwin. They had Mike Evans. They had Cameron Brate already. They had Scotty Miller, and they still went out and signed Antonio Brown and Gronk.
And Leonard Fournette.
And
Leonard Fournette. So
and
they went out. They went out and did all that. And the Packers, to their credit, if you want to give them, they did re-sign Aaron Jones, but I know that, that's not a receiver. I mean, he's a great receiving back, but he's not a receiver. And how many countless times did as many great plays as Valdez-Scantling make last year? How many drops did he have as well? Right. So outside of Devontae Adams, and Tonyan was a great story last year too, which I think was unexpected. No one really thought that would happen. They had drafted Jay Sternberger the year before. So it would have made sense to me had the Packers at the tail end of that first round last year, when you saw guys like Justin Jefferson and Laviska Shenault and those type, Jalen Reagor, those types getting drafted. Like, one of those guys could have helped Green Bay, not just last year, but for the last few years of Rodgers' tenure there. So it's tough. I mean, if a guy like a Rashod Bateman falls into their lap tonight at pick 29, like, you gotta take him, right? Like, I feel like if you're the Packers. So Jags still on the clock, it looks like. I think mine might be a little lagged. What time do you guys have on your clock? I have 3:30.
I got 3:30 as well.
Oh, you guys are ahead of me. I got 3:56.
Okay. Kendall's in the background, and he will let us know when the pick is in. So that's fine.
What's crazy too, though, is a couple people in the comment section talking about Trevor Lawrence's wife. It's a good thing that Brett Musburger wasn't called upon.
Did you just say Brett Musburger? I think is what I heard.
Brett Musburger wasn't called in to fill in for Trey Wingo. So we can all be thankful for that, I guess. But yeah, this is
this Jags thing is interesting, right? Because, like, we know they're taking Trevor Lawrence. I'm more interested to see what they do the rest of the draft after the Trevor Lawrence pick. Like,
I agree.
What are they? Pierre, I think, was making the case last night in the show with Rico that the Jags need to, like, go O-line. I think protect their investment, their new investment. Right? They've got Cam Robinson back. They have Norwell, but, like, they're not super sturdy on that offensive line. I know they've taken swings at trying to fix that O-line in the past, and hasn't necessarily worked out. I don't think they need to go after a receiver personally. They got Shenault last year. They signed Marvin Jones. They still have DJ Chark. So I think Pierre's onto something there. The Jags, at least early in the draft, maybe helping Lawrence out by going O-line with their other pick they have later in the first round. And they obviously have.
Outside of tight end, their skill position players are pretty good. So
well, that was my other thing. Your guy, could they go for Freiermuth?
Yeah, they could. I could see that. I mean, I know they have a lot of interest with Freiermuth. I mean, I'm a fan of his. He's personally my favorite Penn State player coming out this season. I like him more than Parsons. I mean, not like, obviously you can't really compare the two, but as a general fan of Penn State football, I think Freiermuth, I just think his ceiling is definitely a little bit limited, but the guy's physical, and he's really, I mean, he's a good blocker. He's got good hands, so there's a lot to like with him. So, but
go ahead.
Go ahead, Dave. Go ahead, Dave.
I was going to say, to me, if I'm the Jags and I'm looking at the offensive linemen that are available, you've got guys like Eichenberg and Raduns and Christensen and Cosme. I would go ahead and take Freiermuth at 25, and then I would take whatever your best offensive lineman is on the board at 33 with that first pick in the second round. I wouldn't even give the chance that Freiermuth doesn't get to you at 33. I would go ahead and take him at 25, and then I would take the offensive lineman at 33. That would be my strategy, and I think the pick is now in, so we'll let Kendall get to it. Okay. I guess we're not letting him get to it. I will get to it then. We'll do that. 1 second. And we wait for them to say Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah,
maybe that's why Kendall was waiting.
Right.
Anyway, first pick of the night. We'll just see how it goes. Maybe we'll wait on doing that until they actually put the name up. But we all expect
the 30th pick, we will get this right. We will time it.
So sorry, Kendall, if that was like your plan. My bad on that.
Is Kings of Leon still playing in the background? Like, did they hire Kings of Leon as the house band for the night?
There is a band in the background. It's a little tough to see, but
that'd be pretty dope. They just got Kings of Leon as the house.
That would be.
All right, here it is.
Don't tell me you can't afford to build a new stadium and the taxpayers have to pay for it, Roger Goodell. You just booked Kings of Leon for the entire night.
All right, and here it is. I don't know if Goodell made his way to the podium yet on yours, Steve, but he is at the podium for me on mine.
He's getting there on mine. So you guys are in charge of the button pressing.
All right, you know what? I'm letting Kendall do it because I just probably messed the whole thing up for him, whatever his plan was. So there it is.
Yep, no surprise.
All right,
and there it is.
Trevor Lawrence, the 6'6", 220-pound player from Clemson. This guy was 19 years old when he was making plays in that national championship game left and right. And there's just something to be said about the fact that a 19-year-old had the stones to go and play like that on the biggest stage outside of maybe the Super Bowl in the entire world. So Trevor Lawrence to the Jacksonville Jaguars. You can't not make this pick, right? You just can't not make it.
He's the best quarterback in the draft. I think PFF had said he's the highest quarterback they've ever rated in their rating system. You know, take that for what it's worth. But to me, he is the most polished guy in this draft. He played at Clemson, which we know, obviously, with the most recent success. Deshaun Watson has had success in the NFL. I'm not saying they're the same player, but clearly any concerns someone had about a quarterback coming out of Clemson just being a product of that offense was kind of squashed when Deshaun Watson did what he did once he got to the NFL. Because let's not forget, there were questions of whether Deshaun Watson, as good as he was in college, winning those national championships, whether or not he would be even good in the NFL. So I think teams wised up to that, saw what the success he had, and then saw how good Lawrence was early in his career as a young guy at Clemson. This makes a lot of sense for the Jags, and probably the reason why Urban Meyer took the job, honestly.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't picture Urban Meyer taking. And you know what's crazy too is like on ESPN they were showing. I guess they had to go back to when Urban Meyer was at Ohio State. They were showing all the same things that Trevor Lawrence did that Dwayne Haskins did. I thought it was a weird thing to do.
That's a little weird.
That is a little weird.
But they're like, oh, back in college, Urban Meyer liked this type of rollout. Let's watch Dwayne Haskins do that rollout. Now let's watch Trevor Lawrence do that rollout. So it was just a really weird thing that they were doing, going back and forth. But we now have the New York Jets on the clock, Gangrene Nation. I need to ask this question of you guys because I honestly this didn't click with me until today. Is Zach Wilson like a 13-year-old Z-bot?
Oh my god! I always thought Scotty Farrell was like a 45-year-old Z-bot.
I guarantee you, if you go and you find Z-bot's Facebook and scroll down to like the very bottom for like the first ever photos he posted on Facebook like 10 years ago, and he's probably like in middle school, it literally probably looks just like Z-bot. Like I guarantee you, Zach Wilson and Z-bot.
Oh, the Jets war rooms.
Yeah, they're
chumming up. They're chumming up with each other because they just drafted a quarterback. Congratulations, Jets. Maybe it'll be Ken O'Brien like they did back then when everyone was shocked they took him over Marino in that draft. Will we have another shocker?
Kyle Wilson coming in, saying it with his chest. He says Johnny Manziel 2.0. Zach Wilson isn't going to be as good as they hope not to be. I'm not like.
I don't know if I agree with that either.
I'm not that I disagree with that, but from a Bills perspective, like maybe it'll change. But right now, I'm not that scared of Zach Wilson. Like, what would you guys say? Like, it doesn't frighten me.
It doesn't frighten me just because of the Jets situation. Like, new head coach, defensive head coach, and I'm not saying like I would much rather have Adam Gase been there than Robert Saleh, because I actually like Robert Saleh. I think he's going to be a good coach. The Jets, obviously, with Joe Douglas, there's some track record there now with him coming from the Eagles organization. I think he's actually been a pretty decent GM so far for them. So I'm not worried about them right now. Like a couple years down the road, like maybe we can talk about the Jets being a real threat, but like this is a team that should have probably had the number 1 pick this year had they not won like a BS game at the end of last season. So honestly, we should be happy that the Jets won that game. And I think it's going to be funny when we look years back. I think it's going to be funny when we look years down the road and like this meaningless game the Jets won set their franchise back again because they could have had Trevor Lawrence and instead they ended up with Zach Wilson, and they're going to be drafting a quarterback again in a couple years. Now, that I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I could see that happening.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Zach, I like Zach Wilson. I think he's got a lot of potential, but on the other hand, there's a lot of bust potential too with him. And I've seen some people saying, his background is a little Josh Rosen-esque, where he's very confident. He's in a situation where, and again, I don't necessarily agree with using this, statement, but, basically saying that like, he doesn't need football for a living necessarily. So we'll see. I personally, I think Justin Fields for me is QB2. That's like I would have taken this position. I said that to Judge. I'm not that high. Yeah, I'm just not. I like Wilson, but for me, he's just not QB2. So if that's the guy that the Jets go with, fine. We'll see if they can develop him. But again, until Wilson shows me that he is a good quarterback, I'm not really too scared of what the Jets are doing, to be honest.
They're showing a lot of Zach. We've been showing so many Zach. Have they reset the clock on the timer? Oh no, the pick is in.
Well, the pick's already in. Yeah,
they reset the. Oh, so on mine they had.
We got a better process now for this one. We're not gonna play the pick is in chime until they announce who the player is, so that we can actually put the player picture up afterwards. So it's fine. But no, I'm with Mitch. I said that to Steve before we went on. I would take Fields if I was the Jets. I think he's probably the most ready to come in and like. Take over like a starting job right away. He's played in big games. We saw what he did against Alabama, obviously in a losing effort, but he's played in big games and he's shown toughness in those games. And like, it's weird how certain guys, draft stock changes for no reason. And then other guys draft stock stays the same when there's other information. Like, Oweh is a good example, right? Like Oweh's draft stock really didn't change that much after his pro day because even though he ran that 4.3, whatever, people already knew he was a freak athlete. It was just validation. Like that wasn't going to move his draft stock. But for some reason, Justin Fields' draft stock has kind of been all over the place. Seen him going as late as middle of the first round to late in the first round to as high as pick 2. So it's going to be really interesting here. I mean, we all think the Jets are going to take Wilson. Goodell's coming up to the podium now, so
they got the fans in the chair.
After that, Jeff Landers has a heck of a comment in the comment section that we're going to have a discussion about as well. But yeah, Z-Bot Jr. is about to get selected here by the.
All right, here we go. Pick is in. Goodell's announcing it.
There we go.
I can confirm that. Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson is the pick. Yep. So we all assume he'd be a top 5 pick. I mean, the arm talent's there. We know that. The question will be, like Mitch said, how committed is he, and how well will he translate to moving from Utah and playing in New York under the spotlight, right? So, look, hey, there is that. Highlight thrown to your guy there, Judge, Dax Milne.
A couple of things. So Jay Davis says, guys, please don't spoil anything else from here on out. We're not tipping picks. So if we're coming in before your TV, it is because that your TV is behind.
We are not putting it until the
we're not saying anything
unless it's someone in the comment section tipping the picks. And
we are not.
We cannot control. But yeah. So one of the things that I do like about Zach Wilson too is. I was watching the BYU, the Coastal Carolina game, and they were talking about Zach Wilson. They were talking about his mindset. The one thing I am scared of is, Randy was on in the pre-show talking about, like, I want a quarterback who's in the right mindset. Like, I want a quarterback who wants it. Trevor Lawrence is very much that quarterback who's been handed everything his entire life. Now, I'm willing to maybe overlook that a little bit because I've seen what he does as an 18, 19-year-old kid on the world's biggest stage. But Zach Wilson is very much not a kid who's been handed every single thing. And they talk about, like, what does he do in his off time at BYU? He spends his entire week. He watches films of NFL quarterbacks, and he watches what NFL quarterbacks does. He mentions watching Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, whatever. So he spends his off time at BYU literally consuming the tape of NFL quarterbacks and trying to model his game after NFL quarterbacks. So I think that Zach Wilson, despite the fact that I'm not nervous, this is the kind of guy who has the arm talent, and you're willing to take a chance on that guy because the work ethic is there, and that he has the drive and the willingness to improve. If Josh Allen wasn't spending every single summer with Jordan Palmer, would he be the quarterback he is? Probably not. That Zach Wilson has that kind of drive. He's not going to Dwayne Haskins it and be drafted and just take the money, get to the big lights of New York and just coast. That's not who Zach Wilson is. So it's a good pick for the Jets, but I'm not worried until I see it on the field.
Yeah, now on NFL Network, they're comping him to Joe Burrow and Russell Wilson. They obviously just showed that one highlight from his pro day, which has been shown probably 1,000 times, where he's throwing across his body into that deep post. So the arm talent's there. I mean, there's no question about that. Joe Burrow is an interesting comp for him because I actually would say like Zach Wilson might even be a little bit more fluid than Joe Burrow, but I do think Joe Burrow is probably a better prospect. Russell Wilson's an interesting comp. Mitch, thoughts on that comp? I mean, that one I hadn't seen before.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one. The one comp I have seen, which I guess, I mean, in hindsight, I suppose is pretty similar, is Kyler Murray. A little bit bigger, obviously, but similar kind of player where, very athletic, big arm, a little undersized. So I think the Russell Wilson comp, you could make it, but I will say this about Wilson as far as kind of talking about as a prospect. Like, here's kind of what, Judge and Tilt, what you guys think about this, because I think it is interesting how in 2019, he was pretty solid, kind of on the radar of NFL scouts. But in 2020, obviously, he makes this big jump. But the schedule was quite easy for BYU in 2020. Do you guys think that maybe is in play? Like, do you think that his numbers were just awesome because BYU kind of didn't play anybody this past season, or do you think he really just did develop?
I mean, it could be a multitude of things. I mean, but even if it was the schedule being easier, I still think you can't overlook that arm talent. And, to me, it's like you got like, we're probably going to see Mac Jones take it next. And it's like,
right,
Zach Wilson over Mac Jones any day of the week.
We have to be careful about that too, because we're talking about that in the same context of look at our quarterback, right? Played at Wyoming. Look at guys like Carson Wentz, North Dakota State. Guy like Trey Lance is going to get picked here. So it's not always. I mean, I'll say this, and my friend made a good point to me the other day, and I started thinking about like, I don't really care like what conference you play in. Like, college defenses are trash across the board. Like, they just are. Right. Like, they're just like, even in the SEC, in the Big Ten, like the Big Ten is known for like great defense. But even in the Big Ten and the SEC, like, I mean, how many shootouts has Alabama been now in the last couple of years? Whereas you used to like think like 5-6 years ago, like, oh, they were a defensive powerhouse. I'm not saying they don't have good defensive players, but college defenses just aren't slowing down college offenses. So to me, like, I'm not so concerned necessarily. I mean, it's still BYU. He's still playing, in the FBS. So to me, I'm not worried about that as much as maybe some other people are.
Gotcha.
Right. We are going to be back in about 30 seconds, folks. And when we're back in 30 seconds, we are going to have a nice little surprise for you. So stick with us. Be right back in about 30 seconds. Well, here they are, ladies and gentlemen, Canada's finest.
Gentlemen, how are we today?
Doing good. How you guys doing?
We had to do a reset up of the studio.
You're gonna have to turn your TV down. I can hear it in the background.
You can hear it way too much. Yeah, it's the microphone. That's how good the microphone is.
This guy's got the ears. You know what I mean? Like he's picking things up left, right.
How's that sound? Is that a little better?
It's better, yeah.
Hit the floor at my house, man. He's like,
dude, it sounded like you were bowling back there. What the heck was going on?
Yeah, Kev, what was going on in your house yesterday, man?
My lady was making banana bread.
Did you tell her to?
I can't hear it.
Were the bananas made out of solid gold? I mean, what the hell was that?
You know what she's doing? She forgot to get cinnamon powder, so she had the sticks and she's grinding the sticks on a cheese grater.
Oh my God.
I couldn't hear it. Right?
It sounded like she was beating pans and just doing it on purpose. Like,
I was laughing. It's like some idiots got.
You guys are getting in here just for the juicy part because now the pick is in for the Niners, and we're about to get
some draft starts.
This is where it all begins, fam. Let's go.
Yeah. Yep. This is where it diverges, and we don't know. Like from here on, it's like
Jim Rome said he should pick Kyle Pitts. I could not believe he said that.
Yeah,
he said San Fran should pick Kyle Pitts. He
said he should trade all of those assets for a tight end.
What's he smoking, man? Come on now.
I know you have George Kittle, but there's no but.
No, there's no but. I mean, and you got to think like, okay, I'll ask you guys this now because we assume this is going to be a quarterback. Do you think that we will see Jimmy G get moved this weekend, or do you think it'll happen in the summer sometime?
Depends who they take.
It all depends who they take.
If they take Trey Lance, I would keep Jimmy because I don't think Lance is ready to play. If they take, Mac Jones, he's allegedly more pro ready, but I don't know. If I had Lance, I'd keep Jimmy G for a year for sure.
Yep, and here comes Goodell up to the podium. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Kev. I don't like one thing I was worried about, and I mentioned to Steve is I did not want to see Jimmy G get traded back to the Pats because I actually think that'd be good.
I at this point I'm hoping for that. At this point, I'm hoping that they bring him back because I'd rather Pats have Jimmy G than draft Justin Fields.
Awesome.
All right, there we go. The pick is in.
I like.
I think it's ridiculous.
Lance from North Dakota State. We had him picked at 15 picks. We weren't sure where, but to me, this makes sense for the Niners. I think this is the better pick than Mac Jones. I think the only other way you could have gone here would have been Fields. But I think if you're Lance and you go to the Niners and the Niners do keep Jimmy G, it's a good situation for him to be in. If they decide to keep Jimmy G, I mean, I think from a ceiling standpoint, Lance might have the highest ceiling outside of Trevor Lawrence of all the quarterbacks in this draft. So I think it's a good move for the Niners. I think it should have been Lance or Fields. I'm glad it wasn't Mac Jones.
Right.
So I think they made the right call there going with Lance. I mean, I think they could have been taking Fields and it would have been just as good as well.
So let me ask you guys.
I agree.
What is it about this Trey Lance kid that's got San Fran in awe? I know there's not much film on him. He played all of 2019, had no interceptions actually, was just almost flawless. Then he obviously this season didn't go through with it. What's so good about this guy? I want to know. You guys Steve, I'm gonna pass it on to you. What do they love about him so much?
He's Josh Allen.
He's Josh Allen.
He's Josh Allen. No, I don't care what you have to say, Kevin. This guy is Josh Allen. This is a guy who he's got all of the physical attributes that are needed to play the quarterback in the National Football League. This is a guy who is like a fullback playing quarterback. He's got that body type. He's got that athleticism. But at the same time, he's been overlooked his entire life. He never got those D1 scholarship offers his entire life. He wanted to go to Minnesota. Minnesota did not want him as a quarterback. Everyone just kept saying no to this kid his entire life. And he kept saying, yes, I am a quarterback. He went to North Dakota State. He put up those numbers. He put himself on an NFL radar, and now he's a third overall pick in the draft. And that mindset is going to carry over his entire NFL career. Don't doubt Trey Lance. I do think that this keeps Jimmy Garoppolo in play for San Francisco because as Kevin said, he's not ready to start in the National Football League yet. But this is a kid I don't want to bet against. I don't want to bet against Trey. I'll bet against Mac Jones. I'll bet everything I have against Mac Jones. Yeah, that dude screams bust to me.
Yeah,
like Christian he's too busy out partying with the boys. Yeah. I wouldn't bet against the drive that this kid has. I just wouldn't bet against it.
And Trey Lance, I mean, for as much as people wanted to talk about Josh Allen's accuracy and decision making coming out, like that is not a question with Trey Lance. Like his decision making, his poise in the pocket. Like that's one of his strengths, actually, in addition to his arm talent and his mobility. So he does have the tools, all the tools that you would want. And that's why I think this makes a lot of sense. This pick would have made sense for the Niners or the Falcons, right? Because in either case, they would have come in behind a veteran. Matt Ryan still has 2 years left on his contract. Jimmy G still there in San Francisco. Either situation would have been great for him to come into. So I actually think it's a good pick for the Niners.
I agree with you, Dill. I agree with you, Till, for sure. I think because Trey Lance, I mean, all he needs is the reps, man. I mean, they showed it during the pre-draft, conversation. I mean, he's only got 300-something pass attempts in his career. So just get this guy some reps, some coaching. I mean, I think that for the Niners moving up to 3, I think taking Mac Jones would have been just so stupid because
Agreed.
Mac Jones does not have the ceiling Trey Lance does, just period. There's no debate there. So if you're going to trade up to 3, you might as well take the guy that could maybe be special versus a guy that is Kirk Cousins 2.0. So I think this is the right decision. I mean, again, personally, I would have taken Fields, but I think Lance. I like Lance a lot, so I'm cool with this pick.
And according to Pro Football Network, it was Kyle Shanahan's pick to make. They were giving Kyle Shanahan carte blanche to do whatever he wanted to do with this third pick, as long as it was a quarterback. And his guy was Matt Jones because he coached Mac Jones in Washington, and he thought he could be effective with Mac Jones. He probably thought that he was going to trade Jimmy Garoppolo, and once the trade with New England dissolved, because it looks like that trade might be dissolving, he then started listening to those other guys in the scouting department at San Francisco and said, all right, this Trey Lance kid, we can send him around. I can work with him. I can mold him into what I want to be. Noisy Boy comes in and says, my fat hot take is Trey Lance will never be as good as Josh Allen. I don't disagree. I'm not saying he's going to be the next Josh Allen, but he doesn't have to be. Want to know why? Because I love Brian Daboll as much as the next guy, but Kyle Shanahan is a better offensive mind, and he will be able to manufacture stuff for Trey Lance that Brian Daboll wouldn't have been able to manufacture for Josh Allen. So I don't think there'll be as much responsibility on his plate.
Who did Trey Lance play against? That we're so in awe, and I'm not even hating. Who did he play? What talent did he play against?
No one.
So we want to talk about, he's a Josh Allen. Josh Allen, he's played a while.
He played against Iowa and got he played against Iowa and got his face smashed in. Like when Josh Allen played against decent talent at Wyoming, he sucked. Like
it's true, he was bad.
Let's cool the Jets.
In Nebraska too, he was not nice against Nebraska either.
No, it's just bad all around.
Listen, let's just cool the Jets on Mr. Lance. We'll see how he does. I like this. I'm looking at the highlights.
All right, picks in, guys. It looks very important. So they need to go QB
we'll
here.
We'll see how Mr. Trey Lance does. Mr. Josh Allen.
This is going to determine Kev's fate here at 6, isn't it?
Come on. Just take Justin Fields. He's a Georgia boy,
Come on, take Pitts, Atlanta. Come on, do it.
Who do you guys think they take?
Kev is excited.
I think they take Pitts, but I need them to take a QB here.
I would take Pitts if I was Atlanta, and then if I'm at pick 35 in them, I might try to trade up at the end of the first round and get a QB. That would kind of be my thought process, or just take whatever QB's there at 35. If you like a Mond or you like a David Mills, they're probably going to be there at 35.
Yeah, just put everything on the farm on this QB. That's what we need. That's what we're all hoping for right now.
Are you excited?
But the other thing too is, I mean,
I don't want you to freak out, bro.
This is a pick for the future too for Atlanta, because they do have Hayden Hurst, who they just paid last year.
Stop announcing the picks until we do.
You guys are seeing it before me. You saw
the picks in.
You saw Trey Lance before I saw it, so
right, me too.
I'm behind.
We won't say a word until you guys say it.
The pick is in, but
yeah. I'll tell you right now. I'll let you know when, like, Goodell is just walking up to the podium now.
Yep, same with me.
Same as me.
Okay, so we'll see. We're gonna try not to have spoilers here. The chat.
Two guys have already spoiled it.
Yeah.
Sean Wilkinson.
Does this move make sense to you? Honestly, Kyle Pitts and Falcons. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense if the Falcons really truly believe they can compete now for that division, which. Look, you can make the case that Matt Ryan was not the problem with that team last year. And I would say that that's probably true. I don't think Matt Ryan was the problem with the team that year. Honestly, the problem with that team last year is they could never get healthy on defense. There was always someone injured, and they blew how many leads? I mean, you go back to that Dallas game, you go back to other games, they were winning big in games against Seattle, against Dallas, and they just could not seal the deal. And now Dan Quinn obviously felt the wrath of that with getting fired. But honestly, Dan Quinn had been doing, Dan Quinn probably should have been out the door in Atlanta a year or two ago. So I don't necessarily think Atlanta is ready. I mean, look, Carolina, we don't know what's going to happen with Darnold. The Saints, they're now a question mark with like Jameis or Taysom Hill. So maybe Atlanta's sitting there thinking like, we do have a chance, but the problem is big bad Tampa Bay sitting there in your division still. So I don't know. I don't know about this. I don't know about it. I mean, it's a great pick because it's the best player on the board for them. But Matt Ryan, 2 years left on his contract. Are you going to draft a QB and have him sit for 2 years when you're probably not going to be able to move Matt Ryan with the money he's making? If Matt Ryan maybe only had 1 year left on his deal, I could see them going quarterback. But with 2 years left on his deal, I think then this makes more sense for them to take Pitts than a quarterback.
I just think the Falcons are. No, Kevin, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, buddy. I was just saying, like, the Falcons aren't going to be picking 4, assuming all goes well. Right. So if your plan goes to fruition and you make the playoffs, which, we'll call them a wild card fringe team, then you're picking 19, 17. And next year, when Ryan has 1 year left in a QB barren draft, pretty much, plus this is a lot of sour grapes, but it makes sense because with Arthur Smith as a new head coach, right? They love to. This is the right type of tight end for his offense. Mm-hmm. This is the Delaney Walker on.
Okay,
juice,
that's what I was going to say. Yeah. Who's his player comp?
Like, no. His player comp is not Delaney Walker. I'm just saying
Julio Jones.
Yeah.
Julio Jones' player comp.
Does Julio Jones get traded now? That's the question I want to know.
You're going to take why load up for now?
Thank you.
And then trade away.
No, you're not trading Julio. One. You're not gonna have to eat. You're not gonna eat all that money if you're Atlanta because you're still gonna have to pay. And this move to me tells me that you're going in this season with Kyle Pitts, Hayden Hurst, Julio Jones, Calvin Ridley, Matt Ryan, and then whatever running back you're gonna find late. Yeah, whatever running back you're gonna find later in the draft because Todd Gurley's not there anymore. Not that Todd Gurley looked that good last year. Anyway.
They picked up Mike Davis. You forgot about that.
Mike Davis, and I believe Mike Davis, Brian Hill, I believe, was a free agent, so I don't think he's back. But Mike Davis looked pretty good in Carolina last year at times with filling in for McCaffrey. So there you go. They're showing on the screen right now on NFL Network. You got Mike Davis, Julio, Ridley, and Pitts, and they also still have Hayden Hurst. They need to mention him as well. So that has a potential to be a good offense. They do have a good offensive line. The question will be, again, can they get that defense in order? They couldn't with a defensive head coach and Dan Quinn. So can they do that now with Arthur Smith, who is an offensive coach? So we'll see what happens there. But I still think it was the right pick for them, given the contract situation of Matt Ryan. I know Kev's pissed about it.
This is where the draft is interesting. And I see Kevin freaking out over there. Because if Jamar Chase
was shaking right now, Kevin's just
so Kevin, because we haven't had a chance to have a conversation, Kevin. So I know you want a receiver with this 6th pick for Miami, correct? You want some kind of receiver.
Yeah.
So it's a win-win-win because you could have had Kyle Pitts, Jamar Chase, or Jaylen Waddle. But how did you rank those 3? And you got to be sitting on pins and needles if Jaylen Waddle was your number 3. Because Jamar Chase, despite the fact that they should take Penei Sewell, and it shouldn't be a difficult decision for the Cincinnati Bengals, they very much might just only care about what Joe Burrow thinks and nothing else because their owner is clueless. So how did you rank those 3 guys? Did you have Chase or Waddle ahead of each other?
I had Waddle ahead of Chase for Miami. I have Chase as a better player overall if it was another team, but Waddle because they could put him in the slot in between Parker and Fuller. Chase is like a bully, like a contested catch guy, and that's what Parker is, So I think Waddle complements the other 2 better. And if you have Waddle on one side and you got Fuller on the other side, we're going to see a lot of 2-deep safety looks, which helps open the running game and is going to help open things up for Parker and Gesicki underneath.
Now, before we get into anything else, I want to give a shout out to each and every one of you guys tuned in right now. This is the Buffalo Fanatics. We are live filming right now. Yeah, I got my guy over here, Dave Tilton. He didn't have a chance to be with us last year, so right now, this is his in his glory right now. Look at Dave. Dave is on the money.
Laser focus.
And then we have this guy over here, suit and tie. What's happening?
I'm about to change it. It's getting a little hot. I have a t-shirt over there.
There you go.
Yeah, and I mean, Mitch only has 5 minutes left with us. Although Mitch is going to be rejoining us later in the night, probably around when the Bills are picking in. We're going to have Zach coming on here at 9. So we're going through the BF roster here tonight.
Right, exactly.
And so, look, Kev and I had this conversation the other night. We both really like Chase, but I think he's right in the fit for Miami. I think Waddle makes more sense. I think it would be sweet if the Bengals reunited Burrow and Chase, but like you got to protect Burrow. You got to protect Burrow. T. Higgins they drafted last year. They still have Tyler Boyd. Man, but that would be a nice receiving core if you had Chase, Boyd, and T. Higgins. And again, it kind of comes down to the same comment I made for Jacksonville. The Bengals have an early pick in the second round. They could take a Radunes, they could take a Brady Christensen early in the second if they really felt like they wanted to go snag Chase here. I wouldn't hate that for them because there are some good offensive linemen that are going to be sitting there, I believe, at the top of the second round. So we'll see what they do here.
Well, we're about to find out. The pick is in for the Bengals.
They've selected a Subway sub according to my TV.
It's a Razor on mine, so got a Gillette.
For me, it's a Microsoft Surface, so I guess that's pretty good.
So, gentlemen, right now that the Bengals pick is in, my man over here is freaking out. We remember what Kev was like last year when it didn't go quite the way he expected. So we're about to find out how this draft is about to settle in. Now,
Kev shouldn't be nervous though about this pick. It's either going to be Chase or Sewell. Right. So it's like Waddle's going to be there at pick 6.
Well, if it's Chase,
at the very least, they're going to get Waddle.
If it's Chase, then Sewell's on the board for Miami.
There it is. That's what's got that, and that I've drank 2 of these giant Red Bulls.
So Kev, then who is it for you, Sewell or Waddle? Then
no, I want Waddle. I'm afraid that if Sewell's there, meat and potatoes Miami's going to be like, oh, let's get an O-line.
So Kevin, you don't want Sewell.
Kevin, I have a question for you.
Kevin doesn't know what he wants.
I'm not going to flip the table if they pick Sewell because he's a very good player. He fits, like I can make a case. This is a weird year where they could take like 3 or 4 different guys and it's not the guy I wanted, but I'm not like really angry. Like if the consolation prize is you get Devontae Smith or Penei Sewell, it's not too bad. This is house money. This is even our pick anyways. This is just more of the bounty of the Laramie.
He's already justifying. He's already justifying.
But you know what? I don't think you're going to have an issue this year. I think you're going to be.
He's not. He's not. Miami is in such a good position this year. It pisses me off because
they're in great.
They're in great position where they are. Like they got the early pick in the second round. They got the 2 picks in the first round. Like, I mean, I just feel like Dolphins. Now that would piss him off if the Dolphins.
I will say this: with the Dolphins right now, looking at the AFC East, these 5 picks that you have within the 100 picks is going to really set this AFC East. It's not going to be a cakewalk like we did last year. We're not going to roast you guys like we did last year.
Well, Rico, this is what Miami's been building up for the last 2 years with all these trades. Like this draft has been what Miami's been building up for, right? I mean, they got the quarterback last year in Tua. They traded Tunsil. They traded all these picks. They traded all these players to get these picks. So this is what they did. This was their plan, and are they going to deliver?
The problem is that
I like
Burrow's.
Jamar Chase is the pick.
This makes sense.
I love that for Burrow. Actually,
love this pick.
And he's reunited not just with Jamar Chase, but also with Thaddeus Moss, who they signed as a free agent.
Right,
and he was cut by the Redskins. So
Burrow's
getting the band back together. They're going to fire Zach Taylor and bring on Joe Brady as head coach. I don't know.
This makes perfect sense to me, like I said, because the offensive linemen that are going to be available to you in the early second round where Cincinnati's picking, whether it's Radunes or Christensen or Cosme or someone like that is likely to be there. You go and get the stud that doesn't exist anywhere else in this draft right here for Joe Burrow. And you say, look, we're going to take care of you. We're going to protect you. We're going to get you an offensive line, but we're going to get you a guy that you already have chemistry with. We're going to make it a trifecta there with T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd. And we're going to try to go for the Browns this year. I mean, like this is what that tells me. Like we are loading up on offense. Everyone's trying to load up on offense. And I think this is a great move for the Bengals. People say they should have taken Sewell. I think this is a good pick for them personally.
And I think for Bills fans, I mean, I think that this could be a potential trade up partner right here, because let's just say a guy like Tevin Jenkins falls to 30. The Bengals might be that kind of team to, move up to the 30 spot and take him. So I think for Bills fans, this could be potentially pretty intriguing if you're into, trading back.
And an interesting note here too, to add a little bit of a Bills perspective to this. I think for the last 5 years, Benjamin Albright has correctly picked who the Buffalo Bills are going to select in this draft. He has in his 2021 mock draft the Buffalo Bills selecting Travis Etienne.
Oh, for crying out loud! Don't give me that crap.
Benjamin Albright right now. Benjamin Albright had the second most correct mock in the entire world last year, apparently, according to whatever metric. Someone takes all the experts' mocks and they put them into an engine or whatever. Yeah. He's 5 for 5 right now.
I'm gonna jump in right now because right now all this stuff that Steve is talking about right now, Kevin's not even hearing it. It's all whoop, 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 whoop.
Let's give Mitch one final parting thought here before he rejoins us later and we bring Zach on, because we want to get to this quick commercial before Miami's pick comes in.
I mean, so far I don't think this draft has been I don't think there's been too many surprises. I like the way things have been going for the Bills, I guess. And before I go, I don't know. I mean, Kevin, I'm sorry, I am wearing the Squish the Fish shirt, so I apologize for that ahead of time.
Don't worry, buddy.
But on that note, I'll see you guys later I think it's 11:30. I'll be back on. Yep. So hopefully that's the Bills pick if things go right. And other than that, gentlemen, have a great rest of your night.
You got it.
Thanks, Mitch.
Before Miami's pick happens, right? Let's give a little homage to Chase's suit here. I like this.
Listen, that's just what I was about to talk on.
Nice.
I get all this draft talk, but sometimes you got to get the color analyst in this bitch, and here it is. These guys' suits is looking money. I don't know if you guys remember Anquan Bolden's suit. Anquan Bolden's suit was very similar to Kyle Pitts' suit. Money. Devontae Smith. Wait till you see Devontae Smith if he gets traded. No, you're not going to take Devontae Smith. This is not the pick for you.
This is my
Rico, I'm supposed. Oh, the pick is in for Miami, but Rico, I'm supposed to not call you out, but I'm supposed to ask you about your love for running backs and why you didn't have a running back in your founders mock with pick 30. You don't like Etienne is what I hear.
Listen, I like Etienne because you got to represent for my Zoes, right? That's my Haitian cat. But
I was about to say, you've done a 180. You found out his descent and you've done a 180.
Hold on a second. I'm showing love because he's Haitian. That's it. But my running backs, you guys already know how I feel about Javonte Williams. That's the guy. And then it's Harris after that. That's it. I didn't even have a running back in my. I think I had Felton. Everybody calm down. Don't try to call me up.
Okay.
I'm just representing for myself.
The pick's in, bud.
I'm looking away from the
Don't look away, man.
I'm looking away from
Kevin, feel free to.
Kendall's gonna have it ready for you. Kendall's gonna have it ready for you.
We're ready to go.
Give me a second. I want you guys to say nothing. I need this to be a Kevin moment.
Okay.
This is the moment right now.
Well, now that I know him,
don't jump in.
Be
also, welcome Zach to the party.
Hello. And in Rico's defense, Demetric Felton did play running back at UCLA. So he's a running back receiver. He's an offensive weapon, a true offensive weapon, unlike that phony Etienne.
Yeah, don't worry about that. Listen, we're not taking away Kevin's moment. I may even pan away from you guys for a moment just to give him full screen.
Oh yeah, let's go full screen with this.
You're just hoping that I'm
you guys hang tight. We're gonna go full screen here.
He's making it sound like he's helping me out, but he's hoping that it's really bad so that I'll lose my shit.
Your Dolphins are not going to screw this up. I'm not even going to do that. I'll give you time to settle with the guys once it's time for the pick to come in, and then we'll let you. Kevin,
they're showing now the Dolphins draft haul from trading Laramie Tunsil. They got 4 first-round picks, 2020, 2021, 2022, 23, second-round pick in 21, third-round pick in 22, fourth-round pick in 20. So this Tunsil thing, I mean, I think it was a good trade for Miami, but
4 1s, a 2, a 3, and a 4 for.
They can just replace him now with Sewell, right? Like that's all they got to do.
Yo, could they take 2?
They could.
Would you be happy with that?
I heard a report earlier that they're in talks with Denver for the 9 pick to come up from 18 to 9, take Sewell at 6, and then hopefully grab one of the wideouts if they're there, the Alabama guys at 9.
Let me just jump in.
Let me jump
in real quick, guys. If you guys are going to be spoiling the trades and anything that's in the picks, you will be timeouts. You will be put on timeout. So, guys, the pick is in. Hang tight. We're going to go.
In.
Jaylen Waddle.
There you go, Kev. Oh my goodness!
Wow.
Good pick for the freaking
All right,
Dolphins.
so
Oh my goodness.
we're going to get.
Let's just pay homage to these highlights here.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh my!
Talk to us,
Oh,
Kevin.
they got him. He's
How do
not
you feel?
going anywhere. Woo.
How do you feel about the Alabama product coming to you?
Oh man. Well, so Miami has to work so hard all the time to score. I mean, not when they play Buffalo, they score against them pretty easily, but they have to work really hard all the time, right? Because it's Mickey Mouse. And the only guy that with any speed they had was Jakeem Grant. He can't catch a cold. So like he's a good punt returner, but you know what I mean? Like
Talk to us.
So having Will Fuller and having a guy like Jaylen Waddle, hopefully, some of these small short passes can get taken to the house. Hopefully they don't have to work so hard and have these 18-play drives just to get a touchdown or 13-play field goal drives. This is the goal. So again, like I said, if you keep Waddle on one side and Fuller on the other, I don't care. I know the comments can be like, well, Tua can't. Yeah, Tua is the best deep ball thrower in college history.
Watch out.
And it doesn't matter. It's the NFL. If the guy's open, I don't care who it is. Thad Lewis used to complete bombs against us. Side note, I thought Thad Lewis was a great QB because I only saw him play against Miami, and he was fantastic. But like, you're going to be able to complete something. So you're going to have to play two safeties high because what are you going to do? You're going to leave Will Fuller alone? That's a dangerous prospect.
So this is why it's important with this 30th pick. What are you doing now? This is why you draft for your division to win it.
Hang on. Y'all couldn't score against our backups. We threw for 360 some yards and put up like 30 points or something.
Get him, Kev.
The game before we scored like almost 30 points. The game before we scored almost 30. The one in Buffalo 2 years ago, we were winning again in the fourth. 2 years in a row, we played you guys in Buffalo. We've been leading in the fourth.
Yeah, but can you score 56 points, though?
No. That's why we want Jaylen Waddle.
Kev, you were not leading in the fourth in week 17 last year. I'll say
No, the one in Buffalo.
That was in Buffalo. You were not leading.
The year before in Buffalo, because I was there for that game. He bailed, and I saw it. And that was the one where Fitzpatrick threw the pick. Trey White picked it off.
What I'm saying is last year in 2020, the week 17 game against Buffalo where we benched our starters, you were not winning that game in the fourth quarter.
No, we were not. It was a blowout. It was a blowout. But like,
forget about what the hell was happening last year.
The guy in the comments like,
yeah, Rico's right. Like, this is a new Miami team.
Forget about last year. This is the new Miami team. So right now, as a Bills fan, I wouldn't say worried, but now I'm more zeroed in on, okay, hold on.
They have a nice receiving core.
A nice cornerback too, because Will Fuller, Waddle, Gesicki, who you guys have over there?
Devontae Parker.
That's an arsenal of receivers.
Rico, you're coming around to CB2 now at pick 30 potentially.
Listen, it was CB2 or pass rush.
Asante Samuel, man.
Listen, things change now, man. Things change, but if you still have a good enough pass rush, this doesn't matter. We're gonna be all over to his ass. So I mean, shit, we're gonna find out. Zach, talk to us for a moment now. This Waddle pick, are you impressed by it? Are you like, I expected it? This is what I expected. What are you thinking right now?
Well, I would say before last night, I would have been surprised by it because, everyone was saying Jamar Chase was the best receiver. But after last night on Smoke Break, when we did that mock draft and Kevin explained why Waddle was probably the better pick for Miami, it makes sense. Plus, considering Cincinnati actually took Jamar Chase instead of possibly someone to actually protect their quarterback, I mean, it makes sense. You have that inherent chemistry going, maybe, and Jaylen Waddle is definitely a playmaker, so I think it makes sense, and it definitely makes me think, yeah, I give respect to it.
And now, Steve,
I'm not just saying that because I have two on my Dynasty fantasy team.
That's okay. I get the love, Dave. You look impressed. You look.
Yeah, I'm annoyingly impressed. Is what I am, because I mean, Kevin and I, when we were like testing out, like we were having a conversation separately, like we were talking through like the receivers, because we were like, okay, we both agreed we like Chase the best out of the class, but we also both agreed that Waddle as a fit seemed to be a perfect fit for Miami. So I agree with him that even though he maybe like Chase better as the overall player, Waddle is a better fit for Miami right now. And I think if you're the Bills and you're looking around now at sort of what Miami's done with this receiving core, you're looking now at the Patriots bringing in Smith and Henry along with Bourne and Aguilar, the Jets still, whatever. But like those two teams now, like they've really kind of loaded up on offense. Say what you want about the Pats overpaying, say what you want about Will Fuller's injury history. There were a lot of Bills fans who would have been happy to get Will Fuller this offseason. Nate Geary, among others, had mentioned him as a fit for the Bills, opposite of Stephon Diggs as that deep threat as a replacement to John Brown. So, yeah, I mean, I'm annoyingly impressed because it just makes Miami that much more of a threat as on the offensive side of the ball. But as always, it will come down to the quarterback, and it's just no different from what Josh Allen had to prove in 2020 with all the weapons. The quarterback had to deliver, and so that's what's going to happen now this year. Tua is going to have to deliver.
Right now, the Detroit Lions are
fired up.
They're just fired up in that damn war room. Like they've done something special.
They probably just got Sewell or Justin Fields. I mean, like they probably had no.
Oh, I hope
they take Fields as well. My goodness, would that better be nice?
Take Fields, please.
And I'm not spoiling anything because I don't know what the pick is. I'm assuming that it's. I am assuming that Detroit's either happy that Sewell fell into their lap and they weren't expecting it, or they're going to sit there and say, wow, Justin Fields is sitting here and we have an heir apparent to Jared Goff. Wow, that war room is going nuts. They're just showing it now on NFL Network.
So I need to speak to my moderators. My moderators in the
That's
chat.
A little too happy for Penei Sewell, in my opinion.
They're super happy. Now, hold on a second. I got to get to the chat. Fellas,
they're ready to bite
my moderators in the chat, if you have people that are ruining the picks, you put them on timeout and kick them out of the room. We do not want this to be ruined by anybody.
Let's get to this super chat here from John, bringing it in. John, very loyal viewer and always comes in with the super chats. Miami Beach checking in. Kev, I'm sure you like to hear that. Waddle is nice, but Kevin knows Fins had 3 and wanted Pitts or Chase. Fins should have taken Fields and kissed off Tua, but all good. So Guerrero of Miami Herald needs. I don't think. I mean, they got to give Tua a chance. Like there, it was. You don't take Fields there, and I think that. I mean, Kev made a good case for why Waddle was the best fit. Now they could have taken Chase too, and it would have been pretty awesome. But you kind of have 2 outside guys already. I know Chase can play the slot as well, but like Waddle is like. It's a perfect fit for him in there. So plus Waddle can do punt returns as well.
Yeah. But I'm saying
so the pick is in.
Ooh, and it is Penei Sewell. I mean, it's a good pick for Detroit. We know they've been, they've had offensive line issues for as long as at least Matt Stafford had been there. We know it's always been a struggle for them.
Penei is nice like that. I'm looking at
Penei is nice, and now they got a guy. They got their Whitworth to Goff now in Detroit. They got Sewell for Goff now. So,
6'5", 325, and he moves like that.
Yeah. He's the man. He's the man. Consensus number 1. 95. Well, I shouldn't say consensus because there were some rumblings that some teams had Slater rated higher than Sewell, but majority, probably 90+% had Sewell as the clear-cut number 1 tackle and a top 5 pick in the draft. I mean, he slips to 7. So it's
great comment coming from Harold Fuller. Oh, now you want to get a tackle?
Yeah.
If I'm him, I'm pissed as hell. It's like, golly, man.
Well, they did draft a bunch. They just turned out to be bums. Like Tyler.
Yes. Now it gets interesting here with the Panthers because now there's 2 quarterbacks still on the board with Fields and Mac Jones. So the Panthers
need them to take Fields, boys.
But this is where a team that may have been calling up to the Panthers to make a trade may wait now and call up Denver, because if Denver feels like with Teddy Bridgewater now, I know he's only there for this year, but Denver may not be inclined to take a quarterback now at 9, and a team that wants to come up and get a Fields or a Jones maybe is now looking at Denver as a trade-up candidate partner instead of Carolina. Now, if it was me and I was a team that was like, okay, I wanted Justin Fields, I'm going to make this trade with Carolina right now, because to me, if you really want Fields, you don't wait any longer than this. You come up and you get trade with Carolina. You don't even give Denver the option to take Fields at number 9.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying this is a big. These next 2 picks are big because if the Patriots are going to trade up, it'll be either 8 or 9. I can see Carolina trading down because they think Sam Darnold is their future kind of deal for now. So I could see them not. If I'm them, I'm taking Fields because Darnold is, he's a reclamation project. Maybe he pans out, maybe he doesn't, but he's been in the league for 3 years and hasn't shown much yet. I would take Fields. I think Denver should take Fields. The presence of
Fields should go right.
Who's Drew Lock and Teddy Bridgewater? You don't let. The saying is you don't let great players go for good players, but they're not even.
But they might get Aaron Rodgers though, so. No, there's smoke to that Denver might get Aaron Rodgers. So
wrong type of smoke, but
no, I can't keep going.
Guys, I need to take a little shout out to the chat. Is bumping right now. I appreciate my moderators, all the moderators that are in there. Great job. There's 382 people viewing. Let's bring this thing up to about 400 viewers, and let's bring it up to 5. So shout out to each and every one of you guys tuned in. The pick is in for the Panthers. Where the heck do the Panthers?
So they're staying put. I will say this. I mean, if you're just looking at the board right now,
I'm not tipping. I'm guessing JC Horn.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm with Steve. It's either I think it's a corner, Surtain or Horn, or it's Justin Fields. I mean, like Kevin said, they're probably not going to go quarterback because they just made the trade for Darnold, and
they should.
Darnold. Maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't. I don't think it's a good message to send when you just traded for Sam Darnold and you were like putting all this stuff out saying he's your guy, that you then draft the quarterback here. So I would say it's probably Horn or Surtain.
Yeah, I think so. But there's a bias going on here. We just don't want Fields in New England.
Yeah, for real.
Like I do not want that.
Right.
I'm just checking quickly the Panthers depth chart here because maybe, I mean, who knows? Maybe the Panthers could take a guy like Slater to put on opposite side of Moton, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so you look at their left tackle right now, it's Greg Little. I don't know how confident you are in a guy like Greg Little. You have Taylor Moton on the right side, so you get a Slater on the left side with Moton, who they just gave big money to on the right. That could be a nice option for them to protect Sam.
What about the defensive side of the ball, though? I mean, forget about the offensive side.
They've made a lot of investment in the defense the last couple drafts. They drafted Brian Burns. They drafted Yetur Gross-Matos. They drafted Jeremy Chin recently. So they have Hassan Reddick now, who they signed. They still have Shaq Thompson. Maybe an interior defensive line, but maybe a little bit too early to take a guy like Barmore here. I could maybe even see them taking a Parsons. They have Denzel Perryman in the middle there, but I mean, he's no Micah Parsons. So that pick kind of makes sense to me if they wanted to go that direction.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Goodell's coming up to the podium now. So
let's find out. Guys, there are we're nearing 400 people in the viewership. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to Steve, Zach, Dave. I gotta give you guys a shout out, man. This production has been smooth thus far tonight. Shout out to Dave with the graphics, the pictures, Steve putting things together, my man Pierre listen, the whole production has been such an upgrade over last year. So shout out to you guys. The pick is in. Panthers about to pick. Goodell's this whole Goodell thing. How do you guys feel about this whole, like, now that he's vaccinated, you guys can give him hugs and kisses and all that good stuff? What a bunch of trash.
I mean, I don't think the players really ever wanted to do that to begin with. I think they just felt like they had to. And then with the pandemic kind of gave them an excuse not to. So it probably feels a little weird that they feel like obligated now. And it's a weird situation, man.
Yeah.
I'd say put him back in his basement on the couch. I like that.
That's pretty good, yeah.
Oh, and there it is. Steve is right. I think.
I'm looking at my phone.
He's good.
No, I didn't
Texting my Cowboys buddy right now just to let him know my condolences.
I think the Cowboys are going to take Surtain. I think the Cowboys were from what I've been hearing. A couple of people, like sources like that I trust. By sources, I mean people on the internet that I read and listen to. It was that despite the fact that JC Horn was rising on analyst boards for the Dallas Cowboys have always been pretty much set on Patrick Surtain, which doesn't surprise me. Jerry Jones, Alabama, like that SEC type of, I mean, they're both SEC, but just that the name recognition, all of that just screams Dallas Cowboys. But to me, JC Horn is the better upside, has the higher upside, much like his former Gamecock, Stephon Gilmore. This guy's a very physical, very aggressive cornerback, and Matt Rule is going to have a lot of fun with him, and he is building a bully there in Carolina.
So who do they have opposite? That's going to be opposite JC Horn.
Yeah, so I was just
Jackson, I think.
Yep.
They do have Dante Jackson. They also have AJ Bouye now in the fold.
Okay. Which would allow them to use JC Horn in the slot if they're ever playing a big
and they
slot.
Have Troy Pride, and they drafted Troy Pride in the 4th round last year. So
Troy Pride got safety flex.
Yeah, if it was me, it's probably going to be AJ Boye and JC Horn on the outside, I would assume. But Dante Jackson is there, so he's they have options now.
Yeah,
I think it.
When Kyle Pitts played South Carolina this year, they tried starting it off with Mukuamu on Kyle Pitts, and Mukuamu could not handle Kyle Pitts. So what did they do? They ended up putting JC Horn on Kyle Pitts, and JC Horn is one of the few corners in college football that had any semblance of success against Kyle Pitts. We saw Kyle Pitts light up a ton of people. Kyle Pitts
DeMarchi
did not get the best of JC Horn. So JC Horn is definitely a guy where when they're playing the Travis Kelce's of the world, when they're playing the Kyle Pittses of the world, who's now in their division, when they're playing those guys, JC Horn, they have that versatility where you have Dante Jackson and AJ Bouye. You can play on the outside. You can slide JC Horn inside to play on those bigger slots or those tight ends. So Carolina's getting extremely versatile in that secondary as well because he can obviously play the boundaries too.
And with Chin last year, and with drafting Chin last year, they're really putting together a nice secondary now in Carolina. This is where it gets interesting here with Denver. There's been no trades yet, which I find kind of fascinating so far.
Why fascinating? Everybody's going to stay put.
I know everyone's saying put, but I think that Carolina was someone that people mentioned trading in the quarterback situation. So Atlanta was a popular team that we thought someone would trade up with. Carolina was another one. Denver is another. But I wonder now if Denver's sitting there saying like maybe we're not quite ready yet to compete with Kansas City. We have some good skill position players. Maybe this is where Denver would take a Justin Fields and try to move on from Drew Lock, or at least
is Drew Lock just all of a sudden? We're done. We're done. The experiment is finished.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's necessarily finished, but I think that if you're Denver right here, this is a crossroads moment for you if in the Drew Lock era. Like if you pass on a quarterback here, I don't think if you take a quarterback in the second round like a Mond or a David Mills, like that's really I don't think that – I mean, that to me just creates a quarterback competition between Locke and that quarterback. If you take a Fields here, that's sending the message that Fields is the guy. So I think all along Denver's kind of been – like at least my friend who's a Denver fan, he's all along said he would like a Parsons or a Surtain here if they didn't take a quarterback. They did sign Kyle Fuller, but it was only for 1 year, and obviously they're missing some beef in the middle there, that linebacking core. They have Chubb and Miller on the outside, but they need someone on the inside of that defense for Vic Fangio, and we know he's a defensive guy, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if they took a Parsons here and maybe put a dagger in Dallas's heart by taking a Surtain. That could also be an option.
That's what I'm hoping for, so I can laugh at my buddies. But I think Parsons will be the pick.
Parsons.
I'm with you, Kev. I'm with you, Kev.
Why bring in a pedestrian like what's his name? From Bridgewater? Why bring in Bridgewater then? You know what I mean? It's
very odd. It's very odd. I mean, Denver thinks if you bring in Bridgewater if you think you're competing this year for some kind of playoff spot. Like that's
or you bring him in if you're drafting a QB and you let Bridgewater be the bridge. You know what I mean?
True, very true.
Let me ask.
Then Locke's gone then.
Zach, what are your thoughts with this Denver pick? I mean, you've been silent down there, so either you have no opinion or you're seething. You're like, give me my chance. So this is your chance, man. What are they doing here?
Oh, like you guys said, this is a very interesting situation they find themselves in, because on the one hand, they aren't necessarily set at quarterback, but you did bring in Bridgewater. I know it doesn't mean a lot.
It means nothing.
But I mean, you also have Drew Lock, who's entering year 3. I don't think they're ready to give up on Lock yet. So I think what they might try to do is try to stock up on defense to try to combat the big boy in the division. Not that they really have much of a chance at the division this year, but
here's what I see with this Bridgewater addition. So, like, who was the backup for the Denver last year? Who backed up Drew Lock? Anybody know? Anybody?
Yeah,
Hand up.
It was
nobody.
Kendall Hinton.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Driscoll.
There was nobody behind him to kind of push him. So now Drew Lock's got a little bit of competition. You're not just going to be handed the job. But does it mean anything that Bridgewater's coming over there? No. Unfortunately, my man's being disrespected, right? He gets sent to the Panthers. They give him a big deal, thinking that he's going to be the guy. They knew damn well he wasn't going to be the guy. And then they shipped him off again. He's just being tossed all over the place. So right
You're
now,
talking about Bridgewater.
I'm talking about Bridgewater right now. So the fact that they bring him over to Denver, that doesn't mean a damn thing. So the true competition, really, if they really want to start shit up, you draft Fields right here.
I think they take Parsons.
Fuck that. Draft Fields right here and say, now you got your competition. Let's see what you got. They don't really. I'm sure they're not really fucking with Drew Lock.
No.
They just can't.
I would take Fields, but I think it's going to be Parsons.
There you
go. They just showed the Denver war room, and it didn't look like a lot of movement was going on there. And they're coming down to the end here. Maybe they're working on a trade potentially here. I mean, they're taking it down. They're taking it down to the very. No, pick is now in for Denver.
Oh.
So they did not trade it, but we don't know what it is yet. I think I'm with Kev here. I think it's going to be Parsons. I don't know. I think if you only had Bridgewater, right, and Hinton, let's say, then you probably would draft Fields here. But I don't know, like Zach said, I don't know if you're completely ready to give up on Locke or you want to give him that third year.
I mean, the only Locke was like a second-round pick. It wasn't like they invested like the number 5 overall pick.
True.
You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
I hope it's not Parsons, because I'd really like Parsons.
You're just getting greedy now, right? You're getting greedy.
I love him to slide 18. I heard
you can only get one more guy, Kev.
If anyone knows, knows all the other teams ahead, let them know that Parsons is a bad guy, man.
What would you rate your Dolphins pick out of 10?
What?
What would you rate the pick that the Dolphins made out of 10?
I like it.
You like it? Yeah. 10 out of 10? Like you're happy with it?
Yeah, like 9.
9? Okay.
Yeah.
Because the 18, somebody was asking how you feel about your 18th pick and but we're not going to get there. We'll wait till we get there.
Don't say anything, Bobby. Don't say anything.
Oh boy, it is. It was an interesting one.
Bobby's that guy. Eh? He's like, I got to text my Cowboy fan.
Was it Surtain?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Hey, there you go.
That's a big pick.
There you go.
I think that's a good pick for Denver. I really do.
Man.
I mean, these corners are going to be coming out. I mean, like I said,
corner.
Well, I had him as my number 1. I think Steve had Horn as his number 1, but obviously they go back to back, so doesn't really matter. Denver has your guy Ronald Darby on one side, and they have Fuller on the other side, but Fuller only on a 1-year contract. So this is a good.
And
Callahan.
They also have Bryce Callahan too.
Callahan's
true.
True. You got like 4 starting caliber corners right there.
Yeah. Well, do we think Darby's starting caliber? Because I don't.
Started. He has experience. Okay,
Steve,
3 in depth.
You got to stop the Chiefs, though. You need
This
Surtain.
This is one of those situations where
Skip Bayless pissed.
People.
Take Caleb Farley. Yeah.
This is one of those situations where
Damn,
free agency coming before the NFL draft, I think screws with a lot of teams. I don't think Denver would have signed Ronald Darby had they known like Patrick Surtain would be sitting them for there at 9, or if they could have gotten their hands on Teddy Bridgewater. Like all of these different situations, like they just took who they thought was the best football player on the board. And I don't necessarily disagree with him. I mean, this guy can do it all. My guess is that Vic Fangio, who's the head coach there in Denver, got some serious Chris Harris vibes watching Patrick Surtain play football. George Patton is a general manager there. He's the adult in the room. He's not John Elway. He's not going to make those Jerry Jones type of decisions.
Yeah.
If John Elway was still the general manager of this football team, they'd take Justin Fields right here.
Yeah.
Steve, I need to ask you something because you're our suit connoisseur. What were you thinking about Pat Surtain's suit?
I have to go back and see it because I wasn't paying too much attention to it, but I'm sure it was nice.
Shame on you.
Letting us down.
Bro. We need you, buddy.
You're the fashion guru.
It looked like it was like velvet or something. What was it?
I don't like
that was a
that.
nice suit.
What you call it?
You guys aren't paying attention, man. That suit is clean, and that bow tie, boy, you guys are playing, man.
No, it looked good. No, it looked good.
Someone was making fun of his bow tie. Mel Kiper was making fun of his bow ties. That was too big.
Mel Kiper of all people, man. Shut your ass up. Now,
Judge Paper.
This move here really screws up everybody's draft.
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever seen anybody pick Patrick Surtain going to the Denver Broncos. So everybody's brackets are messed up, and people were making fun last night.
Now,
I wouldn't say that necessarily. I think it would have. I think Surtain or Parsons would have been. I think that would have been mocked. Like either of them would have been mocked. Probably.
If I'm the Cowboys, I call up New England, Chicago, and Washington and say, hey, do you guys want? Well, I can't do Washington division rival, but I'd call those guys up and be like, you guys interested in coming up?
Just get Justin Fields here, yeah,
and drop back, and then if you can drop, what is Chicago? I think it's 20. If you can drop back
20, yep,
you can grab like Greg Newsome or someone like that. You can still get a corner, and you can pick up some capital and have those guys come up and grab, Justin Fields.
I don't risk that if I'm Dallas though, because Arizona needs a corner. They could take Newsome. The Raiders could take Newsome.
The Raiders are going to take a lineman.
True,
probably. But
whatever, Tevin Jenkins, just to break my heart. Guaranteed. Whoever's left, the Raiders will take that guy, the pick before me, to crush me.
Like the Niners did to me when I wanted Patrick Willis and they picked them one pick ahead of us. We did get Marshawn, but I wanted Patrick Willis so bad in that draft.
Quick something here. Like, I understand why like Adam Schefter would have 2 cell phones, or why Ian Rappaport would have 2 cell phones. Someone tell me why Mac Jones needs 2 cell phones.
The other one's for the lawyer on the DUI case. Remember the best ever was, remember last year, CD Lamb?
Oh,
when the girl
get that
like,
shit.
Nope.
Don't you ever.
And he gave her a look too. He's like, no.
Yeah, he snatched that thing.
A couple of points that I want to make here before
here it is. They traded with the Eagles.
Ooh, a trade. Let's get that, Kendall.
No.
Here we go, Kendall.
What?
In the division, you trade? That's interesting.
Folks, we got us a trade.
To the graphics today, boy. Let's go.
The Eagles.
That is so. The Eagles going to take Fields then and have him compete with Jalen Hurts, I guess.
TDN would not have allowed that trade.
Would that be
TDN
something?
would not have allowed that trade.
I'm actually doing this fully on the TDN board, every pick manually. So I'm actually going to put this trade in once we know what the.
I'm wondering, like, maybe they traded for who's got pick 11? Who's between
the Giants? Yeah,
that's at 11.
So the Giants aren't going to take Fields.
Did they move up to take Kwity Paye from the Giants? Because I heard the Eagles are interested in Kwity Paye.
No,
do they trade up? Whoa, listen, like, do they trade up for? Because it's not a big jump. We haven't even seen
Devontae Smith
yet. Do they trade up for Devontae Smith? Do they trade up for Rashawn Slater?
I think it's Devontae. I think it was the Giants.
The Eagles and the Giants had a number of. The Eagles and the Giants both had a number of similar needs. So if the Eagles are trying to jump the Giants, or it could just be the Eagles trying to jump someone else who called Dallas and offered a trade. So, I mean,
do you like? I don't. When's the last time 2 divisional teams trade with each other? I mean, I know the picks are minimal. I mean, where were the Eagles picking? 13th? I forgot where they were picking, but anyway, the Eagles being right now. 12th were they picking? Excuse me. So, that's bonkers to me. So, a pick like this, when you're looking at the Eagles' offense, you're looking at the defense. Where's their weaknesses? Are they going to bring somebody in to compete with my man Jaylen, or are you adding a receiver? Because we talked about Zach. What we talked about yesterday, right? Did we send him a receiver yesterday?
Yeah, I think the Giants. We sent them. Forgot who we sent them, but it was
the Eagles.
But
Eagles,
you just drafted you just drafted Jalen Reagor last year,
right?
I mean, are you gonna? I mean, you could draft another. You could go with Reagor and Devontae Smith to go along with guys that came up pretty good for them last year. Who was his name? Tim something last year that played pretty well for them.
Oh, you know.
Fulgham.
Oh yeah,
Fulgham. And yeah, he played well, and they still had Greg Ward. I mean, so do you take another receiver here after you just took Reagor last year?
Absolutely, man. Did you not see the trend? The trend is weaponize
12 and 84. Okay, I'll make that trade right now.
That's what they did with the Bills. They traded right now for Tua. They're gonna do it like that for Jalen. It makes sense. It makes sense, man. You got to score points in the league, man.
No, I mean, it's either that or the quarterback, right? It has to be.
You can't utter the sentence like Greg Ward.
Bills are in the wrong.
Who said that? Who said that?
Dave did it. Greg Ward.
Look, I don't disagree. The Bills have taken defensive line 2 years in a row. The Eagles could take a receiver 2 years in a row. It's not
3 years, right? Because I think because Dave and I were talking Levi. Oh, that's my pick for the Bills at 30. That'd be a real nice fit. What do you think, Judge? Or should we trade up for Etienne? You got to secure your guy. Maybe
my gut says Levi
Tevin Jenkins.
This has not been a good let's have a conversation about the Bills. Like, go back to the Bills. Like, this has not been good for the Bills. We're sitting here at pick 10 and only 3 quarterbacks have been taken. That's not good for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, but
that's not good for business. We need 5. I was talking pre-show about possibly 6 quarterbacks going before the Buffalo Bills even picked, because Chicago's going to luck their way into Mac Jones at this point.
I mean, that makes sense. To me, that makes sense.
But in a perfect world, Mac Jones and Justin Fields are off the board before Chicago. Chicago reaches for Davis Mills, and all of a sudden the Buffalo Bills have another player slipping to them.
Me neither.
That'd be bad.
TDN won't accept this trade. That's funny.
Try Madden.
They won't accept interdivision trades. When I was trying to do my mock, I tried to do a round 1 mock on them. Yeah. They wouldn't let me trade between the Redskins and the Eagles.
I thought you were trying to trade up to 18 to secure Travis Etienne.
You would, buddy.
Overpay if you have to. Get your guy.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess I'm just going to pick whoever gets picked here for the Cowboys, even though it's not really going to be for them, but that's fine.
So you feel that this is bad for the Bills, Dave? Steve?
Yeah.
I don't understand.
The way this draft has been going so far.
What are you worried about?
I wanted all the quarterbacks to go as quickly as possible, because then all hell breaks loose. And that's not what happened. So the longer it takes the quarterbacks to go, I think the worse off it is for the Buffalo Bills.
I mean,
because
really,
there's less of a chance of 6 quarterbacks going. Yeah, I don't like the way so far.
It's looking good for New England.
This board is
laughing right now.
This board is very much falling to the point where we're going to get to pick 30, and it's going to be like, do we want Asante Samuel Jr., Joe Tryon, or Landon Dickerson? Like, just like the obvious, boring. We know that's who the Bills. Like, that's going to be what we're going to be debating at pick 32.
Welcome to picking at 30.
Or pick 30.
Yes.
If this is where the draft continues.
This isn't pick 9 where it was Hawkinson or Oliver.
Yeah.
All right. Goodell's walking up there.
I would
not Kings of Leon. Not Kings of Leon singing, by the way.
I would like to point out one thing about the corners going. Isn't it funny that the sons of former NFL players are going to teams that are rivals of their father's teams?
And back to
back. You have J.C. Horn probably taking pick 6s against the Saints.
Oh, yeah.
You got Surtain.
Oh, there it is.
The Chiefs.
That's the move to make.
Yeah.
That is the move. Right.
Makes sense.
Zach, we're looking pretty good, man. I think we called this yesterday.
Yeah, we're doing pretty well.
We're looking pretty good. People are roasting us, but we're looking pretty damn good
They gave up a first and a third for him, though.
Yeah.
Man, you gave up a 3rd round pick to get someone.
Now, this is the suit of the night thus far.
To move up 2 spots.
To make up for the mistake that.
Look at that suit, boy.
What's he got on the lapel?
Last year.
That boy clean. You got that.
I don't know. What is that?
You got the rope around the waist?
Did he buy
that?
Did he buy that at Baby Gap? Like, where did he buy that suit at?
No, that shit is clean, man.
He's got his initials.
That's custom made, baby. You don't play with that.
Why is he wearing a robe?
Like, I'm not.
You know, Zach hating right now. Zach doesn't know.
Look, that's not a lot of pressure because they only moved up 2 spots. They wanted to get ahead of the Giants. The Giants were going to take them. Division rivals.
How nice is this? Jalen Reagor.
The Giants take
you got Smith out there.
They have
do you think they keep Zach Ertz?
Because they're giving they're going to do
Saquon.
If they do, it'll be a round pick.
Miles Sanders. They have something out there, man.
Yeah, and I mean, look,
Gentleman has never traded back, so this is interesting. Quarterback.
The Giants.
Gentleman's getting frisky.
I think the Giants were going to try to give Danny Dimes the Josh Allen treatment and try to give him as many weapons as possible going into this season and try and just say, look, this is your chance. And like, if you don't prove it this year, like, I mean, honestly, he's going into his 3rd year. Like, he's got to show something this year. And if they got Smith, they would have had Smith, Galladay. I mean, like they were giving him some stuff. So I get why the Eagles moved up ahead of him to get Smith. Now, if you're the Giants, like, how big of a drop off is it if you feel like is it are you going to still take like a Bateman here? Probably not if you're the Giants, right? Which is probably why they're trying to move out of this pick now, as was just put on the screen. So the alternative. Do you think?
Yeah, this will be interesting.
The Bears traded up.
Oh, the Bears. Well, that's got to be for Fields then, right? I mean,
Folks, we got us a trade.
If
they're taking Mac Jones over Justin Fields, I guarantee it. They're taking Mac Jones over Justin Fields.
They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that.
Yeah, they will. Yeah, they will. I'm not even looking at my phone. They will. Their dumbasses will.
Oh my goodness.
They got a future one.
See, this I was asking yesterday, who's going to pull the Raiders of a couple years back?
When Chicago is so stupid.
That's a big move up. So the Giants are getting a first round pick next year for moving up 9 spots.
Gettleman did this only to prove the computer nerds wrong. You know what I mean? Because Gettleman, he doesn't subscribe to these fancy new age things like the Jimmy Johnson trade value
for the love of God, take Fields.
1989.
Please take Fields.
Yes, please do the right thing.
If New England gets Fields at 15, doesn't even have to trade back for him. Oh, I'm fucking done.
I swear to God, it has to be.
Yeah. Here's the things that
Chicago is stupid. They're legitimately stupid.
They are, but they can't be that stupid.
Cam Newton should have been on this team. They didn't go for Cam Newton way back when they were. What are you talking about? Before the Bears, when they had no freaking quarterback, there was
last year.
Yes, so they had an opportunity to get Cam Newton.
Now, like that would have done something.
Of course, Cam Newton was garbage. You're such a hater, boy. I don't understand. They had
this guy's on his high horse because he got Jaylen Waddle.
I know he's feeling real good right now. Cam Newton had an opportunity to go to the Bears. They didn't do that. Now they pick up Andy Dalton. Like there's question marks galore, right? There was rumors also Deshaun before this whole nonsense was happening. Deshaun to the Bears, that would have been nice as well. Not happening. This has to be Fields. If they take Mac Jones, I blame this guy in the corner.
I agree with Rico. It has to be Fields. It has to be Fields. You're not going to take Andy Dalton 2.0 and freaking Mac Jones.
Yeah.
I mean, Foles, Dalton, Mac Jones. What would you be doing?
Dalton was better.
What would you be doing in your life if that happened?
The Giants got a first next year, a fourth next year, and a fifth this year. Oh, that's a good haul for the Giants. I mean,
you want that? You want the Fields? That's what's going to cost it.
That is a good haul for the Giants. So all you Giants fans in the chat, because I think there's a few of you, good haul for you. I mean, if you're not taking the quarterback, you missed out on Devontae Smith, I think, and you weren't like super high on taking Parsons at 11 or someone else, and it's a good move.
So far, comment of the night to my man John DeMarchi says, "Yo, there's no way Ryan Pace takes a white guy Mac over Fields after he took white Mitch over Mahomes and Watson. He knows better." Comment of the night, or that's John DeMarchi.
Oh my God,
John DeMarchi for the win.
If Chicago traded, what was it? A first, a third, and a fourth, basically.
They traded a first. They got a first next year. They got a fourth this year, or fifth this year, and they got a first and a fourth next year, I believe is what I saw.
Firsts?
No. Well, they got this pick.
Yeah. So a 2, 4, 5 to trade up for Mac Jones. It's unbelievable.
It's not going to be Mac Jones. I mean, if Steve's right, Steve's just trying to do the reverse jinx so New England doesn't get Fields.
Before Chicago's pick comes in, Zach, any final parting thoughts? Because we're going to be joined by Believers Talk here in a short second.
All I can say is whatever anyone has to do, make sure Justin Fields stays away from New England. I don't even care if one of the teams that doesn't have a quarterback takes him. Just take him out of spite. I don't know. I think him off the board.
I think Ryan Pace is going to have your back. Thank you, Zach. We appreciate it, man. I don't know if you're back tonight, but have a good one, bud.
You too, guys.
Peace out.
Zach will be on the panel all day, day 3, so he'll be a main host day 3. And we got Joe from Believers Talk now coming in. Sorry, Joe, that we're late.
But no problem. So 2 observations early on in this draft. I'm surprised no one brought it up. First of all, Steve changing from his uniform and from his suit and tie and turning the camera off. Come on, man. You can't be doing that. If you're going to change your outfit, you got to let us in on that. And how about the Giants not the Giants. Who we got here? The
Eagles screwing the Giants.
The Giants again.
Twice. But the Giants got a haul for that trading with the Bears right now. So they got a little bit of a consolation prize.
Sure.
This is the best decision the Chicago Bears have made since
they better not screw this up.
Sayers.
All right, I know Kendall's got it ready, so here we go.
Don't screw this up, man.
Oh man, and it's so funny because my buddy's like, he's such a diehard Bears fan. And he wants Fields really bad. So either way, I win. Yeah.
Either way. Yo, just pick the damn thing.
Oh my God, we're all just like waiting because this is such a big pick too for New England, right? Like this could mean things for New England.
Yeah, freaking Belichick and Nike are sitting together. Going,
I don't. Yeah, we saw how it worked out with Ryan Mallett with New England. So hey, if they want to get Mac Jones, that's fine.
What we got here?
Yep.
Hey!
There it is. There it is.
There it is.
All right. He's not going to New England, boys.
Good.
We can all, Dolphins fans and Bills fans can unite on that one and be happy.
Great destination, man. That you can't go wrong with this, man. Good for
you think you think Andy Dalton's like, what the hell?
Back at it, man. Let's go. Yeah. We're about to find out if this guy's a real deal.
Talk about what a cold, cruel world it is. A couple of years ago, they signed Mike Glennon, told him he's going to be the starting quarterback, drafted Mitch Trubisky. Now they signed Andy Dalton, tell him he's going to be the starting quarterback, and they're drafting, Justin Fields. So kudos to them for number one doing the right thing for once, because I was
terrible athletically. So
yeah. And number two, here comes the interesting point.
I like his outfit. Hang on. He's got the dark jeans, but he's got the.
Does New England pull the trigger on Mac Jones at 15?
Who?
And if they don't,
who?
New England.
Who?
New England.
He doesn't get it. He didn't fall. Listen, Mac Jones. Who? Mike Jones. Who? Man, Steve, man, yo, you gotta get with the times, homie. Come on,
dude. Mike Jones is really popular when I was in middle school.
Yo, shout out to people that got exactly what I was talking about.
I got you, man. If Cowboys, Giants, and Pats all get screwed in the first 11 picks, guys, great, John DeMarchi. Look, I don't care if Mac Jones ends up in New England if that's the pick they want to make. Like, I'm happy they didn't get Fields. I'm happy they didn't get Lance. Like, if they want to take Mac Jones at 15, by all means, go ahead. Because you know what? If they take Mac Jones at 15, it means that 2021 is Cam Newton again. So that's fine.
San Francisco ain't trading Jimmy G with Trey Lance as their quarterback.
Right.
They're going to need a fallback option
for sure.
And
has anyone ever told Joe that he looks like the guy from Office Space?
Yeah. Oh, yes. I get that all the time.
I've never heard
of good. Office Space. I can't remember what his name is
Rico
now.
just say Office Space. What is that?
Yes, he did.
It's a great show. Sorry, I've never heard of it. Yeah.
The only show that matters is The Office. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm blanking on the dude's name. Ron Livingston.
That's it. Yeah.
Yes.
Ron Livingston.
Yes.
He's been a lot. He's Saving Private Ryan. He's got himself a career. He was in that. What was that war?
No, Band of Brothers. He was in
Band of Brothers. That's one. Yeah. Sorry, that's one.
So are we all saying that at this point the Buffalo Bills will probably either trade down or get defensive end with all the cornerbacks going?
Well, I mean, Newsome, I think, is going to be the next corner taken. I could see him going to Arizona in the next couple picks at pick 16. The Eagles, I could see them taking him, right? Not the Eagles. They're not picking now. Dallas, I could see Dallas taking Newsome potentially here after they missed out on Surtain. I'm just going to go quickly to Dallas's depth chart here to see what they've got. So they got Trayvon Diggs. Yep. But their other corners are CJ Goodwin, Jordan Lewis, Anthony Brown. Like, we know how bad that defense was last year, historically bad, one of the worst in the league. They couldn't stop anybody. So maybe you pair, a Greg Newsome with a Trayvon Diggs, but that line really needed some help, in my opinion. They don't have, the Dontari Poe experiment did not work out. Listen, other than DeMarcus Lawrence, here's who they got on their line: Neville Gallimore, Tristan Hill, Carlos Watkins.
You better respect that.
So
you think Barmore here? It's a decent. Barmore's a good fit.
I think it would. I think it'll either be Barmore, Newsome, or Paye. Would be probably the three.
Do you think they look at Parsons?
Could this be Caleb Farley?
They could look at Parsons, their middle linebacker right now. I mean, they have Van Der Esch listed, but they have Jalen Smith. They have Van Der Esch. I don't know that they would go Parsons. I think Farley, that might be a reach. I'd probably would go with Newsome if I was them. But I think for me, if I was Dallas, it would come down to Newsome or Barmore.
Yeah. Pick is in. It's a good
don't
one.
Take Rashawn Slater because the what's his name's on his last legs there, Smith.
Oh, Tyron Smith.
And you could play Slater at guard for a year and then slide him over. It's pretty good value for Slater.
Yeah, I mean, we know that offensive line for Dallas has taken a hit with some of the medical things and the retirements. Zach Martin is still there, but they obviously, what's his name? Frederick's retired because of injury. They still have Lyle. They still have Ty and Seki for all you Bills fans. But no, I think it depends what they think of Tyron, right? If they want to try to go for the future now, and not miss out on having a left tackle and having a gap, then they could go with Slater. That just doesn't seem like a pick I would make if I was Dallas. You really need help on defense. If you're Dallas, based on what happened last year, the offense really, before Dak got injured, was not a problem for them. So to me, this has got to be defense.
I think it was statistically the best, wasn't it? Before he got hurt, wasn't it the number one?
They were number
one the year before too. Yeah,
and I believe Dak was leading the league in passing yards before he got hurt as well. So you don't have an issue on offense. I think, to me, Barmore or Newsome make a lot of sense here. But those would kind of be the two that I'd be looking at if I was Dallas.
And it's really interesting because now we start to talk about two corners have been drafted. So if the Buffalo Bills are interested in a corner, corners are going to start to coming off the board. And the more corners that come off the board, the more
you guys are really shoulder to shoulder there, aren't you?
And
the BF is for best friends, I think.
Look at Dave. Hey, freestyling right now.
Anyway.
Hey, I know Goodell is walking up to the podium, but Kendall, the pick is in. So, and I know you know it. So if you're willing to share, you could share it now. I don't think anyone's going to.
Yeah. Oh, it is Parsons. Okay.
And there's the start. That's what I was getting at. I didn't want to spoil it, but now we're talking about, hey, do the Buffalo Bills want Zaven Collins? Do the Buffalo Bills want Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah? If the Buffalo Bills truly covet, my guess is they probably covet Owusu-Koramoah more. But this is where once one goes, then the dominoes start to fall and more start to go. So if you're the Buffalo Bills, this might be.
Well, now Rashawn Slater fell into the lap because I mean,
and now Christian Darrisaw will probably fall into the Colts lap.
Well,
Rashawn Slater just fell into the Chargers lap here. I mean,
you don't know that. Oh, they go.
Unless they take Christian Darrisaw, which I doubt, or Elijah Vera Tucker, which California boy. I don't know, maybe.
I mean, they got Bulaga on the right side now. They have Lindsley at center. Their left tackle right now is Trey Pipkins, third-round pick from 2019.
Don't you dare sleep on Trey Pipkins, all right?
I'm just saying, Slater or Darrisaw here makes a ton of sense for the Chargers.
I've always liked Trey Pipkins.
Or Vera Tucker, you're right.
Tucker, Darrisaw, or Slater. It's got to be one of the three.
Yeah, I agree with you, Steve. I agree with you. It's got to be one of those. It's got to be. Protect Herbert. Herbert.
Guy making the Cowboys pick is doing it with a lot of gumption here. He's really getting into it.
That's nice. No, that's nice.
Well, let's ask Joe what he thinks of kind of the picks that have transpired so far, because we haven't really given him a chance to weigh in. Anything kind of stand out to you? What did you think of the Bengals taking Chase over a Sewell there?
It's funny that you brought. That's the pick I was going to look at. The fact that they didn't take Sewell just bothers me so much. I mean, I'm not Bengals fans. What do I care? Let him get injured again. Whatever. It's fine. But you look at the Bengals in free agency. The only help they had on the offensive line is I think they signed Riley Reif, and that's about it. Like that's all they did. And that's just a bad offensive line. Like the whole offensive line is terrible. I just thought that they'd go offensive line. I thought that was for sure shoe-in choice there. Other than that, it hasn't. I know Rico said something when Dallas picked a cornerback. Picked Parsons. I didn't have him picking Parsons, but I did have that high on their board. I think that's who we was talking about. Corner. Or was it? No, I'm sorry, the Broncos. When the Broncos picked Surtain, he said he was surprised. I had cornerback as the Broncos' #1 draft need. So
did you?
It surprised me. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't surprised by that either.
But I didn't have Surtain in that spot, but yeah, I had that as their draft need. But other than that, this really hasn't surprised me up until right before I got on here with the trades. Obviously, that changes everything. I'm looking now down. I'm trying to see who can trade in front of, with maybe Minnesota, in front of the Patriots, just so the Patriots don't get any quarterbacks, even though I think that Mac's going to be a bust in the league. I just don't want to give him that chance because we thought Tom Brady was going to be a bust too. So
No, that's no doubt about that. Scott Van Mother effing Lou. What's going on, Scott? This goes out to my man Rico. Keep that content, and my brother and all the rest of the bills for the crew. You don't think I'm gonna give him the bell? Scott Van Lou with that donation. Let's go, Scott Van Lou. Listen, but I know you didn't just give it to me because I know you gave it to this sexy guy over here on the side and this handsome guy in the corner. There he is, right there. You know what? And you know what? Maybe this guy right here. Ron Swanson.
He quit Initech to come join the show tonight.
There you have it. Who'd you guys name? Who'd you say he was?
Ron Livingston.
Ron Livingston.
That was an Office Space reference.
When the leave has Rico's head.
Yeah, that's okay. So Kev, I want to ask you because you seem really pissed. Are you pissed now because the Chargers are going to get that offensive tackle, and you were like, why are you so mad right now?
I wanted Parsons. I was really hoping that because he did that weird hazing incident, some rumors that he was immature, and Miami loves immature gambles. So we bring him in all the time. So Wilson?
Well,
bring him in. Mark Walton? Bring him in. Yeah, so I was like, shit, maybe, I was really hoping because other than New England, I didn't really see anyone else taking him.
Is this a insurance against Van Der Esch, who's battled a lot of injuries, and Sean Lee was a guy that had a lot of injuries in his career as a linebacker with Dallas. They have Jalen Smith, obviously, but is this I don't necessarily fully understand this pick for Dallas unless you're going to have Van Der Esch move to the outside. So
I don't think they're going to play him at Mike, to be honest. I think they're going to play him as more of a strong side where they can let him. I think they're going to utilize him with his pass rush prowess because of all the linebackers in the draft. I think he's got the most upside as a pass rusher, even though his arms aren't super long, but he was a former defensive end, right? So I think that you could see that they're envisioning him in some sort of hybrid, like pass rusher / stack and shed guy.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, I probably would have gone Newsome there if I was Dallas, but I can't blame them for getting a guy that's going to be in the middle of that defense. So they went defense, which was the big thing. I think that was what they had to do. But the Chargers now, so like we said, Vera Tucker, Slater, Darrisaw, who do you guys like for them out of those? I like Slater personally for them here, but
I like Slater, but I take Vera Tucker.
Who did we give him yesterday for?
I think we gave him Vera Tucker.
Did we? Yeah. Was it Vera Tucker's weekend?
But I would take Slater here because he's got the most positional flexibility. He can play guard, he can play center, he can play tackle. So he gives you an opportunity to put your best five on the field. Ideally, you want him to knock out Scottie Pipkin or whatever his name is there from Division 7.
Don't you dare.
And Trey Pipkins.
Dare talk about Trey Pipkins like that.
And then
you're a fool.
But if he doesn't make it, you can put him in at one of the guard spots because that's super weak too.
I mean, and how nice is this for Minnesota who's picking right after them? Because they can either get whoever the Chargers don't take. They could take Darrisaw or Slater with their pick up here coming up next. Their left tackle right now is Rashad Hill for Minnesota. And obviously they had Bradbury. They drafted Ezra Cleveland last year. They have to go ahead.
Sorry, just back to Parsons, who just got drafted. I know you want him for Miami. Mm-hmm. The things that I've been reading with Parsons is Tremaine Edmonds in a random K Jewelers commercial, by the way. But Micah Parsons, does he? What were your thoughts on his ability to drop back into coverage? Because I think that's a knock on him. Physical freak, former edge rusher, transformed him into a linebacker. Like, what do you believe are his abilities in coverage, Kev?
I mean, he's got the athleticism for it, but that's not what I would do. I would have put him in Kyle Van Noy's type role. So I would have had him, again, walk him up on the edge and passing downs. I would have had him, as a crazy athletic guy, sideline to sideline during for the early downs. I mean, hopefully you could work with him and he could get a better feel for his pass coverage, but that's not what I would do. I would more likely in obvious passing situations, I would walk him up and threaten the blitz. Because you know how Miami likes to stand up a bunch of guys and then send, have you guessing who they're sending. And he'd be perfect for that. I think he's a really good fit for what they had Van Noy do last time.
Do we see a Mac Jones slide here? Like if the Patriots pass on him, does Washington take him, or do we see him slide like all the way to the tail end of the first round?
I I mean, that's where
he could slide out of it. Like, it wouldn't surprise me. But hey, that makes the Bills pick at 30 all the more valuable.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If someone wants to get that 5th-year option on Mac and he's slid that far, then maybe Atlanta or someone like that who passed on him could come up and grab him. But yeah, you could start seeing, and like Steve, your thought of maybe 6 QBs going in the first round. There could only be 4 potentially now, which is not good for the Bills. I agree with you. Although it could end up working in their favor, like you said, if someone does want to trade up into that 30 spot to get Mac.
This Patriots pick is going to be fun. It's going to be really interesting.
Here's a question from my guy Joe.
If they took Zaven Collins, that would really, I think, upset Kevin. It wouldn't.
It would.
I thought you were on the Zaven. Because like they need a Dante Hightower type maybe in the future to replace a Dante Hightower. So Zaven Collins could be in play for New England.
My man Joe, with the way the draft is going right now, has this changed any of your viewpoints on how we should attack the 30th pick, especially because of what the Jets did? Obviously, we knew they're going to go with quarterback, and exactly, especially for what the Dolphins just did by stacking up in the receiver room. So does that change your opinion on what we should do, or are you still stuck on whoever you were deciding to pick at 30, and who was it?
I'll break this down. My number one mock draft would have been to trade out of this pick, trade back to like 42. I'm joining you guys for day 3 coverage, and as I was thinking about it, so guys, join us on Saturday. As I was thinking about it, I was like, the best scenario for the Buffalo Bills would be to have 5 day 2 picks, and I don't even care if they have no day 3 picks. I don't care if they have to get rid of their day 3 picks on their day 1 pick. So that would be like my number one scenario, because I think that. And I think a lot of people are talking about this, including I've heard some guys on this channel talk about it. Like the 87th, like somewhere between 85 and 90 is where there's a real drop off in talent in this year's draft, in my perspective. So that would be like a perfect scenario for me. But if we're keeping the 30th pick, I've always been saying defensive end, then cornerback, because like you said, Rico, you get pressure on the quarterback. It doesn't matter who your receivers are. We saw that in the Super Bowl. And you know what? The funny thing is, Patrick Mahomes, the great Patrick Mahomes, still put the ball on the money. His receivers just couldn't catch it because they were not ready for the ball. Right. I wanted a defensive end, and to me, this draft board's working out great for that because I can see a run on corners going, and that means more of these teams will get a corner and leave hopefully some of these defensive ends for us. There are some really good defensive ends out there. I think I really fell in love with who was it, Mike Phillips, right? I really fell in love with him watching his tape. But talking about the question that was asked just a little earlier, the problem with the Bills trading back now is you look at Tampa Bay at 32, they're probably a more than willing trade partner. So, teams might be asking Tampa Bay to trade up first to get Mac Jones and not necessarily the Buffalo Bills because, what did the Buccaneers really need? They re-signed everybody from the Super Bowl team last year. So,
okay. Well, listen, the pick is in. Pick who we got.
Yeah, Rashawn Slater. That makes a lot of sense. I think he's the best tackle on the board. The Chargers really need a left tackle and to protect Justin Herbert. We know what Herbert did last year as a rookie. He looked great. He really did look great. And so this makes a lot of sense if you're the Chargers. To me, Slater, easily a top 15 pick as we had him projected. And I think the clear number 2 tackle ahead of Darrisaw in this draft. So this fits a great need for the Chargers, but it's also good value for them because Slater could have easily been picked in the top 10, but this is a good sweet spot for LA here.
And may I say that this is the difference between 2 franchises going in opposite directions. You see the Bengals with a young quarterback, they need help offensive line. What do? They still go out and get a stud wide receiver. You look at the Chargers on the up and up, they have a stud young quarterback. And what they do, they say, no, we're going to protect this guy. To me, that is a sign of 2 franchises, one knowing the direction they're going in, and the other one still unsure. And I think Cincy's going to regret that.
Really? Yep. I don't know about that take, my friend. And let me combat you on that because the way you mean to tell me that there's only great talent in the first round, and it's a big, huge drop off. You don't think that they can find some good talent? You don't think there's going to be some casualty cuts that happen when you have great talent that falls and these guys don't pick it up? When you see a franchise that's got a franchise quarterback, now they got T. Higgins and they got but that Chase that just goes over there.
Boyd.
Now it's Tyler
Boyd.
That's an attractive team. Mixon as a running back, offensively, that's an attractive team to go to. Now, as a defensive player potential or as an offensive line, I want to block for Burrows. I want to go there. If I have to take some less money or if I have to get trade, I don't know what the case is, but you've got to be attractive in order to get people to come over. We were not an attractive team. We were that girl that woke up with no makeup on and we would look some trash. Now when we wake up, we look like Beyonce. We woke up like that. So players want to come and rock with Buffalo.
How long did it take Buffalo to wake up? 18 years?
Took us some time, but we had
some time.
We had our quarterback first, right? Once then we weaponized our quarterback. And now look at us.
Normally when there's cap casualties or someone that gets cut, and listen, Brandon Beane is a perfect example of someone who's done a great job putting an offensive line together out of these cap casualties and things like that, right? A lot of those, first of all, have already happened. And then when you talk about roster cuts, it's going to be your older guys. When you talk about getting an offensive line for a franchise starting quarterback who's young, you want to get. What's going on? Did I miss something?
Yeah. Jets just traded up.
There's a trade. Okay. There we go. Hit it.
Like, what's happening? What's going on?
What? I'm trying to talk. What?
Folks, we got us a trade.
Love that graphic.
I don't like this. I don't like teams from our division trading up.
Who could it be for, though?
Yeah, that's
they had
is
to go
this for Darrisaw or Elijah Tucker?
Yeah, Darrisaw, Elijah Tucker,
gotta be.
Or is this for Jalen Phillips or Kwity Paye?
Like John says right here. I mean, John.
Phillips,
right? They did sign Lawson, but John says here 13 picks in, every edge still on the board. So if the Jets feel like Kwity or Phillips was like head and shoulders above all the other edges, and they really want to get someone opposite of Carl Lawson.
And up to Scott Vanloo came in earlier and said, "What are your thoughts on Najee Harris?" Could there's no way there's a team. Arizona. Okay, Arizona. There is talk at local sports radio station. Cliff Kingsbury, desperate. Steve Keim, desperate. Like Arizona is not in a situation that's good to be for an NFL franchise. They are very much in not taking foundational players, but in take win now mode, like win now players. Mm-hmm. So they have James Conner, they have Chase Edmonds. They need another linebacker. They need a couple other things. Could the Jets have been trying to jump the Arizona Cardinals for Najee Harris, who are 2 picks away? That is something that could be in consideration here as well.
Kev, why are you saying no? Is the pick in?
No. I'm just running through scenarios in my head.
You just seem like you're going through the gamut of emotions.
I've got a secret hope for 18, right? Like Parsons was like the unrealistic dream.
So who are you hoping for?
I can't say it out loud because then it won't
happen.
I know. I already know. I know who he's hoping for.
They always crush my dreams.
He wants Greg Rousseau.
No, and I think that the Jets are going to take him right here because it makes sense to me.
The Jets are taking Mac Brown. They only traded up so that way we knew New England wasn't going to get him. That's what they're doing.
No. The Jets, I mean, O-line makes sense here, but there were still a couple good O-linemen on the board. So are they coming up for an O-lineman here? Or are they coming up for an edge? Or are they going to get real cute and come up for a Newsome? Like, I mean, that could be possible.
I love Greg Newsome. I want Greg Newsome so bad.
Steve, if you're Bill Belichick right now, how are you feeling?
I'm thinking, what do I need to give the San Francisco 49ers to get me some Jimmy Garoppolo? Or calling the Green Bay Packers and trying to get Aaron Rodgers because
wow. The Jets gave up a lot to move up 7 spots there.
Getting 143 is not terrible.
No. But they gave up a what is that? That's a third, 2/3.
Yep.
Yeah. I think that the player they took is one of the more underrated players in this draft, though. So,
oh no,
I'm not going to tell you who it is. But at the end of the day, I don't remember what the question was, to be honest with you. Things are going a mile a minute here.
If the pick's been shown, then Kendall has it. Then we can.
Shown yet.
They're still on commercial on ESPN. I got it off Twitter. But yeah, it's starting to get different positions are starting to call off the board now. So now you're starting to get runs off the board. So it's going to start to get interesting.
I think comment section is trying to spoil it.
Douglas is a good GM. There's no way he's trading up for a running back.
All I'm saying is
he's not taking.
All I'm saying is, as much as most of us here don't want it, I actually don't know what Joe wants, but as much of us don't want it,
it's my guy.
It's starting to point more and more like Travis Etienne could be a real viable option for the Buffalo Bills.
All right, Kendall, man. I think it's been shown.
Not an ugly pick.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm okay with that. Okay.
Vera Tucker? Yeah, that's a good pick, man.
That's a good pick. It's a good
pick. You thought it was Tevin? You thought it was Tevin?
No.
This is a guy who played left tackle at USC, but he's got the athletic ability. Everyone expects him to kick inside. But that being said, there's still an opportunity for him to be able to play tackle in the National Football League. But going to the Jets now have on the left-hand side of their offense Mekhi Becton and Elijah Vera Tucker. And if you're the New York Jets and you're trying to protect Zach Wilson, that's some really nice beef to have there on the left side of the line. So kudos to them.
I think
they have so left to right now they would have Becton, Vera Tucker, McGovern at center, Van Routen at right guard, and Fant at right tackle.
It's not a terrible offensive line.
I give Vera Tucker first shot at right tackle, and if he fails, I put him in at left guard because I think Fant's from one to.
And they did draft Cameron Clark last year in the 4th round, so let's not forget that. I mean, I know he's more of a reserve guy now, but they might have hopes for him to maybe play left guard, and like you said, maybe Fant. I never really understood that signing. I always thought he was a little overrated, George Fant. Maybe Vera Tucker plays right tackle and Cameron Clark comes in and plays left guard for them. So they have options at least with that pick.
All right. Let's all hope it's Mac Jones.
Now the attention turns to Mac Jones. Like, do the Patriots, in my opinion, reach here and take Mac Jones?
I'm the same as you, Steve. I think. Yeah.
What a great night for the Buffalo Bills. The New England Patriots.
I don't think Mac Jones is sliding. I think that people in the league might be seeing it the same as we did initially before we heard all these reports that he was meteorizing up the boards. I just don't see it.
And guys, I like Vera Tucker, but I'm not sure if he's worth a 23rd, 66th, and 86th. Like, that's a lot to give up.
It was a lot. They got 143 though, so they got a little bit back too on the back.
And they do have a lot of picks, right? Don't they? They have.
That's his girl?
Yeah.
But that's good for the Bills and Dolphins still because they're giving up picks that they might not need to.
If you just drafted a franchise quarterback, do every single thing you can do to protect.
Yeah, the Jets had 2/3, a 4th, and 2 5ths and 2 6. So they had ammo and they got a fifth back. So they now have 3 5ths.
I love the look on the Jets fan's face. He's sitting there like, who are we gonna take? Who are we gonna take? Then they called Elijah Vera Tucker, and he still has no idea who the fuck Elijah Vera Tucker is.
That guy's a great kicker.
Yeah, it's great.
This is wild though. We've had now 2 picks for the Jets, a pick for the Dolphins, and now we're about to have a pick for the Pats before the Bills are even picking. It's wild, and we're not even halfway through. I mean, this is not even halfway. This is halfway to the Bills pick. This pick coming up right here. So.
New England, I'm telling you, like if the New England, so all the different things
they're not taking Mac Jones. They're not taking Mac Jones.
All the things that were floating out, today. Aaron Rodgers could go to Denver. Everyone's losing their goddamn mind. Like, oh shit! Like the Buffalo Bills have to put up with Aaron Rodgers now. Even though a great point was brought up by Jeff Landers that said, "Hey, that makes it tougher for the Chiefs to get the number 1 seed." But still. It's not looking like Aaron Rodgers can be joining the AFC East.
I didn't even take JOK.
It's not looking like Justin Fields is not joining the AFC East.
That seems like a Pats pick, doesn't
joining
it?
the New England Patriots.
Yep, it does.
It's gonna be Mac Jones.
Look at the 2
and because they couldn't get their hands they couldn't get their hands on Jimmy Garoppolo.
So Steve, are you pissed if they get JOK right now?
Super mad. I really hope they take Mac Jones because I think that would be the best thing for the Buffalo Bills.
They're not taking Mac Jones. Bill Belichick's not going to waste a year of him coaching after the end.
Didn't get Jimmy Garoppolo. He thought that the San Francisco 49ers were going to take the NFL ready player in Mac Jones.
It's going to be someone
and that he could get his hands on Jimmy Garoppolo. And then he probably thought he could get his hands on
Jason Owen,
on Justin Fields.
They're going to
and he couldn't get his hands on Justin Fields. It's in my opinion, it's going to be Mac Jones.
They're showing that graphic again. 53 players selected by the Pats since 2015, 1 combined Pro Bowl appearance, and it was punter Jake Bailey in 2020. They have not been good at drafting. Can we stop with this Belichick? Oh, that's such a good New England pick. Like, he's not that good at drafting people. He's not.
ESPN spoiled the pick, by the way. ESPN spoiled the pick. They showed the man crying on the phone.
We don't even know it. We don't even know it yet, so don't say anything.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is they want to suck off Belichick for how good he is moving around in the draft, but he hasn't picked well. He hasn't picked well. Like 53 players picked. The only Pro Bowl guy you got out of that was a punter. So like, we say what you want about him on the field and during game days, but as a guy that as a drafter, he is not good. I mean, he is not. He's just,
I really want to take some trash ass over.
I don't want them to take.
All right, here it comes.
I didn't see it, so I don't want to even look at the.
Yeah, no. Kendall will put it up, and then I'll see.
Kendall, we got it.
No, I don't care about that. I don't want to.
Let it rip, Kendall. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be a big.
That's what I want.
Yeah.
Oh, now I said it loud. So fuck.
The mic is pretty good.
My brother just texted me saying it's weird.
Oh, they did
it.
Oh my god. That's fine with me. That is totally fine with me. Now watch him like turn out to be a fucking Pro Bowler and I'll be pissed off.
My brother just texted me that it's really weird to see John Daly in a suit announcing the pick.
That's good.
You look at this. No swagger in this guy's walk, and you think we're gonna be scared of this guy?
Oh man!
Wow. I mean, now the Cardinals are taking Greg Newsome, are they not?
Nah,
he looks like a character
Matt
from like
Ryan
1950.
left on a deserted island for 3 months.
Look at him clap like he's hype. Please, man, you gonna get trashed up.
He's swinging those arms, man. He is swinging those arms. He's had the worst suit I've seen.
He looks like he's walking down the aisle of what's that? Wheel of Fortune.
Mac Jones looks like that dude. Mac Jones looks like that dude. Oh my, he walks so funny. Holy shit!
Yeah, I told you. He's walking like a branch.
I mean,
it's just weird that this is their pick because Mac Jones and Cam Newton don't exactly have the same style either. So it's not like Cam Newton's gonna be someone that he can learn off of too well.
Well, they didn't comp him to Matt Ryan because that's what I was saying. I said he looked like an emaciated Matt Ryan. But
everyone loves the pick for the Pats. That's great. We all touch and timing on schedule. Matt Ryan.
He looks like the dude from the Pacific. You guys ever watch the HBO's The Pacific?
Yeah, he does.
Looks like the guy from Jurassic Park. Look at him. He's just
all that. Like even my buddies are texting me right now. Mac Jones looks like a.
Is that Mac Jones or is that the?
I mean, this is great for the Cardinals, right? They're gonna take
it all over Twitter. That walk to the podium is horrible. Yeah. You got to come with a little swagger there. Come on now. Yeah. That's your franchise quarterback, boy. Yo, Cam Newton he just took a big breath of relief.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I thought we're good.
Well, yeah, but no, at the same time, like they still need some help on that offense, right? Like I'm sure he wants some help too.
He has any quarterback ever downgraded from college to the NFL in the quality of his receivers, because he's going from Devontae Smith and Jaylen Waddle to Nelson Aguilar and Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah.
Oh God, I don't say that, Pierre, man, because that's really gonna. Let's just delete the evidence if that happens. Anyway, yeah. Now they're interviewing like
a young
man. But here, this is what I like about it though. For the Bills, to me, this means that it's one more year of like they didn't get a skill position player, or a good offensive lineman or defensive lineman in the first round. They took a quarterback, which means like it's going to be either Cam Newton or at some point maybe Mac Jones this year. And to me, that means at least in 2021, the Pats didn't get an absolute stud in the first round. That's going to really, hurt the Bills in that regard. Like they didn't get like a Waddle or someone like Miami got that's really going to come in and probably make an immediate impact. Now, Mac Jones may come in.
Mac Jones is the ugliest family I've ever seen.
But I mean, we all thought last year like Newton was definitely like the way they're paying Newton, they're paying him to start, right? So Mac Jones is not going to start for this team.
And back to Pierre's comment, if someone's going to get hurt like Drew Bledsoe did back in 2001, it's going to be Cam Newton because he takes some shots. So yeah, if you're going to compare, then if Cam goes down, Who knows? But I don't think Mac Brown. Don't know.
And it's this is the future of the AFC East. It's Josh Allen, Zach Wilson, it's Mac Jones, it's Tua Tagovailoa. Every team in the AFC East now touts a first-round draft pick that they drafted, a first-round quarterback that they drafted from the GM that drafted them. Because, like, obviously Cam Newton is a first-round draft pick, but it wasn't the same regime. He got traded. Now, literally, every GM, and even Sam Darnold wasn't drafted by Douglas. So now every team in the AFC East, it's first-round quarterback, top 15 quarterback, each team, top 15 quarterback drafted by the GM. This is the future of the AFC East. So this is Josh Allen, Tua Tagovailoa, Zach Wilson, Mac Jones. Guess what? I feel like we're sitting pretty fucking pretty right now because we got the best of the bunch and it ain't even close. Ain't even close. Right. Sorry, Kev. It's not even close.
Well, yeah, you got a rookie and two guys have never stepped on the field. Like, what do you expect? He's the best. Have the other two played? No, but I still know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. But
well, Steve, maybe now does this Mac Jones pick maybe put 6 QBs in the first round back in play at 15?
Washington's a wild card, but I think that Ron Rivera and Martin Mayhew are too smart. So if anything, I think the Bills could maybe entertain someone at 30, like Atlanta. But I don't think we're in play to get. Chicago is the team with the dumb GM. Chicago is the team with the dumb head coach. Washington is smart. Chicago is dumb. I think that any chance of 6 quarterbacks going before the Buffalo Bills is out of the way.
Let me tell you who would be a great pick right here for Arizona.
This is also true.
Barmore would be a great pick.
I don't ever pick fights with people smarter than me. I don't ever pick fights with people smarter than me.
So it hurts me. It hurts me to hear you say that about the Bears because actually I live in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and that's where Nagy's from is Lancaster. So I actually watched him play growing up. So I think I'm like, you're right. Whatever.
Kevin's about to be real sad with his next pick, by the way.
Yeah, it's on the screen.
That one stinks.
It's on the screen. Go ahead, Kendall.
Take him though because he's like
similar.
That one stinks.
That's who Kevin wanted. I mean, he had to know once Parsons went out.
Poor Randy Hardman too.
Once Parsons went picked, you knew Kev had to be thinking about Zaven here.
There's 4 names on my short list. 2 of them are gone.
And you know what's a funny story here for Zaven Collins too? Obviously, Zaven Collins now is going to fit in that middle of that defense. It's going to be him and Jordan Hicks competing at middle linebacker to hopefully help them sort of figure out how to utilize Isaiah Simmons correctly, finding that bigger body guy to go next to him in that 34 defense. I personally think that they should fire Vance Joseph and find a new defensive coordinator, but they're not going to do that because the Arizona Cardinals aren't smart. They have a dumb GM, they have a dumb head coach, they have a dumb owner. But literally one of the funniest things on sports radio here in Arizona, because I live in Phoenix, is they were literally on Arizona sports radio earlier this week, or it might have been last week. They're like, the radio guy was like, guys, there's this linebacker. You know, you might not have heard of him. He's a real sleeper prospect. No one's talking about him yet. This Zaven Collins guy. Has anyone heard of Zaven? And I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, Bills Mafia has been talking about Zaven Collins since fucking January or December. And you, a week before the draft, just realized who the fuck Zaven Collins is, and they just took him with the 16th overall pick. So that's the state of Arizona Cardinals football right now.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good pick for them because I think the Raiders would have had a run at him with this next pick, considering what their linebacking core looks like right now with Nick Kwiatkowski and Corey Littleton. I mean, Zaven Collins could have been a nice pick for them, but now the Raiders become interesting because we know they lost a lot of guys on their offensive line. You know, for whatever reason they did that. You know, they got Nick Martin, Denzel Good. They got Incognito back. Colton Miller is now their left tackle. So I don't know. The Raiders seem like a wild card to me. I don't know what they would do right here, and they always kind of are a wild card anyway.
No, I don't want Barmore.
Christians.
What do I need?
Who's that dude that like from Clemson? Who'd you guys take again?
Christian Wilkins.
Wilkins, man. Yo, put those two together.
No,
what about Baron Browning?
I like Baron Browning, but not at 18. I was looking at him.
I think he's rising.
What about the Raiders could be in play for Baron Browning right here?
I think this is going to be Christian Barmore or Awusa Koromoa here, but that's just
Awusa Koromoa makes sense. Yeah. I mean, they did get. I don't think they're going to go with a defensive tackle, considering they got Solomon Thomas now. But
funny that Sean Sherman brings this up. I just circled all the names that are starting to fall here. Obviously, Harris and Etienne. We're getting close to 20. Harrison.
Get out of here with that, Judge, man. Stop that nonsense.
I'm just naming the names of the big ones, okay? Rashod Bateman and Elijah Moore are still on the board. Christian Darrisaw and Tevin Jenkins. Owosu Koromoa, Kwity Paye, Jalen Phillips, Azeez Ojulari, Caleb Farley, Greg Newsome, Trayvon Moreg, Christian Barmore. Those are the biggest of the names that are still on the board. Tevin Jenkins and Owosu Koromoa stick out to me. If I'm the Buffalo Bills and I'm looking to trade up, those two are the names that stick out to me. Obviously, Greg Newsome, but I don't think the Bills have an attachment of any kind whatsoever to Greg Newsome. So,
Joe,
and Zaven Collins getting picked here by the Cardinals at 16 was a possible player that would have been there for the Bills at 30 that maybe we would have passed on. So that's maybe a guy that takes us like I know Rico you really like Zaven, but if we weren't really ever considering Zaven at pick 30, that's a player that's going to come in now and ahead of 30 that should drop someone else.
For sure. I mean, we knew those things were going to happen, so it'll be very interesting to see what the Bills do.
Pierre really wants to win this Founders Mug.
Does he ever?
He's like,
it'll be definitely it'll definitely with this
Kevin
one
needs to know the one below it.
I mean, so we know the Raiders aren't going to go with Kwity because they've got Crosby and Clelin Ferrell. We know they're not gonna take.
I am suffering.
They could. They're probably not going to take a corner because they have Trayvon Mullen, who they drafted in the second round in 2019, and Damon Arnett, who they drafted last year.
Dave, you know
Owosu Koromoa makes a lot of sense here with Nick Kwiatkowski standing out as a middle linebacker there in the middle. That Raiders defense seems like a glaring hole to me. So JOK kind of seems like a nice pick for them here, but
no doubt. Shout out to my girl Don Keith. I see that you wanted to put a comment, but I'm not sure. But if you do, drop that comment so we can read it, and we'll go from there. We got somebody said which kicker are the Raiders taking?
I'm just trying to see what other positions they might be looking at. Maybe offensive line, potentially. Offensive line and linebacker seem to stand out to me for the Raiders.
Yeah, so you guys use your computer. I'm still doing notepads here, so I need to catch up. But I have offensive tackle.
Yo, Joe's old school, man. There's nothing wrong with
old school.
Nothing wrong with that, Joe.
Here we go. I got
Pick his in.
But see, I can throw away my notes so no one sees them.
Let's get the Birdman. Let's get the Birdman hand rub. Let's see what you got, man. Let's go.
I mean, it's got to be offensive line or linebacker. I feel like
they got to go linebacker. JOK might be the pick right here.
I think they're going to take one of my two names. That's what I think.
I think offensive line. I think it's going to be.
They fucked up the last pick, so we're going to fuck it up again.
Oh my God, is that real? Is that real? That's great for the Bills.
I don't know.
That's great for the Bills.
They are so fucking
That's awesome.
stupid.
All right, Kendall, fire it up, man.
Wild card.
I don't know.
There you go.
Alex.
They're so dumb. They're so dumb. Oh my God.
What's wrong with that pick right there?
He's a third round. He's a third round right guard. He's not a tackle in the National Football League.
He has been shooting
a
up the
decent
board
guard. For what reason? That he went to Alabama?
Because he killed it in the
He's a third round pick on tape, and he's a first round pick with his helmet. That's about it. If Alex Leatherwood went to any other college, at worst, I think. He is not a first round. No way he's a third round.
First off, he came out and he crushed.
He can't play tackle. He can't play tackle. Watch his tape. He can't play tackle.
I would put him at guard. I definitely would put him.
He is a very average right guard. He's a replacement for the guard. Kudos to you for your pick at 18.
Steve is coming for Leatherwood.
I think
Leatherwood talks.
All right, Kev.
Forward. All right, here we go.
What do you want here? Kev? Jalen Phillips?
Yeah, so I want Jalen Phillips or Tevin Jenkins.
I want the Bills to
Watch them take Gregory Rousseau.
No, here's what's going to happen. They're going to take Kwity Paye and they're going to Kwity Paye. But what I want is Jalen Phillips.
I take it back. He's definitely worth the pick. I appreciate.
Yo, get the way, man. Get out the way.
He's a guard, but he's not a third rounder. He's at worst a second rounder.
Yeah.
His celebration at home right now 50.
Is you don't want to put too much stock in his pro day. You don't want to do that. That doesn't. I agree. Like, I think he's a late second, early third.
My friend who's a Giants fan just said, "Sorry, I'm late to the party since I had a lacrosse game, but let me just say, I really fucking hate the Eagles."
Sure do.
He wanted Devontae Smith so bad, but you know what? Like I said, they got a good haul for that trade. So with the Bears, so good.
So was this the move to make on the offensive line for these guys? I mean, it makes sense. You got to protect your quarterback.
No, the Raiders needed offensive line help.
They did.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they got Richie there back, right? And they have Denzel Good and Nick Martin, but like Denzel, like Richie's there for what, a year? And so, I mean, they needed someone. And as much as I don't think he's a tackle, at least it gives them options for this year, whether they want to try to play him at right tackle over Brandon Parker. They're probably not going to play him at left tackle over Colton Miller, but maybe they could play him at right tackle over Brandon Parker, at least to start.
A little comment here from Draft Diamonds. Draft Diamonds, Damon Talbot comes in and says, people are dogging Mac for this pick. Remember them all. Leatherwood is going to be a Pro Bowler. So our boy Damon Talbot thinks that Leatherwood. I thought the same thing about Damon Arnett, and he's already being run out of town there in Las Vegas. So
yeah, well, that was the biggest reach probably of last year's draft was Damon Arnett.
Joe Marino tweets Las Vegas reachers.
Yeah.
My goodness, for real, man. Come on.
All right, here we go. We want Jenkins or Phillips, preferably Phillips.
So you can say it now.
I'm
neither
thinking it's Paye, and I'm terrified it's JOK.
Yo, bring me Najee Harris for the damn Miami Dolphins, man. Bring me Najee Harris.
I'm gonna be really sad if it's Tevin Jenkins.
I mean, I think Tevin Jenkins is a nice pick for Miami here, Kevin. We talked about that yesterday too. If you had to pick, though, would you rather have Phillips or Jenkins?
I would take Phillips. Anyone but Phillips. I just do not pick fucking JOK.
I hope it's JOK. Although a lot of Bills fans want JOK, so maybe we don't.
Like, I don't need that.
This guy's too good for JOK now. He's too good for him.
So just so you guys know, whenever it's time for Kevin's team to pick, I usually go full screen just so we get a good opportunity to have a good. Just
be honest. Just say this. You want to see if I get.
You're gonna be a happy man, Kev.
Big pick. Oh, big pick. Yes. That's a big pick. Break it down to us, man. Talk to us, man. What a difference a year makes.
Steve, who did I want? Who did I say I wanted?
Wow.
Jalen Phillips
at 6 and 18. Dave, who did I say?
You did. You said you wanted Jalen Phillips.
Talk to us. Tell us how you're feeling, man. How does this impact your team?
Okay, so what this done, I talked about it last night. Miami they had a lot of sacks and pressures last year, but that's because they blitz a lot, right? And one of the reasons that the Bills always clean our clock is because if you can pick up the blitz and you have a quarterback like Allen that can just kind of get away and extend it, then there's not enough guys in coverage, and guys like Diggs, like you can't, doesn't matter how good your corners are, you can't cover Diggs and Beasley for 8 hours, right? So they need more guys that are able to beat blockers in one-on-one. And of all the edge players in this draft, I think Jalen Phillips, although I admit it's scary with his medicals, with the concussions, but if you're just going off tape, talent, and ability to beat someone, he's the guy. And Ojulari is too small for my scheme. We don't want a 240-pound defensive end that just runs around the corner and tries to beat the tackle around the arc.
I'll let Jerry Hughes.
What we want is Phillips is about 265, right? No, sorry. I mean, Hughes doesn't actually get to the QB. But I mean, like, Phillips, he's about 265. He's bigger. He's very explosive. The hope
he's lengthy. He's lengthy. Yeah.
The hope is that he's going to provide the ability to beat a tackle one-on-one. You don't have to blitz as much, and therefore you have more guys in coverage.
Does he start right away?
I would assume he would start right away as like a situational pass rusher and then work it from there, right? Because Miami's got a crap ton of like bigger, like almost defensive tackle, defensive end types. So you'll have Emmanuel Ogbah on one side and Jalen Phillips on the other. And then you got Wilkins. They signed Adam Butler from New England, who's a nice player. They got Raekwon Davis, and then they got Zach Sealer. So they've got a bunch of hefty dudes. They need.
Yeah, so that's my question, Kev. Is he more of a third down guy now, right off the bat? Because in your base defense, you have Wilkins on one side and Agba on the other. Correct? You guys play a 3-4, right? So is he an outside?
Yeah. So right now, sorry, it would be Van Ginkel and Agba.
Okay. So you're saying he would be more of an outside linebacker type in your scheme? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you know how it works. We all talk about these schemes, but every time in third down and 10, there's 4 down linemen.
I mean, look, I'm just trying to poke holes in it because I think it's a good pick for Miami. I like Phillips. I had Paye rated ahead of him, but he was my number 2 edge that I had. So, I mean, honestly, if he didn't have the medicals, he would have been clearly my number 1. And that's really the only concern I think I had with him. I mean, he really does flash on tape. I think he's got the highest ceiling probably of any of the early round edge rushers. It's just the worry you have about the medicals with him.
Joe,
and I know Eric. I mean, Eric's got a big. I mean, we're welcoming Eric in, but we'll get to Joe. But Eric has been like very vocal about injury red flag guys in this draft process. So I think he was a no on Phillips for the Bills, if I'm not mistaken.
Now, before Eric touches on that, Joe, what are your thoughts on that? How are you worried about?
Like I said, I love Jalen Phillips. Like Kevin said, that the only concern is those injuries. So I think the Dolphins got a good pick. But yeah, I mean, if it weren't for the injuries, you're talking a top 10 pick easily. So I think that they got a good pick. You just have to worry about those injuries. So and that's a couple of Dolphins players now that's one of those concerns. And hopefully, like I'm one of those guys, and I say this on my channel all the time. I never want to see anyone get hurt. Could have been Tom Brady with the Patriots. Like, no one deserves that. So I hope it works out for the Dolphins. For that regard, I just hope we beat them every Sunday. But I do have to go. I work the 3rd shift, so I'm going to take off to work. So you guys keep up the great stuff because I'll be listening. So thanks a lot, guys, and I'll see you.
This is the first shift. You probably work that overnight. That's the first shift. It's number 1.
Fine. Whatever you want to call it. I work late.
Thanks, Joe, man. Appreciate you coming in.
Absolutely. I'll see you guys day 3. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
All right, man. Take it easy.
That's our guy Joe from Believers Talk, big supporter of the Buffalo Fanatics, and came through and gave us some insight, man. So look at the spy, the BS spy, the deadlift master, the tricep captain, the bench press.
What?
You're not with me. It's my guy. By Eric Schmitty.
Wait a minute. What are we benching, Eric? What are we talking? How many reps? 225.
225?
Yeah.
12.
Boy, that's lightweight, man. I'm pushing 15, boy. Get out of here with
I
that.
will tell you right now. All my strength is in my back and my legs. Chest is weak. Chest is weak.
I got him in the bench.
Yeah, he's got me in the bench.
I'm Eric. It's so bad.
My chest is weak sauce. It's all in the legs.
My bench and squats are almost the same. Like it's bad. I need some of Eric's workout program. I might topple over again.
Listen, Eric Schmitty, you've been watching, man. What are your thoughts on the draft thus far?
My thoughts are I'm surprised that Justin Fields fell as far as he did. I thought he was going to go top 6-ish. I didn't think he was going to fall as far as he did. Mac Jones to the Patriots, best outcome for the whole AFC East, except maybe for them.
I hear that. Now, before you continue, we got the Washington Redskins. You got me saying Redskins. The football team is picking 4 straight years. They've picked a defensive lineman. We're about to find out if it's going to be the pick.
Oh,
saucy. Ooh, that's good. I like it.
I mean, think about this pick for them, right? Washington, Rivera runs that similar defense that McDermott runs. They need that weak side backer to play alongside of, their middle guy there. So Jamin Davis to me would be like that Kevin Pierre-Louis role that they had, and Kevin Pierre-Louis went to the Texans. So to me, this is a nice move for them. He could also probably play middle linebacker if they need him to. But we know how important the linebacker is to that scheme. We've seen it with the Bills, with Edmonds and Milano, and we know Rivera runs that same system. You look at who Washington has right now in their linebacking order. They have John Bostic sitting there right now, sitting as their starting middle linebacker. They lost Kevin Pierre-Louis, like I said, and they have Kalike Hudson, who they drafted last year in the 5th round as their other outside backer. So to me, this pick makes a lot of sense. That
was right to him. What the hell? So
this comes down to preference, like a JOK or a Jamin Davis. But I think what he's probably saying is that Jamin Davis maybe is a little more, he's a little bit more of a fit from a ball skills perspective and a passing defense perspective than a JOK. So I think it comes down to preference, honestly. I think from a coverage standpoint, if that's what Rivera is valuing above all anything else, then that's probably why they went with Jamin Davis here. I like Jamin Davis. He's definitely a first rounder. But again, another guy who I thought maybe would be, somewhere down in that 30 range where the Bills were picking. So he goes off a little earlier than maybe I thought, but it's interesting now.
Who's a good comp do you guys think for Davis?
I think maybe
who's that boy that played for the Cardinals?
Thomas Davis, maybe from the Panthers of old, would be a good, decent comp. I'm just trying to think off the top of my head. What's that?
Devin Bush.
I don't know.
He's a little bigger. I think he's a little bigger than Devin Bush. I think he's a little bit bulkier than Devin Bush, but
they run similar times.
But similar.
Fred Warner, perhaps.
Perhaps. Yeah.
Before we continue, I gotta give a shout out to new member to the Bing Squad, Ryan. Hold on, what's his name? Wasilowski? Ryan Wasilowski, welcome to the Bing Squad. I hope I didn't butcher your name. I think it's Wasilowski, but you know what? We'll keep it that way. Welcome to the Bing Squad, my guy. One of the best decisions you ever make in your life. Welcome. Let's go. So we're looking at Jamin Davis going over to the Redskins. To the Redskins. God
that's
damn,
a nice comp. That's a good comp right there. Darius Leonard. That's a good comp.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah.
So Jamin Davis, does he make a difference? Does he step onto the field right away for the Washington football team?
Yeah.
Perfect. So they're just strengthening their defense, man. So this is where Tyler Heineke, according to Zach Vaughn, is gonna lead this team to wherever the hell they got to, because that NFC East is just it's a crapshoot, man. You never know what the heck is gonna happen with that division. But adding a lineman like that, defensive personnel like that to the football team like this with a strong defensive line, they're gonna be problematic, man. That defense was already strong last year. They just strengthened that thing. So now once they hit that second round, they better start adding offense.
You're right, Pierre. I mean, their entire starting defensive line is all first-round picks. You got Chase Young in 2020, you had Montez Sweat in 2019, Daron Payne in 2018, and Jonathan Allen in 2017. Yep. So that entire defensive line, first-round picks, and then the linebacker core is where they're weakest, right? They lost Pierre-Louis. They have John Bostic. In the secondary, they got Kendall Fuller from Kansas City. They still have Landon Collins. They drafted Cameron Curl in the 7th round last year. We'll see what happens with him. But the linebacking core really does stand out to me as the weakest link on that team. They did draft Kalike Hudson, who we had differing opinions on last year during the draft process. But again, he's more of he was a later round pick. So to me, Jamin Davis makes a lot of sense here for the football team. So it's a good move for them. I like it.
Eric,
what's up?
JOK is falling. There's a few players that are falling. Farley falling.
I'm more interested in Tevin Jenkins right now.
Jenkins falling.
That's my other guy.
You guys,
what are we saying, fellas?
I'm very interested in Jenkins. I mean, you guys touched on the injury point when I first came on. I'm a no on Caleb Farley because of it. I can't do it. These players that have these extreme injury concerns and the lack of medical access that teams had. I mean, Brandon Beane mentioned it himself, that it was a roadblock and an obstacle, the lack of medical knowledge that was available. And I think your team in Buffalo, the Buffalo Bills are in a Super Bowl window. Win now, go do it right now. Right. I don't think you can take a risk on a player that is not going to get you there, is not going to uplift you, is not going to take you higher, as Judge would say.
We have none of those sound bites. We have none of those sound bites in this folder. I wanted when the Raiders took Alex Leatherwood, I wanted to go click the wild card bitches video, and it wasn't available to me without changing on the background. We got to think about that for next year.
We'll have to do the best we can for now. But I just can't justify that.
The Giants,
where the Bills are at right now. For another team, maybe
the Giants just pulled the wild card bitches.
Tyler Shelvin. No, I'm just joking. Just because Gettleman runs six nose tackles.
Don't play around, man. You might have grabbed that shit.
No,
Let's not let's avoid spoilers in the chat if we can. I think there was one, but
guys,
it's okay.
Yo, moderators, you see somebody trying to spoil that shit, time out. Send them out.
Oh yeah, sorry, we're not even looking at that.
But JOK falling, I'm okay with that. Tevin Jenkins, I agree with Judge. That's where my interest lies. Me and Z Vaughn wrote an article about Tevin Jenkins earlier in this draft process, and I'm very impressed by him. And if he keeps falling, great.
Over it.
Yeah.
And let it happen.
Well, once the Giants pick is off the board, we're now into, even though I don't agree with it, we're into Bills territory. So according to Todd McShay, the Bills are trying to jump ahead of the Jets, who are no longer there, the Jaguars, and the Steelers for Travis Etienne. So 21 and 22, the Colts and the Titans would be those spots. So
you don't have to worry because
could be
Pittsburgh's not going to take Etienne. The only team that might take Etienne ahead of you
Jaguars.
That's it.
And well, the Jets are no longer on the board.
You don't even need to take Travis Etienne. Who's that dude that was
Robinson? Robinson's not a good scheme fit for Urban Meyer.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah. I'm on the time.
Well,
Actually,
I think this is a good move for the Giants. You have Darius Slayton. You signed Kenny Galladay. Sterling Shepard, I mean, say what you want about him, but I don't know that he's really lived up to his second round potential out of the slot. So to me, Toney
you're giving
in
Daniel
the slot
Jones
here. Yeah.
everything he needs to be successful right now.
Yep.
And a guy like Kadarius Toney could even take pressure off of Saquon Barkley too, because Kadarius Toney can play running back. Plus, he can also play teams for you. He can return kicks, he can return punts. So Kadarius Toney's going to be a legit weapon for this football team.
So the Giants fans that were pissed because they didn't get Devontae Smith now traded down. You get a guy in Kadarius Toney who may actually even be a better fit for your offense because you have Slayton and Galladay on the outside already.
Exactly.
So, and you just collected all those extra picks. So to me, I think it's been a home run draft, honestly, for the Giants so far with what they've collected, plus picking Toney here. You could make the argument that maybe they could have went after like a Moore or a Bateman, but Toney may be the best fit for them for what they need.
Yo, Kadarius Toney had every single helmet laid out on it, or every single hat laid out on a table in front of him.
Honestly,
I've fallen.
Yo, that's it.
But that's another player that might have been there after 30. And now was picked before 30. So, although I wouldn't have minded him at 30 either, actually. So, I would have liked.
I like Judge's point a lot about Daniel Jones. You know, the Giants are giving him everything he needs to be successful, but at the same token, he has no excuse left.
Right, he has no excuse
for not being good. And if this is a way to tell black and white whether or not he's going to be successsull.
Yep. When they drafted Andrew Thomas last year, right?
Yeah.
So they got the line for him.
This conversation happened with Allen earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, they're showing clips of him running at the ball as a running back, and he looks good as a running back on those.
He looks again. Devontae Smith.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, Toney's a good fit because they signed Galloway, right? Or
Galladay, yeah. Yep.
Okay. And then Slayton's outside. He's your speed guy. And now you have the shifty slot guy. You got Evan Ingram at tight end.
Yep.
The O-line's not great, but they got
Andrew. It's not bad though. It's better. They did draft Andrew Thomas last year.
And they drafted that guy Pert in the third round to play. He'll probably get a shot at playing right tackle, and they do like him. So it'd be interesting. Maybe they come back and grab a guard in the next round.
Yep.
I still think that they'll at some point grab a nose tackle because Gettleman needs to have 4 or 5 on his roster at all time. Can never have enough nose tackles. So
the Bills can't. So the Bills can.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I like what the Giants have done so far. I mean, they wanted Devontae Smith. They didn't get him. They waited patiently, and receiver they felt was a good fit.
John Ross. John Ross over there too.
Yeah, but again, he's a purely an outside burner, right? They don't. I mean, Sterling Shepard is the closest thing they have to a slot receiver, and like to be honest with you, like in my opinion, he hasn't really lived up to his draft status, Sterling Shepard. So Toney will come in and he's going to play. I think Toney will come in and play right away, even if it's as a 4th receiver to start with Shepard in the slot and Slayton outside with Galladay on the other side. Toney's going to be on the field early.
Yeah,
in some fashion.
Shepard's just a dude. Like he's not bad. You know what I mean?
No.
He's that guy who's the slot guy that played for the Eagles and then he signed with you guys, I think, for one.
Jordan Matthews, the big slot.
You know what I mean? Like he's not the same player because they're different.
Jordan Matthews stinks.
You know what I mean? Like he's that guy that when he was with the Eagles, he wasn't bad. He's that guy
he wasn't bad.
Solid. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you're not angry that he's on the team, but
No.
he's not going to stop you from taking a Toney.
No, not at all. Not
Nice
at all.
guy.
So
The Giants offense right now, Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley, Kenny Galladay, Kadarius Toney, Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton, Evan Ingram, Kyle Rudolph.
yep.
Oh, I forgot.
It's pretty
about
solid.
Yeah.
And they drafted Thomas, and like that's what we were saying. Like they have set it up for Daniel Jones. Like if he can't do it this year in that division with those, other than Washington having a good defense, I will say, but Dallas's defense is awful. Philadelphia's defense is not very good. If Daniel Jones can't get it done with that team in that division, at least to an over 500 or better record, then that's got to be it for him, right? I mean, you can't. I mean, that division, as much as we like to think it's bad, I mean, it's up for grabs. Like Dallas should be the best team, but their defense is so bad that you can't automatically pencil them in as the division winners, even with Dak, because their defense is so bad. So if Daniel Jones takes a step this year, that Giants, why not the Giants, right? Why can't they contend?
This could be Tevin Jenkins.
Hold on here, guys. Give a shout out right now. We got
Darrisaw.
just shy of 600 viewers right now. Tuned into the Buffalo Fanatics. Salute to each and every one of you guys. You guys could be anywhere else, but you're here with the Buffalo Fanatics. So a salute to you guys. Here we go, man. The pick is.
I said this last night, Rico, to you.
Yeah.
The Colts should take Elijah Moore. I know. I think it would be perfect for him.
You haven't been right tonight yet. I'm calling you out. You haven't been right tonight yet. So
I was right on Slater. I was right on Slater.
He was right on Trevor. He was right on Trevor Lawrence. He was right on Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, you're that. Eric, what do you think? Take your guess right now. Who do you think the Colts are going to go for right now?
Ooh, JOK.
Liam Eichenberg.
Tevin Jenkins.
That's a good one. I like that.
Steve drops his name and takes a sip like he's a badass.
Vera Tucker went to the Jets, correct?
Yeah.
I think Tevin Jenkins or.
I mean, you put Tevin Jenkins on that line with
I think that's it.
Quentin Nelson, boy.
Yeah.
Golly, and you got Jonathan Taylor running behind that dude. I cannot have that.
Mean.
It's my last beer, by the way. So after this, I'm going to the wine.
Oh,
you're gonna be sloppy.
Yeah.
Steve's gonna be sloppy tonight, boy.
You got the white or the red there, Steve.
Wait, before you answer that, you give me the vibe of a red wine guy.
No, I hate red wine. I think it's disgusting.
He's a white wine guy.
I like my wine to drink, like to taste like fruit punch. I'm very much a Pinot
Rosé,
Moscato. Yeah. I'm almost Welsh when it comes to wine. It's like a sparkling cider more than
he wants a Riesling or a Gersteiner.
I mean, I'm drinking Kona. I'm drinking West Coast, Best Coast. I'm drinking Kona Big Wave. So
that's a good one.
Yeah, let's see.
Speaking of alcohol, though, I don't drink anymore. Judge, do you want all my whiskey?
Sure, I'll take it. I thought you were about to say I'm drinking more. Fuck you.
No.
What an asshole just drinking in front of me. This pick is
Kevin can have my Tito's.
Yeah, this pick has not been tipped yet, at least from my Twitter source. So this is I'm going in blind here, people.
Well, listen, let's get up the viewership. We got 600 people watching right now. Do us a favor, share this on all your streams or your platforms, and let's get this thing up to 700 people. Let's get this to 1,000 people watching tonight, because this is where the draft gets juicy. Things are going to start to move and shake. The pick is in for the damn Colts. They gave us a damn issue in the playoffs.
Great night. Yeah. One of the dudes in the chat, I forgot, Darrisaw is still around.
Who gives a damn about
Darrisaw? Right, what? Yeah. Who is a damn? If Christian Darrisaw is on the board in the Buffalo Bills pick, take the man. Move Darrell Williams to right guard. I don't give a shit.
I'm just really looking at I'm looking at the.
He's good.
I'm looking
really good.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the Colts depth chart, and I would take a pass rusher if I was them. If it wasn't Elijah Moore.
Like he was the man.
What's his name? Costanzo there, the left tackle, just retired.
All right, pick this.
PFN said they were between Kwity Paye and Liam Eichenberg. So, there it is, Kwity Paye.
Ooh,
that makes sense.
Did we not put Kwity Paye on the Colts in our draft last night?
I don't. I took off after my.
I gotta look that shit up right now because I swear we did.
Yeah.
People were roasting us. Where's Hombre? Where's the Hombre?
No, I thought you guys put Elijah Moore to them. No.
I wasn't sure, but I know Kwity. We wanted to.
It was one of those two. Yeah, for sure.
Hindsight, Rico. No one knows. No one has it in front of us. Like, I'm pretty sure all these picks. This is what we picked. We got roasted last night. No one fact checked.
We were getting roasted heavy yesterday.
But yeah, got roasted as soon as I left.
Kevin Jenkins still being on the board is really starting to stick out to me.
I thought he was the most violent man in the world.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. Next, he's got the Black Panther suit.
Oh, I like that. Oh, yeah. King T'Challa over here. That's a badass suit right there.
That's nice.
Really nice. Too. Yeah.
Kwity Paye.
So the thing with Kwity Paye is he's an absolutely raw guy. Hasn't played a lot of football, but he's got all the tools. And the thing with Kwity Paye is like he gets off the line quick. He's got to burst off the line. And that's why I think despite the fact that maybe the Bills, you'd think, the Bills, like they're going to want – the Bills might not want to take such a projection like Kwity Paye. The Bills might look for more of a guy who was polished in college like Joe Tryon. You can't ignore how explosive Kwity Paye is getting off the snap. For all his flaws, you cannot sell short how quickly he gets to the quarterback from the edge rusher position. That's something that just cannot be taught. That is something that you cannot, some people are just born that way and have the ability to just be able to read and react like that and get to the quarterback. He gets there quicker than a motherfucker. Like he gets there so quick. And that's what got Kwity Paye drafted in the first round. On top of all his physical abilities, it's just the fact that how quick he gets off the snap is the reason why he went this high. And that's one trait to be super jealous of.
So what's his specialty? Like you bring a guy like this guy in.
He reminds me of who's the Lions, the guy they took the Lions
Flowers?
No, a while ago.
The Lions.
Ziggy Ansah.
Oh, Ansah. Yeah.
Where very athletic, very raw, no real refinement,
yeah,
but like a lot of potential.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what I've been reading about this Kwity Paye.
I'd say ball get off.
I would say Kwitty's a little beefier than Ziggy though.
Yeah.
So what? Tennessee's now on the clock because they traded with the Jets. Is that right?
No, this is where they're supposed to be.
What are the Bills doing?
This is where the Bills need to trade up for Etienne. You got to get ahead of Jackson.
Bean would not.
Got to get ahead of Pittsburgh.
Bean would not. We would not call him.
I mean, would they? Well, like this has got to be Greg Newsome, right? Possibly.
Yeah.
Tennessee.
Their secondaries.
Yeah, you need a corner.
They lost to Dory Jackson. They were not a good pass D the last couple of years.
Do they still have Malcolm Butler?
Are you grabbing ASU
no
first round?
So it's it's the kid from LSU that dropped. What's his name?
They have right now as their starting corners. They have Janoris Jenkins, who they signed from the Saints, and they have Chris Jackson. They have Christian Fulton, who they drafted last year.
Yeah.
So maybe they don't. Maybe they don't draft a corner. That's possible.
They signed Bud Dupree too, so corner makes sense here. They lost Corey Davis. Wide receiver makes sense here because they lost Jonnu Smith too. They lost a lot of receiving options. Yeah. So
didn't they lose Dennis?
I would have thought Toney would have been nice for Tennessee.
Elijah Moore has been
Elijah Moore, and hey, coming back with his old pal, right? AJ Brown.
Abby's checking you here, Rico. Abby says you picked Elijah Moore yesterday.
Oh,
damn it! You know what? You know why we picked Elijah Moore? Because this guy told us to pick Elijah Moore.
I thought he would have been a good fit for the Colts, but hey, that's fine.
And we were saying we were going to put Ojulari there or Kwity Paye. We should have just kept it and went with the gut.
Yes, say it with your chest.
Say it with your chest, right.
goddammit. Eric, who you right here?
What in this one? I would if Ojulari's there and I'm Tennessee, I would take Ojulari. They need pass rush help.
Yeah,
I like that.
He fits there.
They run a 4-3 though. I don't. Oh no, they do. They run a 3-4, don't they?
Yeah, he gets
3-4. Sorry.
I mean,
they could put him opposite. They could put him opposite of Bud Dupree. Yeah.
Judge, who
I think they've had a pretty terrible
for the
pass
Colts
rush.
or for the Titans.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Rashod Bateman.
Yeah, that's what because Bateman is a really nice Davis replacement.
Yeah,
and they have similar traits.
I'm gonna go with Rashod Bateman.
I'll take Jenkins because you took Bateman.
But they need a pass rush.
Well, they just paid Bud Dupree $1 billion, and then they have Harold Landry on the other side. So maybe they think that gives them enough because Harold Landry's a good player. He's just he's not a superstar, but he's a good player. He's a good pass rusher.
And they got Bud Dupree too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, then you just paid him $1 billion.
I just to make it different, I'd say take Newsome if I'm Tennessee.
Who you got? Well, hey, who did you pick for them yesterday? Well, I guess we'll wait to see what the pick is.
I forgot.
We'll see what they picked, and then you'll say, "Oh, that's what I gave him yesterday." No one fact check.
You know what? We should have screenshot our shit. We didn't even do that.
Hey, this could be a trade to the Bills here, guys.
That's what I'm saying. You got to make sure
They're counting down still.
You got to make sure you get your guy, right?
Andrew Miller says Terrence Marshall.
It's a good pick, but I don't know if there's any truth to it. But I just was reading the other day that something came up with him in the medicals. I don't know
who is that.
It was Terrence Marshall. I heard that.
Lower leg
was saying that something came up. Something got flagged with his medicals, and he might drop to the second now.
Mm-hmm.
I say corner here. It's either got to be Newsome or Farley. That's my.
Give him Farley. They need something.
Hey, I mean, I would rather them take Farley so that we could maybe get Newsome. Honestly, Newsome or ASJ. So hey, if they take Farley, that's great. That's great. Here we go.
Eric is cringing right now. Eric is like, do not touch that man.
Hey, that's fine. If you didn't want to have the decision with the injuries, then hopefully they take him.
We need a poker game with Eric.
Eric is not
feeling this pick right now. That was a scary face. I still
did.
I like, whoa, I got back. What was happening?
Yeah, it's definitely something that's this is a pick. This is a pick coming up. I'm not going to spoil it, but when we do,
that's good. Are you into the wine yet?
No, I'm still
get on the wine. Man. Get on the wine. We need Steve on the wine.
Yeah, I have a feeling he's going to get real giddy.
He gets sloppy when this guy's on
the wine.
Yeah, because like white wine would probably give him that upper. You know what I mean? He's gonna be real happy. If he gets sauced on beer, I think he's gonna be more curmudgeon, Steve. He'll be sniping people with his little comments. But if he gets on the white wine,
that's you. What the hell you talking? You're describing yourself with just sniping little comments.
That's me if I'm sober.
Pop up,
me, Kevin, and Bobby are like some form of the same person.
Yeah, we're all grumpy.
Yo, Bobby's a dickhead, boy.
Yeah.
Mr. I'm always right. Yo, every time we do, he was roasting the hell out of us yesterday. Yo, you guys are trash.
Oh, man. I always tell the story. So Bobby's like this miserable, fighting everyone, and he's just like just a miserable guy, right? And then I meet him in person, and he's the biggest sweetheart. He's so soft-spoken. He's so nice. He's just the most polite guy. Holding. I
want to know why Bobby never comes on camera. That's what
I'm telling you, this is a real story.
He's not lying.
Petting puppies. I talked to him for 2 hours while he just sat there petting puppies all night. Like I've never seen anything like it. Was the sweetest man.
Oh wow! There it is. So corner was the pick. Nice.
There it is.
Oh, that's your buddy.
Well, that's good for Eric, right? Because he didn't want anything to do with Farley at pick 30.
Yes, very good.
So.
This is my number one.
Good. Go to Nashville. Leave me alone.
And honestly, I wouldn't have wanted to have to make that decision between him and like some other corner. So I'm kind of glad that decision is now off the table for the Bills to have to worry
Greg Newsome is still on the board, though.
I know.
This my number
one. Boy.
It's true.
197, best man corner in the draft, in my opinion, if he's healthy. And he had the highest ceiling of this guy too. But I mean, you're obviously rolling the dice with his back, and he's got COVID right now, and who knows what's going on. He's falling apart. But if he stays healthy, man.
Well, listen, this is a big pick for the Titans, man. If this guy stays healthy, he's legit. But like I said, I was talking about Sidney Jones. Sidney Jones, they took a chance on because he was obviously injured before, but he hasn't panned out. Now he's on a different team. So hopefully this works out for these guys here. Bobby, what's Bobby say? Bob, what does Kev want me to do? Fight him in real life?
No, he's the nicest man I've ever seen. He's like Jimmy Stewart in a Christmas movie. You know what I mean? He's just sitting there petting a puppy. I'm
going to fight you. Is that what you want? I'm going to stab you. Is that what you're looking for?
It was crazy. God, he's a nice man.
Oh boy, that's funny.
And he's always shady. You don't know where he's coming from. Sometimes he's in Hawaii. Sometimes he's in Colombia.
Yeah, he's all over the place.
He's all over. He's like an FBI agent.
Yeah, he's North Explorer, man. He's all over the place. Yeah, you gotta appreciate it. So
7 more players to be picked until the Bills pick. So why don't we start like narrowing down to 10 guys that we think?
Well, hold on. Steve
I just want to say that the Titans should be absolutely ridiculed for that pick.
Yo, I'll tell you right now. I have one of my men's is a Titans fan, and he's excited. He's got a YouTube page. He's doing this. Yeah, we got Caleb Farley. Yo, they're excited. They're feeling good.
Why?
I mean, if he's healthy,
he's the best
he's
corner in the draft. He's the best corner in the draft. When healthy, he's the best corner in the draft. When
Caleb Farley is one of the most interesting cornerback prospects of the 2021 NFL Draft. He possesses an impressive skill set and elite athleticism, but injuries and a 2020 COVID opt-out likely caused him to fall further than he should have. After entering college as a wide receiver, his timing, elevation, and hands allow him to bat down anything in his vicinity. This play is particularly impressive as Farley never looks back for the ball, but reads the wide receiver's eyes and hands to break up the play. At 6'2", 205, Farley has the size and athleticism to completely blanket wide receivers, and even if they do beat him on a move, he has the closing speed and acceleration to make up for it. At the next level, he'll want to improve his technique and rely less on physical ability, but in my opinion, Farley has the highest ceiling of the cornerback class. This is all without even mentioning that he has no problem being an aggressive tackler. If he can stay healthy, Farley should have a bright future in the NFL.
Man. Yo, 6'2" is a solid size for a corner, man.
And as Clay just eloquently said, if healthy, he's the best corner in this draft. So why is your friend, the Tennessee Titans, page jumping up and down? Because if his back injuries check out and he has a solid NFL career, like he can play, he's the best corner. He's better than Patrick Surtain, and he's better than J.C. Horn. The only reason Patrick Surtain and J.C. Horn went before Caleb Farley is legitimately because of those injuries concerns. So if Caleb Farley is healthy, he is just as good, if not better, than those guys who were taken in the top 10. And the Tennessee Titans just got him at 22.
No doubt. And shout out to our guy, Clay. Clay put that video together. My man, Clay, the film guru. Clay, shout out to you, my man.
We got to find a way to pay that man so he can just quit his job and do that full-time.
Full-time, man. Full-time.
Figure out how to do
Film
that?
Yoda, the Grandmaster.
The Grandmaster. We're working on that. Fellas, like Dave was saying earlier, man, we are less than 10 picks away. Less than 10 picks away from the Bills. Steve, you had a list of the best guys out there.
This is not in order. This is strictly by position. Running backs, Najee Harris and Travis Etienne are still available. Mm-hmm. Wide receivers, you still have Rashod Bateman and Elijah Moore. Offensive tackles, you still have Christian Darrisaw and you still have Tevin Jenkins. If you did want to talk the interior, Landon Dickerson and Creed Humphrey are still available. Mm-hmm. Edge players, Azeez Ojulari, Gregory Rousseau, Joe Tryon, Jason Oweh, still on the board. Linebacker, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah is still on the board. He's the only one on the list, even though there are some other guys who could go in the first round. Greg Newsome, Eric Stokes, Asante Samuel, Tyson Campbell, Kelvin Joseph, Ifeatu Melifonwu stick out on the cornerback board. And Trayvon Merrick, the safety from TCU, has still not been taken. Neither have Christian Barmore or Levi Onwuzurike from Washington. So a lot of really good football players on the board. There's been a balance in this draft. There hasn't been heavy at any position other than maybe corner now and quarterback. So wide receiver.
I'm not going to change my stance from what I said earlier about the Vikings. Had they stayed put right after the Chargers, I think offensive line makes a lot of sense for them. If I'm the Vikings, and I would take Darrisaw if I was the Vikings, but I would take either one. I would take offensive line for sure if I'm the Vikings. You were sitting there behind the Chargers, and they took Slater. You traded out so the Jets could come up. You're still going to have an offensive lineman fall in your lap here if you're the Vikings. I don't see why they wouldn't go offensive line here based on who they have. They're trying to, protect Cousins. They've got the receivers now. They've got Dalvin Cook. So I would go Darrisaw or Jenkins. I would probably go Darrisaw if I was the Vikings.
It makes sense. Dalvin Cook's on me. You got to help your guy out. Keep that up. Protect your quarterback. Why not? Let's see. Don't mess the pickup.
Oh, there's Darrisaw. Oh, shit. Sorry. He's on my team.
This is one of Joe Marino from Locked On Bills' favorite prospects in the draft, and you can definitely see why. The dude's got athleticism for days, so there's no question that the guy is a left tackle. He's a very smart, heady football player. The Minnesota Vikings not only trade back and pick up ammunition, but they probably honestly get a better pure tackle than the guy the New York Jets took at pick 14, Elijah Vera Tucker. Elijah Vera Tucker is the better offensive lineman, and he's more versatile, but Christian Darrisaw is definitely the better left tackle prospect. So kudos to the Vikings for trading back and getting that value. Christian Darrisaw, super athletic, left tackle. He's going to protect Kirk Cousins. He's going to help run block for Dalvin Cook. This is a great pick.
That's a good pick, man. Yeah. What's with Virginia Tech creating? They got some talent coming on that O-line, man.
Mm-hmm. They've always had good talent coming out of that offensive line at Virginia Tech.
Ed Wang.
So now it's interesting. The Steelers come up here, and a lot of talk around Najee for them, but Ojulari would be a great fit in their defense. I feel like if you're the Steelers. So
with Tevin Jenkins,
only one person reacted to the Ed Wang comment, by the way. And only one. Person.
I heard you. I heard you.
Eric was just stone.
What about wasn't no? Brad Butler was Virginia, not Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about that Vikings pick. I think it was like the perfect pick they could have made.
Mm-hmm. I would have taken Tevin Jenkins personally, but.
No,
Jenkins
either or.
I think the Steelers should take Tevin Jenkins here.
Pouncey retired, so Logan.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Landon Dickerson could be
Judge.
Creed Humphrey could be in play here, or if they're looking to replace Bud Dupree, Ojulari is still there. Osai is still there.
I would say. I mean, everyone's saying
Najee Harris is the popular pick.
Yeah. Everyone's saying Najee over the Steelers after losing James Conner and how bad that running game was. I mean, James Conner is a talented back, but he could never really stay healthy and never really be the guy. I mean, if you want a guy and the Steelers want to have that identity back as being a team that can run the ball and not do this dink and dunk like they did all last year, you pick Najee here.
They have to do dink and dunk because their O-line's so bad. And they don't even have old man Villanueva's gone.
Yeah, but I will say this. Najee is a guy that can get yards for you even with a subpar offensive line. So if you're not trying to fix it all in one shot and you want to, because if you're the Steelers, are you going with Anthony McFarland as your number one? Probably not. He's not built for that. I mean, I like Anthony McFarland. He was a good player last year, but you go for a three down back and you're really missing it. So I would go with Najee.
I just don't want a running back taken.
Hold on a second.
Pro Football Network has it down to either Najee Harris in the first or taking a Trey Sermon in the second. So apparently Pittsburgh is in love with two separate backs, Najee Harris and Trey Sermon. So that's what it comes down to. Sean Sherman comes in, said that's a huge list. We should definitely trade back now. I'm going to slightly disagree and say, despite how big this list is, whatever one's your favorite, Brandon Bean, in my opinion, pick one. Because there's some really good players on this list here.
So really I'm going to put Eric on the spot. Go ahead, Eric. So you're Brandon Bean. You're looking at what's happening right now. Steelers look pretty happy right now because they're fist pumping. What are you feeling right now? You're Brandon Bean. Are you just like, I am great, I know exactly what I'm grabbing? Or have things fallen so far that you're like, holy crap, now I'm in a panic. I don't know which one to pick.
Well, the way things have fallen so far, if the Steelers take Najee Harris here and I'm Brandon Bean, I'm trading up for Tevin Jenkins or for JOK.
It's a great pick.
Great pick.
Solid. Yep. That's where you should have went.
Shit. That's a good fit
for them. This is very much the Ben Roethlisberger is like 57 years old, and we're stuck with him for one more year, and we need to stay competitive pick. Yeah. This is what that is.
We need a bell cow. We need a bell cow.
Manny boy Ojulari's still there, man. Manny, you're still alive.
They couldn't run the ball last year. They straight up could not run the football last year. So whether you agree or disagree, this is how they decided to go about trying to fix that problem and take some of the pressure off of Ben Roethlisberger.
Oh my God! And I hate to say this, but Tevin Jenkins just fell in Jacksonville's lap to protect Trevor Lawrence if they want to go that route. I know
he's not a left tackle though; he's a right tackle.
Doesn't matter. They need something on the offensive line. Yeah. Anything. I mean, if I'm Jacksonville and I'm like, hey, we got Shenault last year, we have Chark. The only other thing I would consider if I was Jacksonville here is I would consider a flyer on someone like a Freiermuth and then go for the offensive line with my first pick in the second round because you have Tyler Eifert as your tight end. Yeah. You have okay receivers. You have an okay offensive line. It's not great, and you have you're really missing that tight end.
I just don't know if anyone else is going to pick Freiermuth before they pick at 33.
No, I agree.
Tevin Jenkins will be gone. So if you want
Tevin Jenkins will be gone. You're right. You're right.
I would grab him first, knowing that Freiermuth is almost definitely going to be there at 33.
Yeah. The counter argument is that there's multiple offensive linemen that you could take at 33. It doesn't have to be Jenkins. It could be Cosme. It could be someone else like Radunes. I mean, it could, but you're right. If Jenkins is like sticking out like a sore thumb as the best offensive lineman, and you don't, you're okay with the chance that Freiermuth might get picked between 25 and 33, which he probably wouldn't, then you probably would go with Jenkins. You're probably right.
Because Cleveland's not going to take a tight end. Baltimore doesn't need 7 tight ends. New Orleans.
Rico, do you still want Away?
I do. What do you mean? Do I still want to do that? That's the biggest. Listen, man. After we pick then I'll feel Away. I'll feel great because I'll win the Founders Mark. I have a whole year to brag and talk my shit. And I'll be great. I'll be fantastic.
How does the scoring work though? Like just because you pick the first rounder correctly, you win.
You got it. So it works like this. If you pick the player and its round, you get like I think it was like 4 points or something like that. If you pick the position for that round, you get a point system. I can't remember exactly how it's broken down. If your whole draft you got the right player but the wrong round, you get a certain amount of points. So the big points is getting the player and the round. That's where you get your big points. Mm-hmm. So Pierre thinks he's slick. He thinks that we're gonna go Landon, and I think his second pick was
Tommy Tremble.
Tremble. So he thinks that we're going to go Tremble, and he feels he's got it in the bag. He didn't care for the rest of his draft. He thinks he's slick. Not so much, sir. Bobby,
I will say this.
He could be there. Me and Bobby, we were neck and neck last year. He just snipped by and won it.
I like that.
I listened to Landon Dickerson's interview on the Jim Rome show, and this guy is super intelligent. I mean, he's been building computers from scratch his whole time in college as a hobby.
Yeah. He's really, really good. Yeah, I really want him.
But Eric, he goes against your medical concerns, doesn't he?
He does. Yes, he does. But I just want to say I love his intelligence and where his head is at.
Yeah, I know. I'm just giving you a hard time. I mean, Pierre's rooting for him. I'm sure.
Yeah. Guys, if JOK, Tevin Jenkins, and Greg Newsome are on the board at 30, I don't know what I'm going to do it myself.
Yeah, I'll tell you who I'm taking in that case.
Hey, Travis
Etienne. I'm taking Greg Newsome. I'm taking Greg Newsome if he's there.
I gotta disagree with you. I gotta go with Tevin Jenkins.
Okay. I mean, I wouldn't be mad at it. I wouldn't be mad at it.
Or again, like we had this conversation in the pre-show. JOK, like Brandon Beane, are you lying to our face when you say the Buffalo nickel doesn't mean jack and we're all hyping it? Because JOK said that he loved his conversations he was having with you. And if the Buffalo Bills go and draft JOK, that means you were just full of shit, Brandon Beane, like straight up. So
maybe his thing is he sees
Thomas Davis, Matt Milano, Luke Kuechly, Tremaine Edmonds, JOK, Shaq Thompson. So that to me seems like it could make a lot of sense if he's on the board, but anyone but Azeez Ojulari at this point. I'm not on the Azeez Ojulari.
Sorry, Patio's been talking a lot about JOK to the point where it put my radar up.
Oops.
Yeah. Sal's been talking about one of the best players in the draft. Surprising.
I just meant the amount of time he spent talking about him.
It's funny though to me, those three players you mentioned, Newsome, Jenkins, and JOK, and my head never even went to JOK. It was either Newsome or Jenkins. Is that bad?
Really? I think that's bad.
Or an edge. I could see you taking an edge.
Yeah. Well, I know that Pierre is really high on JOK.
Which edge, Kev?
Watching film.
No, trust me, I would be happy as hell if we had him. But if Newsome, Jenkins, and JOK were all on the board, I would have JOK ranked third on that list.
Steve, I gotta call you out. What the hell mock draft did your final mock draft you did today? What were you thinking? What was that?
I was feeling husky.
Like what? What's he doing?
So Rico, you questioned my mock, but I also need you to understand that every single player in my mock draft is a player that the Buffalo Bills have communicated with.
I know that's the angle you're going with, but I'm like, it didn't pan out. It didn't make sense.
I'm not saying I even agree with it. It's a predictive mock. It's what I thought they were going to do. I'm not saying I agree. If my mock draft would have looked a hell of a lot different, I definitely would have taken Levi O. I would have taken Elijah Molden because I love Elijah Molden. I think he's the next Tyrann Mathieu.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I was like, who the heck is he talking about that first pick?
I thought you hated Levi O.
I hate Levi O. I do. It was a predictive mock. It wasn't a mock that makes me happy inside. It was a predictive mock.
Because I asked Steve, I said, who are the prospects Steve doesn't want? And I'm going to talk, trading up for Etienne, Levi O. And then
those were the two big ones. Those were the two big ones.
And here's the thing, though, like I've talked a lot of shit about Levi O. I like Levi O as a player. I just don't like him as a fit for the Bills because we already have one.
Yeah, exactly.
Oliver. I would prefer a Christian Barmore if we went defensive tackle, just because I prefer that bigger body to give him sort of a running mate, a guy to play off of. I don't want two at Olivers. We already saw what happened. We had two at Olivers. Quentin Jefferson, he left. He went to Oakland. And he talked shit about us on the way out the door because we misused him. What was the knock on Levi Onwuzurike in college? Every single scouting report for Levi Onwuzurike, he's going to be a great 3-tech in the National Football League. They were using him out of position at Washington. They were using him at 0-tech. They were using him when they were using 3 lineman formations. What the heck were they thinking? You need to play Levi O at 3-tech. You're not playing Levi O at 3-tech unless you're splitting them 50-50 with that Oliver.
Before the pick comes in, Scott Van Loo dropped it and says, in my opinion, at the 30th, I think we should take edge rusher and Brandon Bean. Is Brandon Bean and would say the best player available or should take cornerback? We'll see. I mean, BPA is at the end of the day, that's what we want to do is take the BPA. But we're here to be definitive. We need a specific person that you're going to take. And apparently did someone just ruin it? And I'm about to block you, whoever just ruined it, and I read it.
Yeah, people blocked it. Yep. Yeah. Someone said it.
If it is, you're about to get blocked.
Yeah.
And you're
so happy. Words cannot describe how happy
actually,
I am.
It's a couple people have ruined it, actually. So
somebody want to check in on Marcel?
Yeah, we can't have that, guys. We can't have you guys messing.
Hey, we got
people watching right now, and I'm gonna tell you right now, don't be that dude ruining the picks in the chat. Just let's watch it naturally. Let's have it organic. Don't be that dude, or you're gonna get put on timeout. That's facts. All right, let's have a good time.
So how about this, Rico? We had Burrow in Cincinnati reunite with Jamar Chase. Now we have Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne reuniting in Jacksonville. The question I have there is James Robinson was pretty damn good last year, but I guess if you're Jacksonville and you're Urban Meyer, like give me some playmakers for Trevor Lawrence. I think Etienne's the best playmaker over any of the receivers we had left, and we already have Shenault, Chark, and who am I forgetting?
Guys,
starts with a W, right?
Cole,
who am I forgetting? They have a third
receiver. Starts with a W.
Oh, Marvin Jones they signed. That's right. Yeah. Marvin Jones. So they were figuring, hey, okay, we'll add a speed element to our backfield because that's not really James Robinson's game. And again, you put a guy with Lawrence who he's super familiar with. But
listen,
I mean,
I'm okay. You gotta wonder if Trevor Lawrence almost played a role in this pick.
Yo, he's going to Florida, man. There's a big Haitian community in Florida. He's gonna fit right at home over there. I'm just glad that he's not going to Buffalo. I'm good with that. And
hey,
I heard what you said. You said somebody go check on Marcel Ujak. See how.
Oh God.
Not to the Bills.
Yeah.
Funny Miami beat writer.
I mean, after the Bills signed Breida, I was really hot on the coattails of Travis Etienne through this whole process. But after we signed Matt Breida, I kind of started to fade a little bit, and then finally left the train completely. So
I'm super happy with it. Yeah, I'm with you, Eric.
I'm not disappointed that he's not coming to Buffalo. I think I would have been indifferent if he was picked by the Bills. But I think it's a good pick for Jacksonville. I think you get a 1-2 punch with James Robinson.
You're infusing some offensive weaponry immediately into that team in Jacksonville. In a division, let's be honest, like Tennessee, we know is the favorite. I mean, they got King Henry, they got Tannehill. But that defense isn't very good. Houston, who knows what's going to happen with Watson? We don't know how Wentz is going to be in Indy. Like Jacksonville can make some noise in that division. Maybe not right away, but they could make some noise with Lawrence as a rookie. Jay Brandy coming in with the super chat here. Any of you shocked the Bills haven't tried to jump into the mid-20s? Seems like a good spot for them to take a chance. Not with how the board's been falling. I'm not shocked.
They're hanging. They're chilling right now.
Because Steve was saying, like you got Barrymore, Newsome, Ojulari, Jenkins, Elijah Moore, Joe Tryon, JOK. Like these guys, one of those guys mathematically has to be available for the Bills at pick 30.
Yeah.
It's getting to the point where there's just no reason for them to move up.
If there's anything, there's more of a reason for them to trade down. I mean, that's
if anyone's ever seen an overweight 30-year-old man do a somersaults, that'll be happening. If we take Rashod Bateman.
Rico, we hit 700 people viewing, by the way.
Yo, we did, man. 700 people. Like I said, let's try to climb that bitch to 800. If we get to 1,000,
you're getting close to the Bills pick. Let's get more people.
I'm smelling 1,000 people giveaway.
Yes, listen. You're right. You smell what Rico's cooking? Yes, we will give away one of these new BFTs to a member in the chat. Member in the chat. Pick a random member in the chat. You know what? Bing Squad member gets that. Let's get it up to 1,000 viewers. Actually, let me double up on that. Random member in the chat and a Big Squad member. We get a let's get to 1,000. Let's share this all over the place. And the pick is in. The Browns take. Talk to me, Dave. Who do the Browns pick? You need to be right on this one. Let's go.
Christian Barmore.
I like that.
I don't like. They have. I mean, if you're going best player available, I probably would take Newsome if I was them. Even though they have Greedy Williams and they have Denzel Ward, you're talking about. Now you got to defend the Browns offense, the Ravens. I mean,
what about?
I don't know.
What about
I would still take Newsome if I was them because I mean, Greedy Williams, was he that good last year? I don't know. We know Denzel Ward is good. Newsome seems like a reasonable pick to me if you're going BPA, and Barmore is the other guy that I would consider if I was the Browns. It would be the two of them.
That was my father, by the way, in the chat section. So maybe we'll have to hook my dad up with a BF shirt.
me.
Yeah, we are. I mean, we're now three picks away, and the Bills are guaranteed their choice of Rashod Bateman, Elijah Moore, like Tevin Jenkins, Azeez Ojulari, Greg Newsome, Owosu Koromoa, Trayvon Merry, Christian Barmore. Like one of these guys is guaranteed to be on the board when the Bills pick.
Will we be disappointed with the pick?
I will say this. I think that if the Bills get to 30 and a couple of those guys are still on the board, if they wanted to trade down to like Atlanta at 35 and then maybe get Asante at 35, I think that could be something they would consider. Yeah, I mean, they could probably get a fourth, maybe even probably a fourth at minimum out of that. But I think that could be an option for them if there's like four guys and they don't necessarily have one over the other. I mean, Tryon would be yeah, I don't think they are either because it's just not what Bean does in the draft. But like, it seems like we'll see how these next three picks go. That will make a big difference, I think, on what.
So my bad. You listen, Claude. If you guessed it, you're a great guesser. You know what I'm saying? But I had to, maybe put you on timeout. If I put you on timeout because you took a great guess, I apologize for that. But I'm not playing, man. Y'all ruining this stuff, man. You're getting blocked. My moderators. You see anybody trying to ruin these things, man? Put them on a timeout. Put them on timeout, folks. What are we doing? The pick is in. What?
The 2021 NFL Draft is loaded with cornerback talent, and Greg Newsome is no exception. Newsome is well-versed in his coverage ability, being effective in zone and man press situations. For only being 6 foot, 195 pounds, he plays much bigger and stronger. He pairs that with impressive athleticism. His RAS score sits at 9.57, with the most impressive numbers being a 4.38 40 time and a 40-inch vertical. And that vertical showed in his college film. Newsome had very little issue elevating to play the ball in the air, making him a good matchup against taller wide receivers. This play is one of my favorites, as Newsome gets beat in the inside initially, but recovers quickly and elevates for the pass breakup. When it comes to tackling, Newsome has been hit or miss. Sometimes he'll worry you with a missed tackle, and sometimes he'll slam into the ball carrier with force. In the NFL, Newsome should be able to get on the field immediately, and could be a solid starter soon after.
Well, let me put it this way. They talked about the Browns being one of the more talented rosters in the NFL. They just got even more talented. With, Greg Newsome.
Yep. Greg Newsome, fewest yards per game allowed of any corner in the class this year, 11.9. Most pass breakups per game of any corner in the class this year at 1.4. highest, or I should say lowest deserved catch rate of any corner at 43%, which basically is a measure of whether or not the receiver should or did catch the ball. He was the only one under 50%. So
that's impressive.
I mean, he's solid. I think it's a little bit of a luxury pick for the Browns, but it's still a good pick for them because they are competing right now for, the AFC. Let's be real. They are competing for the AFC, and it's never bad having multiple good corners, especially, Denzel Ward is established. We know what he is. Greedy Williams still maybe has something to prove. So you get Greg Newsome in there. I think it's a good move for them.
I'm going to be honest.
It's kind of the approach that McDermott has with secondary depth. Good value in the secondary.
Yeah, I didn't want him on the Bills. I tell you that.
For Newsome?
No.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you what though. Like with Newsome off the board, and we're now how many picks away from the Buffalo Bills?
Three more picks.
3 picks away.
3 picks.
It's my guy right here is Owusu Koramoah. I think the Bills love Owusu Koramoah. I think Owusu Koramoah loves the Bills. I think he fits that Shaq Thompson role. He allows us to play that base defense along with Tremaine Edmonds and along with Matt Milano, but also he could honestly fill in at nickel for Teron Johnson. We're playing bigger body slots. Guys like Mike Gesicki. Like, to me, Owusu Koramoah, and he can also pass rush off the edge. Owusu Koramoah is the full package. Positionless player, scaring people my ass. Like, he's the best player on the board right now. But, Tevin Jenkins is the best in terms of tenacious Buffalo style run blocking, but also athletic enough to pass block right now.
Let me ask you this, Judge.
Rashod Bateman makes me question a lot of things right now.
Who just put that comment up? That was a great comment. They said because they lost Orlando Brown. So Tevin Jenkins replacing Orlando Brown in Baltimore. That's huge. That's massive. What else do the Baltimore Ravens need? They need a receiver for crying out loud.
They need a pass rusher.
Yeah.
Because they
need receivers.
Or pass rusher.
They need receivers.
Absolutely.
Help out Lamar Jackson.
Have you not seen Baltimore?
If I'm the Ravens, I'm getting Elijah Moore.
So keep in mind, Baltimore lost Matt Judon, and they lost Yannick Ngakoue.
I wouldn't get Elijah Moore if I was them. They got Hollywood Brown, who's kind of that guy already. I would go with Ojolari if I was them.
So you guys are going defense, huh?
Gregory Rousseau comes from that 34-2. Ojolari, Joseph Asai, Joe Tryon, Jason Away. Rashod Bateman makes too much sense for them for the Ravens here, though.
Whispering to the side, going, "Help Lamar Jackson." Yes, I
think he needs help.
Wait, you don't think Sammy Watkins is enough?
No, the weapons. How are you going to Jackson? He needs the weapons. What are you? What's the dude from Notre Dame? Miles Boykins. Are you good with that? Hollywood Brown.
I mean, I would say this: Hollywood Brown in the slot, Watkins on one side, Bateman on the other side would be pretty decent.
But here's the thing: even if they add Bateman, and even if they have Hollywood Brown and Sammy Watkins, all that stuff, and Lamar Jackson, like their offensive coordinator is still Greg Roman.
True. That's why I think they go defense here. I think they go
passes.
Take Freiermuth. They need a fourth tight end.
I think. Would the Ravens consider JOK? I mean, I don't know.
I don't know that he fits their defensive style.
Zaven Collins would have been a great pick here.
Yeah, Zaven would have been a good fit to put next to Patrick Queen in the middle there. I think Ojolari is a good fit for them. Scheme wise, Ojolari is a good fit.
Who's playing center for
them? Patrick
for the Ravens.
Macari?
Yeah,
center could be here. Landon Dickerson could be an option for them.
Yeah,
they have a guy named Patrick Macari as their center right now.
Nice.
Let me ask you guys a question about JOK. If the Bills draft JOK, do they have to rotate less on defense?
Yeah.
Yep.
They can play more base.
Yeah.
They can play way more base.
But then you have these guys out here like, we don't do base. We're a nickel defense all the time. If you pick a freaking player that allows you to not have to be a nickel all the time, then you do it. Right. So
and let me ask you this other question.
Go ahead.
If you draft Zaven Collins, can he play a Lorenzo Alexander type role for the Bills?
Yes. But
Zaven Collins off the board.
But yeah, he is gone. But he could have.
He went to Cardinals.
Cardinals, yeah.
I missed that one. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries, man.
A player
Eric,
like
man.
him.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Any final predictions,
No,
Eric, before we bring Mitch back in?
I was thinking Elijah Moore, but the more I heard you talk about Rashod Bateman, I like the Bateman pick better. for the
I don't know
Ravens.
much about Bateman. He's nice.
Bateman's really good.
Yeah.
I think he's a better fit for them for sure than Moore.
Yeah,
You put him on one side, Watkins on the other. Hollywood Brown's a slot for them. That if you want to add weapons, Bateman's the guy to add. I mean,
damn it!
I would love Chuck.
there it is. Yeah, that's solid.
You got to do it, man.
He's my wideout number 4.
Add weapons, good value, and a good fit for them.
So, how you guys feel about that?
I like it.
I think it's
good pick for the
them.
Ravens.
I don't think the Bills would have taken Bateman anyway, so maybe it's good for us. Like Bateman was going to always go pick before pick 30 anyway, I think. So
now, how attractive do the Ravens look now? Because now you have Lamar Jackson, you got Bateman, you got Hollywood, you got Andrews, you got Boykins, you got Duvernay, you got Sammy Watkins. Now you have options, right? That was something that if they had in the Bills game, maybe they win, right? Because that thing was tight.
Still got Greg Roman.
They got Greg, but Greg Roman's going to have to change. Because guess what? We just got another receiver. Stop with the bullshit running all day. Start utilizing your receivers. But maybe he couldn't because of the personnel. Now you've got the goddamn personnel. Stop playing games, man. Let Lamar cook. Shit.
Manny's in the comment section saying his guy Ojulari is still on the board. There's been some medicals that have come up in the last couple of days with Ojulari too. So
a degenerative knee condition is
degenerative. Something degenerative. I remember the word degenerative being in it. So Manny, as much as you love your guy Ojulari still being there, Brandon Bean to me seems like a guy. If he can't trust the medical, he's going to take a pass.
Yeah,
I'm also
Ojulari is even on the Bills board.
Hold on a second.
I heard it was the same injury or same condition that what's his name, the running back, Todd Gurley had.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. I am impressed that none of the founders mocks first guys have been picked yet, which means that you guys really, you probably valued them appropriately.
Or they picked a bunch of second-round players.
Or that.
I think Pierre's confidence has to be feeling pretty good right now.
Don't start.
See, Landon Dickerson is who I want at 36. So I'm really hope that Pierre's not right. And if he is, we'll never hear the end of it. Because he dropped that pump up video.
Another video.
Oh my god! Because I was laughing in the chat. I was like,
could be bold prediction. None of you guys are going to be right. It could be JOK or Tevin Jenkins.
I know, right? And you know what? And either one would be great.
Why do you guys want he's a good player, but why Tevin Jenkins?
Why are you hating?
I like Tevin Jenkins.
Because Cody Ford isn't going to be be good. I mean,
you're going to play Tevin Jenkins.
He's got tackle flex if one of our tackles gets hurt.
Yeah,
exactly.
And you just drafted Phillips for crying out loud. We need to protect our quarterback, man.
And where you want to put him? Where are you going to put him?
What do you mean? He just told you.
Swing tackle.
I'd start him at guard. I'd start him at left guard to start, and
that's what I'm
see where it
asking.
goes from there.
Because he's kind of a right tackle, and Darrell Williams was awesome last year.
He was, but isn't that what was Tunsil? Tunsil was what? Coming out of college?
He was a left tackle.
And they put him inside. So you could do the same.
No, that's what I'm saying. If that's what you guys are thinking, okay. It just
you're doing that if you think you can fit him in just based on his mean streak that he has, like Steve was saying. Like the guy's a mauler and he's got a mean streak, and you say, look, we know he played right tackle in college, but on our line, we're going to move you around and put you at guard. Who knows? Maybe Feliciano plays left guard and you put Jenkins at right guard. Like if he's more comfortable being on the right side, I could see that. But that's a guy you pick for attitude and for what he can bring you in the run game, like Steve said earlier. If you really wanted to pick a true immediate kind of guy that would either play guard right away and be your heir apparent center, then you would probably take Dickerson like Pierre predicted.
For sure. Mm-hmm. Shout out to the 792 people in this bitch. Let's get that 800. Let's go. And I gotta call out point thumbs, not fingers. Lamar can't throw. That's why professional receivers don't want to go there. Boy, be quiet. That's why professional receivers don't want to go there. It's because their freaking guys keep drafting defense and not weapons. Now they realize the boy can throw. That's why you drafted him, and that's why he got MVP. Do 36 touchdowns to who? At the time, stop playing. I hate. You know what? I'm ready to block your ass, but I'm not gonna do that.
Let's try to. I mean, we got 800 watching. We got 329 likes. Let's try to get this up to 400 likes.
And he's talking about. And keep in mind.
Let's go. We got 800 people. Let's rock it.
Wait. Oh, I saw it. Oh, it will hit 802.
It hit 802. We're gonna keep it going. We're gonna get it to 900.
Yeah, I like it. So, yeah, but don't you guys want pass rush? Like, You haven't had anyone get sacks in like a decade.
I would take
CB2 or edge rush.
CB2. Yeah, I would probably take Tryon or Samuel.
Versatile nickel defender. Give me JOK or Elijah Molden. I want a versatile.
I would love it.
I cannot wait when they say Jason.
I'll be down with JOK.
I like Elijah Molden.
Elijah Molden's next Tyrann Mathieu.
JOK, Tryon or Samuel for me. Those.
I don't know about.
What about Melifonwu at 30?
Oh yes,
all these other players on the board.
That's ballsy. That is ballsy. No, I wouldn't take him at 30.
Someone's saying we traded out. Someone's saying we traded out. I don't know if there's any truth to that.
Really?
I'm trying to think.
Let me look. Let me check the old Twitter machine.
Is that dude offensively like that? Is that nice?
I feel
Saints pick is in, so
I'm trying to find a different comp. I don't like the Tyrann Mathieu. What about like a Chris Harris? Do you feel me on that one?
You feel me?
You feel me?
Who?
For Molden.
Chris Harris is way bigger.
Molden's small though.
Yeah, Molden's a little smaller.
I need I don't know. Your mind
JOK unless the Packers take him, JOK is gonna be sitting there for us.
Somebody said, "Yo, it sounds like Kevin doesn't want us to take JOK."
No, he doesn't.
JOK and Kevin Jenkins.
Kev doesn't care because he got Phillips and Waddle already. He's living on cloud 9 right now.
As a Dolphins fan, let me think. Okay, so as a Dolphins fan, the two people I don't want you to take are Javonte Williams and Landon Dickerson, because those are the two guys that I want 36.
I would be thrilled if they took Javonte.
Those are the two guys I don't want you to take.
Oh,
if I were because.
Wow.
There's Dave's boy.
That's my guy. That's my guy right there.
I wanted this guy at like
Dave, talk about Peyton
the Trey Hendrickson replacement.
Yeah.
I will say this. I started looking at him back in February, and I was like, wow, this guy is really like standing out to me. He's got some good pop off the line. He's huge. He's lengthy. He's got great hands, strong hands. In a shortened season this past year, he had 10.5 tackles for loss, 5 sacks in only 5 games. Powerful upper body, can flex inside if need be on, if you want to go with like a 4 pass rush line. Steve, you said like he could be a first rounder earlier today, and
that was the buzz.
That was the buzz. And like, you look at my tweet I put out yesterday as far as like personal favorites. He was on my list. Like, he would have been a guy I would have been all over in the second round if the Bills didn't go edge in the first. But man, I really like Peyton Turner. Like, you just watch this. Like, look how like big this dude is, and he's like the power pass rusher that I would. There you go. They're showing on the screen now. 10.5 TFL, 5 sacks in 2020. And what they're not saying.
I want to get Mitch in here. Mitch, give us a. Hold on, before, So, actually, holy shit, we got a new mother effing member, Thomas Jones, the former running back from the damn Bears. Thomas Jones, what's going on? Listen, Mitch, talk to me here. We've got the Bills coming up very shortly. You just had, who just got picked up?
Peyton Turner.
Peyton Turner just picked up. You're Brandon Beane, because I put Spy Man on that, Schmitty. You're Brandon Beane. Are you like hands behind the back, like, yo, our guy fell right to us. We're perfect. Or are you trading back, or what are we looking at?
I'll say this, I mean, honestly, the Bills, either they stay here, or they trade back. I feel like they got a lot of great options because at 30, you still get Asante Samuel Jr., you still get Tryon, or you could trade back, get a guy you like. So honestly, I think the board has fallen very well for the Bills, if you ask me. I think that this is looking very good for Buffalo at 30. Honestly, JOK at 30, I'm all for it, to be honest, because although he's listed as a linebacker, I think that he can kind of do whatever you want. And the Bills don't really have that kind of, put him like, honestly, the Bills have not had this quote unquote Buffalo big nickel since Raphael Bush. So I'm cool with JOK at 30 if you really have a plan for him.
We want impact. impact player
Exactly.
is what we want, right? So if he brings impact to the Bills defense, whoever we decide to pick brings impact.
Exactly.
Not necessarily a right away contributor. It doesn't have to be, but if you impact the game, then I'm with you, Mitch. I would be on board with that. By the way, we're just shy of 800 people right now. We've added 2 to 3 new members. I believe it was 2 new members that we've added today. Let's try to get up to 10 members. If we can get up to 10 new Bing Squad members, we're giving away a BF hoodie. Get yourself a BF hoodie. I know it's summertime. Actually, you can pick. You want a long sleeve, you want a t-shirt, hoodie. Let's get up to 8 more new members. And let's get this thing cooking right now. We're at 800 viewers. Let's try to get it to 1,000, man. Try to get to 1,000 by the pick. With a pick 30 by the Bills. Thomas Jones comes back and says, man, this is like waiting for grass to grow, man. I'm used to being to bed already, but loving it. Can't remember so long for a pick. Listen, this is great. We got to get used to picking this late. Next year, it's going to be 32. Get used to it, folks. Do what you got to do. Put the kids to bed, have dinner, do all that good stuff. Go hang out with your lady and come back around midnight because that's when we're going to pick him for quite a few years.
The Bills are going to have some choices here. The Bills are going to have some choices here.
I'm happy that the running backs are gone because that debate, Etienne versus Harris, obviously that's been kind of, Bills Mafia has been, going at each other on Twitter for that. So I'm kind of happy that like that is off the board. So we'll see what the Bills do at 30 because I wasn't really feeling running back at 30. So with those 2 gone, I don't think there's any way the Bills go RB at 30.
And Mitch, to piggyback off of taking a decision out of the Bills' hands, I like that both Farley, I kind of like that Phillips and Farley are both gone because with the injury history, that takes that decision off the board as well.
Agreed.
For them to have to go for a risk on an injury guy. Now, I would have liked either of them, but now we don't have to make that decision with them. So that comes down to really the only big injury guy I think that would still be in consideration would be Dickerson right now for the Bills.
Here we go.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Oh,
take him off the board. He's not good. Take him off the board. Thank you.
Wow. Yo, Judge has his definitive statements. Yo, Judge,
no, I'm with him on this. I think
he's not that good. He's overhyped over a 4.2880.
Yeah.
Also, that's a luxury pick for Green Bay. Like they don't.
Anyone want to know why Aaron Rodgers wants to get traded? This is why Aaron Rodgers wants to
get traded. How did Kevin King?
They have Kevin King. And they have Jair Alexander already. Like, why are you drafting another corner if you're the Packers? Like, I don't understand this pick.
How did they not go Elijah
mission
Moore?
in life is to piss off your franchise quarterback.
Elijah Moore made too much sense. Elijah Moore made way too much sense there for the Packers, and they went with Eric Stokes.
It would have been the perfect play for him. Let
me tell you something. I'm gonna call one of my colleagues here because
or even take a center, like you know what I mean. You lost
Linsley. They could have taken Dickerson. That would have been a.
We are pushing 1,000 people, ladies and gentlemen. We're up at 8:30, and it's rising by the minute.
Let's
go. Let's go.
The Bills are on the clock. It is Elijah Moore. It is Tevin Jenkins. It is Azeez Ojulari. It is Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, Christian Darrisaw, Joe Tryon, Trayvon Moore-Reg. Let's get it in. Mitch, what's your prediction here?
How do you feel about that pick? I have one of my colleagues on the line. He's a Packers fan. How do you feel about that pick? Pick the corner.
It's fine. They need a corner. Kevin King sucks.
Well, there you have it.
Ask him how he thinks Aaron Rodgers feels.
How do you think Aaron Rodgers feels? Because he wants out of Green Bay.
You surprised?
Right?
Okay.
What does he want? What does he want out? Aren't you guys treating him well?
He wants more money.
He wants more money?
Yep.
And you guys aren't willing to give it up?
Well, supposedly they are, and he's not willing to listen.
Well, there you have it, folks. The Green.
So he's gonna pull off a Brett Favre.
That might happen. That might happen. Listen, the Bills are up. I can't stay too long. Kev, Lionel, we'll talk soon, man, and we'll talk some more, man.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, got it.
All right.
Well, Bills are up. We got
Bills are up, man.
We got a new member. Absolute Palms became a YouTube member. Let's go. You got my man Mitch doing the fingers. I don't know what he's doing right now.
Yo, you got to snap on it, bro. You got to snap that.
To me, this has got to be JOK or Tevin Jenkins as much as I like Elijah Moore. Who's everyone else going with?
Pick one.
I think JOK or I think JOK, man.
Jay said, "Oh,
Dave, pick one."
Go Jason Oweh.
My heart still, my gut still says they're taking Joe Tryon here, but I could be wrong.
We cannot.
JOK
And Asante Samuel Jr. on the board.
JOK would be really nice here. I will agree. I think that's probably who I would want. JOK. I would want JOK, Tryon, or ASJ. Those.
For the record, we're all giving out our guys that we are going to, say like we want. But at the end of the day, they could name a random freaking player.
Joe Tryon.
I mean, they could take Christian Barmore here.
Christian
Barmore against specialist. I'm cool. I'm cool with it.
If they pick up Christian Barmore, I'm gonna be just as excited. Right, so
fine with me. Yeah,
we'll be happy.
I don't think we'll be disappointed unless they pick like Levi O. Right, I mean that's going to be the issue if they pick someone like that over the guys available. But if they pick Barmore or Ojulari or Jenkins or Tryon or JOK, we're gonna be fine with it. We're gonna be fine with
how long it's taking.
We're gonna trade. We're gonna trade down.
We're
gonna trade down.
Another new member. Brandon Bean is looking.
Member Mike R became a new member. It's not a trade. Don't worry. We know we have.
Brandon Bean. No Terry Pagula in sight. Kim Pagula. Brandon Bean.
New member Mike R. Welcome to the Bing Squad. Bing biggity Bing. Welcome. Let's go, man. So let's
take it, man. Who they taking?
It better listen. I don't want it to be Elijah Moore because now I'm forced to play the clip from Joe Marino because he said that weeks ago that they're going to pick Elijah Moore. But I told him that I would, and he looks like a genius if it happens. I would love for it to be Jason Oweh, but now that I feel like it could be in the second round, based on how this is playing out, but we may not be able to get it. So this is why we got to do it now. Landon Dickerson, I don't think it's happening, but who knows?
You're just throwing that in. You're just throwing that in there.
I gotta give some hope to Pierre. Right? It could be Joe Tryon, but we haven't heard Joe Tryon's name all night.
What about Ojulari?
Why would you say that?
Give me the finger.
Steve does not want Ojulari. I will say that.
I want no part of Ojulari.
Really?
Mitch, what are we doing?
Manny's going to fight you on that, Steve.
I know he is. He already sent me a DM.
Hold on.
I'm down for Dean or CB2. That's all I can say. Like outside
Pick
of that,
is in.
Ooh, here we go. Here we go.
I don't know who it is, but it's in.
Do not ruin it. Comment section.
Please.
I will say that.
We don't need another Zach Moss.
Oh, we got another new member though.
You got something to distract.
We got another member, Carlos Colon. Let's go.
And hey, we got 2.
Let's go. We got to get to 10.
Yeah. Silas had some good comments earlier too. He had some good comments.
Biggity bing. Let's go. The pick is in. We ready for it. The Bills are picking at 30. We get to now have some competition from the Miami Dolphins because they weren't around to even threaten us last year. So hopefully we strengthen our team so we can whoop that ass some more. And I can see Kevin's stupid face being sad all the time. So I'm looking forward to that. Very much so.
Jason Oweh is being shown on TV.
Elliot, excited.
Goodell's coming up.
He doesn't look
excited. Yo, everybody hide the chat. Don't even look at the chat. And don't be a dick. All right? So we got 851 people watching right now. Let's do it. It's still commercial right now. I'm getting pissed off. Let's go back to
it. Rico, how far behind are you? Yeah, I got Jason Oweh. I got Aziz Ojulari and Jason Oweh sitting like
Yo, why are they showing this shit?
Gregory Rousseau was a dominant force in Miami during the 2019 season. He tallied 15.5 sacks and 19.5 tackles for loss. And those aren't the only numbers catching the eyes of NFL scouts. His 6'7", 255-pound frame gives him a lot for teams to work with. It also gives him the ability to play multiple positions across the defensive line, adding even more value to his draft stock. His combination of size and athleticism should allow him to use both bull rush and speed rush moves, which is a big plus at the next level. But that size isn't always a good thing. In the NFL, he'll need to make sure he keeps his pad level low, or those blockers could take him for a ride. His lack of experience is also a concern, since he really only played one full season in college, but his build and athleticism should still make him worth the pick. Along with his pass rush ability, he can also press linemen off with ease in run defense. Although he's a raw prospect, he could still develop into a superstar in the NFL.
I mean, if you're talking ceiling,
redemption for Marcelo.
I didn't see this coming.
With the 30th pick, the Bills select Gregory Rousseau, the 6'5", 6'7". Is he 6'7", big boy?
6'7", man.
255. Here's what I'll say about Gregory Rousseau, though. Length and strength. Those are the two words that come to mind. We always talked about Carlos Boogie Basham and how much we love Carlos Boogie Basham because he's a more refined and less athletic, probably Gregory Rousseau. Length and strength. He's a strong side defensive end. He will come in and he'll be able to play left defensive end while a slimmed down AJ Epinesa rushes from the right side. So a guy like Gregory Rousseau makes sense as a partner in crime with a guy like AJ Epinesa now that he's slimmed down.
All right, let me get the Miami fan talking on this. You know a lot about this guy. Talk to us. Greg Rousseau, big guy.
So he was a wide receiver in high school, came to Miami. They converted him to defensive end. It was either his freshman year, I think he was in the, the spring scrimmage games, and he got something like 6 sacks. And we were looking for big things. And then his sophomore year is the year that you saw he played. He came in 15 sacks, 15 and a half or something like that. But the 12 of them are from the inside. Personally, I think he's better suited as a 5-tech defensive end, but had a really, really good 10-yard split. So he gets off the ball pretty fast. Like Judge said, he's really long. So you're hoping that he's kind of, I don't know, like Jason Pierre-Paul, but less explosive kind of deal is a good comp for him. But he's only played defensive end for 2 years.
He's raw.
Right? So he didn't play much as a freshman because he got hurt. He had a sophomore year, dominant. And
that could be okay with the Bills situation.
Absolutely. No, I'm saying that's a good thing, right? Because this guy doesn't have the experience, so he should only get better.
I mean, with Hughes and Addison still there as vets, I mean, with Rousseau being as raw as he is, it's a good situation for him to come into from an NFL perspective. It's one of those It's one of those things though where you wonder like what kind of impact he might make in year one, and if you temper expectations a bit in year one for him, then this guy could end up being, like Steve said, the heir apparent to and play on the other side of AJ Epinesa when all is said and done. Length and strength.
Right, exactly.
So the traits and tools obviously are all there. The physical ability or the physical tools and attributes are there. So, I mean, look, I think if you're going for a ceiling edge rusher, then this is the guy that you pick over a Tryon or over an Ojulari. Like, if you want the guy that has the highest potential, that's the guy you pick. And if that's what you're picking at pick 30, and that's what your mindset is, then that's what it is. And I think that we can probably wrap our heads around that making sense.
Kevin, is he more is he more, in your opinion, a 3-4 end or a 4-3 end? Like, do you think that he can be a 4-3 end and potentially produce, or is this the guy that needs to be kicked inside?
Well, I don't want to crush you guys. So I personally, before the draft, I said he'd be really good 3-4 end because he's got that length. He is strong. He's going to fill up. He can probably get to about 275, 280. To me, his ceiling is like a Calais Campbell type. If he puts on some strength and size, he's not like I saw someone say Cameron Wake. He's not like that. He's not a bendy. He's not around the edge. He's not going to beat the tackle.
Very stiff.
He's going to
JPP
have to power. Yeah, he's going to have to power his way through. However, he should be really good, especially with the trend of running quarterbacks. Right, that length. And the ability to hold the lineman off and then, follow and stuff. And he is explosive in a short area, in a linear wise. So he definitely has a lot of potential. Like I said, we're talking 2 years experience playing defensive end. So he should only get better, but he's going to have to be a technique guy because he's not going to beat you around the edge.
We got John DeMarchi coming in saying, okay, Judge and Till, me for months on Rousseau. He played at 255 at 6'7". He had 15 and a half sacks in 2019, sat out last year. Pumped to 267, ran a 4.68, 21 reps on the bench press. Boomer bust, but a strong side defensive end who can play defensive tackle and passing down. The reason why I avoided projecting players like this to the Bills as weird as it sounds, because it was just a 1-year contract, was honestly because of F.A. Obata. So we had signed F.A. Obata, and I thought to myself, okay, if we are going to go for a rusher, it might be for a different type of rusher, not a guy who might Carlos Basham, Greg Rousseau, a guy who you could see on passing downs moving inside. That's not something I expected from the Buffalo Bills. Maybe I should have expected this from the Buffalo Bills, because my projection was Levi Onwuzurike, because I said, well, the Buffalo Bills don't really care about those big fat guys. They want those rushers from the interior. Well, Gregory Rousseau gives you the best of both worlds. He's a guy on first and second down who can be your strong side edge, opposite of AJ Epinesa, and then on passing downs, kick inside and be an interior rusher with Ed Oliver. So Gregory Rousseau, as raw as he is, as much as development as he needs, he gives you the best of the both worlds. So maybe we shouldn't be as surprised with this pick as some of us are.
See, I had a vision for the pass rusher, the type of pass rusher we needed. I thought we needed speed and bend around the corner, making guys make quick decisions. When I saw the film on Rousseau, slow to get out of the line, slow to get out of the blocks. So I wasn't turned on by that. But his length, like you said, length and strength, you saw that. Like, you don't just fall into 15 and a half sacks. So you got it somehow, some way. Kev was just saying he moved a lot on the inside, right? So maybe they're going to do a lot of stunts and moving things around, but I can't say I'm thrilled about this pick, but I'm not mad at it. I get what they're doing. They're drafting, like he said, he even told us, Bean, you just got to listen to what Bean says. We're not drafting for the now, we're drafting for the future. So this is a future pick. We get that part. But I better see, maybe they make him lose some weight, gets a little quicker on the bend. I don't know. But Judge saying this is a good pick. I trust it. You got to trust Bean, right? Big baller Bean, right. Bean. So we got no choice.
This is one we're not gonna really know right away if it's a good pick. Facts. Like it's gonna take a couple years, like probably 2 years minimum, to know how good this pick really is or not, right? Because, and then the other thing we'll obviously look back on, and this is what happens in every draft, is we'll look back on the guys that we didn't pick in this spot, like a Tryon or a Barrymore or, you know, a Tevin Jenkins, and we'll see, or a JOK for that matter, and we'll see how those guys play out. And look, I know not all of that may be easy to compare because everyone goes to different teams and they work out differently depending on who they play for. But, you know, if that was me in that situation and Rousseau was the guy I wanted, I mean, I would have been taking phone calls to move down. That would have been me.
Well, the Ravens take an edge rusher with the net. Rico's guy, Jason Away, goes to the Ravens. So maybe a guy like Away could have been in play with the Ravens, but I mean, obviously the Ravens are looking for maybe more of a bendier guy because they're looking to replace, like
Rico was one pick away.
And, right. Yannick Ngakoue, but honestly, one of the things that we don't talk about enough about Gregory Rousseau, and maybe should be talked about a little bit more, is before this season started, before COVID hit, Gregory Rousseau was when last year's draft was over and they did the 2021 mock draft at the end of the 2020 mock draft, you know where Gregory Rousseau was going? Top 5. Right. He was seen as a top 5 projected pick for most people. And then COVID happened, and then he opted out, and then he put on weight during the opt-out, and then he ran a slower 40, and now all of a sudden Gregory Rousseau falls to pick number 30 and falls out of favor with a lot of people. This guy was a projected top 10 pick before he opted out. He would be, in my opinion, maybe the Walker Little of edge rushers in this draft. I always talk about Walker Little, that freak athlete, the guy who had better testing numbers than guys like Mekhi Becton, who had better testing numbers than guy like Jedrick Wilkes, but you know, because he opted out because of a few injuries, he's a guy who's now going to slip out of round 1 when he was a projected top 10 or 15 pick. So a guy like Gregory Rousseau could have been a top 5 pick.
Here's my question though: is Rousseau any different from AJ Epinesa? Where is he a guy that could be more than just I'll run downs, be an outside guy, and then on pass downs kick inside, or is he the guy that can be on third downs be an edge rusher?
Yeah, like well, what I'm saying is it's like, before AJ Epinesa slimmed down, this pick makes no effing sense. AJ slimmed down, and AJ started to show a lot of pop off the edge towards the end of last season. So with the pop that AJ Epinesa was showing off the edge last season, he's your replacement for Jerry Hughes at right end. Gregory Rousseau becomes your strong side defensive end at left end, and he can kick inside on passing down. So to me. And then John DeMarchi comes in and says, everyone tonight did a phenomenal job. Thank you all. Hashtag Teams Rousseau. Could be wrong. Ask my wife. Usually am. Appreciate it all. This is a Harvard. Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Rousseau has the seal of approval of a Harvard educated man, John DeMarchi. So good for him.
Well, AJ Epinesa last year was supposed to be a top 10 pick at one point in the draft process. Remember, it was between him and in the summer of 2019, it was between him and Chase Young for top DE coming into that season. And then as the season progressed, Epinesa played well, but for some reason fell to the second round, mostly because he didn't test well. And that's what happened with Greg Rousseau. Keep in mind, it wasn't just a 40. Greg Rousseau was like in the bottom 30.
Try onto the Bucks.
Yeah.
Bing, bang, boom.
Bucks
Rousseau,
doing it, man.
Oh, wait, look at me. Look at Bobby and I told you we're very golly, man. Well, there you have it. The Bucks get stronger. The Bills get better, I believe. I just really wish we took Oweh, man. I would have been thrilled about that. Ugh.
Really?
But I would have been. I think it would have been. I think he'll be a difference maker. He would have been a difference maker sooner than what Greg Rousseau will be. But I don't know. We have to wait it out. Like you said, somebody mentioned that it's too soon to really cast judgment just yet. Wait it out, like any other rookie. But yeah, I mean, when you have your guy, you're excited for your guy. You know what I'm saying?
I would have traded down if that was the guy I wanted all along. I mean, that's like I said. We took the guy we wanted because maybe we felt like other people that needed pass rushers like Tampa and Baltimore who picked right after us. You know, Rousseau may have been a good fit as a 3-4 end in Baltimore, right? And they went with Oweh instead. Is probably more of an outside linebacker for them in their defense.
Yo, I'm raising a clown, boy.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'll reserve judgment on this, obviously, to see how it plays out. But there would have been, I would have preferred other players in that spot. I'll get behind Rousseau. I'll root for the guy for sure, and I'll hope it works out. Obviously, we all do. And what do I know, right? I'm just the guy here talking, so we'll see. I mean, 15.5 sacks. I don't necessarily want him to be the guy that's just setting the edge in the run game. I want the guy to get pressure on the quarterback. So if it's AJ Epinesa that's going to do that, fine. But I want a guy that's going to get to the quarterback. And if you look at his 2019 production, the 15.5 sacks, and that's kind of what you're hoping, although Kev said most of that was from the inside, then we'll see, man. But that's like, I just don't want it to turn into another like Shaq Lawson situation where you just have a guy who's good against the run and he can't get to the quarterback.
Yes. Yo, Dave, that's facts, man. That's how I feel about what Greg was going to bring. Set the edge, no explosion. From what I see on the film, I mean, you got to trust your eyes. Somebody mentioned trust your eyes. But I mean, you know what happens, right? When we draft a player, we go right back to YouTube and start looking at stuff. So that's exactly what's going to happen. The views are going to go up on these videos that were made. So
let's see what SIS had to say about Rousseau, actually, since
length and strength is where I got that from. I got it from SIS. So, but while he's looking it up on Gregory Rousseau for SIS, looking at some day 2 guys possible, Javonte Williams still on the board, Elijah Moore, Terrence Marshall, Rondale Moore still on the board.
Yo, Asante still on the board
Jeremy
too.
Cooper,
Pat Fryermuth, Tevin Jenkins, Dylan Radunes, all the interior guys: Dickerson, Humphrey, Wyatt Davis, Quinn Miniers, Ben Cleveland. You know, Owosu Koromoa was not a first-round pick in this draft. The positionless defender drops him into the second round. Fucking blasphemous, in my opinion. But I'm just going to
come on. You've seen it before.
He's a first-round pick. It's bullshit that he wasn't taken.
It's not bullshit. You got to know
bullshit. It's bullshit that he wasn't taken in the first round.
They're collecting dust.
It's absolute bullshit that he was not taken.
All these like
the only reason that he wasn't taken in the first round is because of Isaiah Simmons. That's the only reason why.
Wait,
I will say, Scott's have been saying for at least a month or two now that JOK, although everyone loves him, that he's going to go farther than everyone thinks.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
Scouts were right. They were right.
Yes, in yesterday's mock, we didn't have anybody choosing him. I mean, I'm not saying that it means anything, but we didn't have it. You got to have the right fit for your team, and he doesn't fit.
I hope
Joseph being a fucking moron.
I hope the Cards take him in the second round so that all these like versatile guys can be wasted on the Cards because Vance Joseph is such an idiot.
You hate Vance.
So dumb. He's so stupid.
My friend's a Broncos fan, obviously not a fan of him either.
Oh my
Listen,
God.
Mitch, what do they say? You win the game where? Where do you win the game?
In the trenches, baby. In the trenches.
Right? So,
how many defensive tackles were taken in the first round tonight? 0.
All right, so hey, I want him. SIS has Rousseau as their 5th ranked edge.
Also, Chris Presso also had Mason Rudolph as the first quarterback on his board a couple of years ago. So
Trapasso did not want us taking Rousseau. I know
Dave, what were you going to say?
That was on his list of guys Bills don't take.
Man. He also had Mason Rudolph as his best quarterback in that draft a couple of years ago. That's what I'm gonna say.
That is true.
So they had Rousseau as the SIS has him as their 5th ranked edge. They had his best positional factors as his hand usage was his highest rated attribute. He did have 22 tackles for loss in 2019 to go along with the 15.5 sacks. Strengths: hand use, length, play strength. Weaknesses: first step explosion, like you said, pass rush repertoire, and flat coverage, which I'm not really too worried about that. But it's the pass rush repertoire and first step explosion that would concern me. You love, like Steve said, the length and strength and the hand use. So it's something that you can use. Their last word says Rousseau projects as best as a strong side defensive end and an even spacing front, which we have. His youth relative inexperience and time off legitimize concerns about the extent of which he'll have an impact as a rookie, but his physical profile is highly workable and sets his long-term floor as a 3-down starter at the NFL level, does not project as a special teamer.
This just in, guys. This just in. We just found out that I had a feeling the last name of Rousseau is actually Haitian. So, you know what? It's a win-win all over here. So we got a Haitian representative team. So I'm happy. We're good. We're good now. I just found out. I'm like, wait a minute, Rousseau? Let me look that up, man. Let's go. Anything to add there, Kev?
I can't root. He's a Hurricane, so obviously, I'm in a bind. I hate when you guys take Hurricanes. It's like when you guys got Willis McGahee on me. Tore my heart out. Jimmy Kelly. You know what I mean? Like, fuck. Stop taking him. But, I liked him. I think, like I said, he's got a lot of potential. There's, you never want to put too much stock into testing, but we're talking bottom 30 percentile in like most of the explosive drills. So he has to rely on his reach. He needs to bulk up a little. I mean, he's 6'6", so he can still put some weight on. He's not going to win with speed, so I don't think it's going to hurt him. I think he needs to model his game after another great Hurricane, Calais Campbell.
There you go.
You know what I mean? He's not as big as Campbell, but Campbell was a great pass rusher in his prime with the same thing, with length, with power, and that sort of thing.
Some comments here from Brandon Bean. We see him starting on the edge, but in pass rushing situations, you'll see him reduce down and rush from the inside. He said he checked in with Gregory Rousseau throughout the process after he opted out in 2020. He said that Rousseau made sure to stay close with his teammates at Miami, which was important to the Bills. We feel like Greg is a rising player who will grow into his body. Brandon Bean said the Bills wanted to add a pass rusher at the right time, especially after watching the Jets and the Patriots take a quarterback before the draft or before they drafted. So kudos to Matt Perino for those quotes from Brandon Bean's presser.
Nice. Well,
hopefully he and AJ Epinesa will be our future starters. Daryl Johnson will be in the mix as well, being on the long-term outlook of Rousseau.
Well, how do you guys
as a long-term option, I think it's fine. I think he's, like it said, he's got workable traits and it's something you can use as an immediate impact in 2021. I'm not so sure.
They took projected need over the better players, in my opinion, which upsets me, but this is a very meh pick. I understand it. They took better.
Sorry, do you mean better players at end or just better players?
No, better players in general. Okay. JOK is better. Tevin Jenkins is better. Elijah Moore is better. These are all better players than Gregory Rousseau.
We're gonna try to reach out to Greg Rousseau and try to get him on the Buffalo Fanatics, man.
So don't let him know I said any of that. Just cut this. Cut this from the replay.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just a robot voice over Judge. I think he's the best.
Well, folks, this is it. The draft complete. We've gone ahead and we did a fantastic job. We're going on 5 hours of mother effing coverage.
I gotta give myself a little bit of shout out. I have not left the seat in 5 hours.
Dude. I left twice, so yeah.
Yo, give yourself a shout out. You gotta give yourself a shout out for sure, man. He's got
a piss jug.
I drank 6 beers, so I had.
You got a catheter in there? What are you doing?
No, I didn't drink any alcohol tonight. That was my secret.
The seal was never broken. Good man.
I tried to stay sharp as possible.
And you know what? And the thing
I get the sharper I get.
I told the wife, listen, this is a 3-day event. You cannot disturb me. This is what we do. This is the time that we do this. So I'm sure you guys have to do the same. We're gonna be back at it again tomorrow. What time's draft coverage? Same time, like 7, 8?
Tomorrow's at 6 because the draft starts at 7 tomorrow, not 8. So tomorrow's 6.
There you have it. And I took the day off tonight, so I feel great. It's fantastic. And we got the new.
You guys having a slumber party? You and Kev?
We're nice and buddy. But yeah, man, we're gonna be doing it up. And Kevin's gonna be not in a bowling alley tomorrow. He's gonna have. I'm gonna give him a nice mic so he can be mic'd up, ready to roll. And the Isler just came in and says, "Yo, just watch the video of the Bills War Room. They look very cool."
Well, I hope so. With all the people they had, they better not be going, "Oh man, what did we just do?" Like, when we accidentally picked who was it the other night in our mock draft? We turned in the wrong card in the mock draft. I don't think they're gonna do that in the War Room.
Yeah, definitely. Shit.
So
not the guy I wanted. We definitely did the Bills fans service by providing this, and this was just first round, man. Golly. So big shout out to Steve and Dave, man. You guys got us kicked off, and you guys did a freaking-tastic job. The graphics were on point. Shout out to my guy Dave. Dave did the damn thing. Good for you. The whole setup, prepping this whole thing up. My guy Judge down in the corner. I'm getting better at knowing where the corners are. And then
Kendall, Pierre, Clay killed it too. They're the behind the scenes MVPs. His videos were fantastic. Kendall was awesome with the stuff, and then Pierre was always there to make sure we didn't screw up. So absolutely, man. This is a big team event, man. This is not just run by the people on the screen, man. This was it took time to prepare all of this, and we'll be back at it again tomorrow. What's up?
I got a demand for tomorrow. We need to see the Kingpin on screen.
I agree.
Yes.
I agree.
Should we just throw him up right now? Like surprise?
We could surprise add to the stream, bring Pierre on.
He's definitely not listening. He just set up a little bit. He
just flipped us off.
He just flipped us the bird.
We're gonna get him on, and then I'm gonna ask him how he felt when we took Rousseau, because I was watching him in the corner.
That's one thing I failed to do. Yep.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna call somebody else out. I'm gonna call it that bitch ass Bobby to come on screen. Stop talking all that shit and making it seem like you're the expert back here. Yo, get on screen and talk your shit. Say it with your chest.
Here's the thing. So Rico, you took Jason away in the first round. Bobby took
Tryon.
And
Dickerson.
Pierre took Dickerson. So you and Bobby are still front runners because you get points for the defensive end.
We do.
And the way the Bills structure the rest of their draft is going to be around taking an edge in the first round. So you guys are
the money
the clubhouse here.
Absolutely. The money.
Okay, so tell me how that works. You get points because it was defensive end, and you get points because the guys you picked got picked in the first round. Is that how it works?
So you get for instance, me and Bobby, we wanted defensive end, and we got a point for the defensive end because we guessed that that's the position group that we were going to go for. If it happened to be the player, it would have been I think 2 or 3 points. I can't remember the what it is. If by chance it was. I took Greg Rousseau, but we took Greg Rousseau in the second round instead.
Right.
I was round off. I got points for that as well. So there's a point system that we created that works out where Bobby has taken full advantage of it. He claims that I have inside information when I put Felton on my mock. He's like, whoa, how do you have Felton? I took Felton because he gave us information. He said that Skip, the running backs coach for the Bills, they say that they see him as a running back. Bobby was like, oh, he's a receiver. No, he's a running back. And he's like, he thinks I got inside information. That's doing your homework, sir. You got to do your homework when you. That's all I got to say.
So there's no points for the fact that the guy you wanted got picked in the round you said. That doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter. You're wrong.
Okay.
That's just what it is. You're wrong.
Okay.
So, but at the end of the day, man, we're gonna find out. I need to have one little trophy on my picture. I'm sick and tired of being trophy.
You don't even know the scoring system, right? So who knows if Bobby's won all
I
those?
think Bobby just makes it up.
Bobby's the only one that's a scoring system. Right?
And he just threw Pierre a courtesy trophy one year.
Yeah, for real, right?
He looks at the result and he goes, "Well,
just to make it seem legit." He's like, "I got to give someone else a trophy here once in a while."
Yeah. So we gotta go with cornerback in round 2. I went with we might go with Faitu Melifonwu. But man, ASJ might be available.
That would be a little redemption, I think, if we got one of those two guys in round 2.
Agreed.
I think it's possible. Who did Bobby win it last year? Oh yeah, Bobby won it last year. In the proper round, he's like, "Yo, we're grabbing Zach Moss right here," and he got it. And I was like, it was over. We knew
he got all the points. Yep.
Yeah, he had all the points right there. Yeah, Bobby's still a punk.
Yeah.
But that's it, man. So let's any closing remarks. We'll start with Mitch. Closing remarks, Mitch.
I mean, I think that although I did not expect Rousseau at 30, didn't expect that to be the pick, I still think that the board has fallen very good for the Bills. I think there's a lot of players available for them that I still personally like. So although, regardless if you like this pick or not, I still think there are a lot of players to be excited about going into day 2. So that's what I'll leave you guys at.
Nicely done. Steve, closing remarks, man.
It makes sense, the fit for Greg Rousseau, but I'm definitely disappointed, not because of who we picked, but because who was on the board when we picked. There were definitely about 5 or 6 players that I think I would have picked over Greg Rousseau. And if we double down in the second round and take another high ceiling player like a Tyson Campbell, it's going to be even more disappointing just because of all the question marks until we actually see these guys on a football field. So I'd like to see the Buffalo Bills follow up in the second round with maybe a player with just a higher floor than a Gregory Rousseau, just to maybe make myself feel more comfortable. But then again, hey, if Brandon Beane wants to take the shot for ceiling, and those players meet their ceilings, then he's just a fucking genius and we're idiots. So, so a little uneasy is how I'm feeling.
Thomas Burke says, "Hey Kevin, objectively, why did the Bills not pick JOK? I'm sick."
I don't know. It's kind of like, you like your safety tandem that you have right now. You just spent big money on Milano to bring him back, and Milano is supposed to be a coverage guy. You have a middle linebacker that's known for his range, which you just picked up his option, right? So you got a lot of money tied into those 4 players. I don't think Poyer, he got a new contract, didn't he?
Yeah.
So you got a lot of money tied into those 4 guys. So I think that they like that group. I think that they realize that getting to the quarterback is the biggest glaring weakness on your defense, because you have to get these guys to the ground. It's nice that you can disrupt them, but you need some production. So I think that he weighed the pass rush as a higher value, whereas JOK is a great player, but maybe they look at it as more of a luxury at this point in time, because you just spent 10 million, 11 million on Milano.
Yep.
And that's Milano's thing, a former safety kind of linebacker hybrid, and that's his role. So how are you going to fit, like, if you put all 3 in your nickel, then you're taking who? Hyde and Poyer off the field, or you're taking Tremaine Edmonds, I guess, off the field. So that's the only thing I can think of, is that's how they looked at it. They looked at having that extra pass rush would be more beneficial than swapping JOK for Tremaine Edmonds off on third downs.
Let me add to that too, because when it comes to what Beane does, we have to realize Beane is money picker in the middle rounds. This is where he gets his value. So like, this is a long-term move. I get it, but when it comes down to it, that's not the one you wanted. No. When it comes down to it, this is where we're gonna get the value pick. I mean, look at you pick up a Saron Neal. That's we like Saron Neal. We like Johnson, right? We're gonna find out what Dane Jackson's about. Milano, mid-rounder. So he's done a decent job on what he brings to the middle round. So I'm looking forward. I'll tell you that much. I'm looking forward to tomorrow to see what we do in the second and third round. It's gonna be fun.
That's a great point.
Our DEs are getting old.
So how old Addison's going to be 34 when the season starts, and Jerry Hughes is going to be 52, I think. And so, you know what I mean? Like 34 and 33. So even though they how many years do they have left, right?
For sure. And don't forget, Scarlett he's probably got one more year with us. He's 31.
We got Godspeed Productions saying we need JOK tomorrow. Agreed. We were sitting there going back and forth, like, are the Bills going to trade up? Are the Bills going to trade up?
We're going to stay in my – go ahead.
Before this draft started, I said, I think Brandon Beane's plan of attack is going to be stay at pick 30 and take who he thought was the best player available.
Yep.
And then use those 5th round picks as ammunition to move up in the 2nd and the 3rd round to get the guys he wants.
I
The
like
Buffalo
it.
Bills will walk out of the first 3 rounds, in my opinion, with the 3 guys that for a fact Brandon Beane wanted, because 2 of them he traded up for and 1 he took with pick 30. He didn't trade back.
Ooh,
And I like that. I like that, but I think that you could have done all that still without losing a ton of ammo by trading down from 30.
I agree.
The next 2 picks were edges, but the next 2 picks were edges.
Yep. That's true. I mean, that's fair. I mean, we did need an edge. There's no doubt about it. There is no doubt about it. So if you felt like if you traded down even 5 spots, like with Atlanta, assuming that they were a willing trade partner and you didn't think Rousseau was going to be there, then okay, you got who you wanted, and I can respect that. So maybe they do get aggressive on day 2 and trade up. We've seen them trade up in round 2 before to get Cody Ford. We've seen them trade up in round 3 to get Dawson Knox. So we've seen trade ups in day 2 from Brandon Beane before. They don't have the 4th round pick. I would have liked to maybe squeeze one out, squeeze a 4th round pick out of maybe moving down a couple spots. And that's, I think, where my final thoughts come in. I would have, based on the players that were on the board, like Steve said, I would have moved down if you liked Rousseau and just taken the chance that he might have gotten you at like 35 and squeezed a 4th round pick out of it. And then use the 4th and the 5th if you wanted to move up again. But again, if you really felt like he wasn't going to be there, a couple picks down, and then that's when you take him, and we'll see how it works out. All
right. Well, listen, guys, that's it for us, man. We put a big show tonight. We're going to do it again tomorrow. So tune in, be ready. You know what I'm saying? We weren't able to get to 10 members today, but we're going to try to get 10 members tomorrow. Let's try to get this cracking. And hopefully this setup is going to be, I'm going to go back to my regular setup. Unless you want to come over again tomorrow, but we'll figure that out. But yeah, other than that, folks, that's it for us. I'm gonna let Dave and Steve sign us out like you normally do, and then we'll do the complimentary. I know how you guys do it, so I'll follow suit.
Hey, until next time, ladies and gentlemen, go Bills.
Go Bills.
Go Bills.
Go Bills. You better say it.
Pins up.